Chapter 543. Yan Gang wielded the floating sinking sword, his sword light expanded, resembling a net that covered the heavens and the earth as it seemed endless and endless. He knew that Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone was too fast. If he really wanted to flee, he would not be able to catch up. While the light stream golden bug had saved Nian Chen's life and sent him away, it had not been able to send him too far. At the same time, Nian Chen was already heavily injured. With the Northern Ocean clone's speed, he would be able to catch up very quickly. Therefore, Yan Gang had expanded his sword now. One word could be used to describe this: delaying Yan Zhaoge's pursuit, giving Nian Chen time to flee. Time was more or less up. It was time for him to retreat. While Spirit Rhino Island was close to his Myriad Sword Pool itself had no enmity with Yan Zhaoge. At this moment, having witnessed Yan Zhaoge's strength, Yan Gang was even less inclined to fight to the death with him. Having seen Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone battle with Nian Chen and the others, even those of Spirit Rhino Island had completely given up on him now. Without two or more martial saint experts attacking together, they would not be able to do anything to Yan Zhaoge at all. The spectators in the distance were unable to regain their wits for a time. Led by Nian Chen, who wielded the sacred artifact, the 9 dragon fingers, a group of experts attacked, Yan Gang also holding down the fort by the side with the sacred artifact, the floating sinking sword. Even if the other martial saint experts of the vast ocean world came, they would still have to deal with them carefully. It might be possible for them to retreat unscathed, but remaining where they were, forcibly defeating their opponents to the point that they either died or fled, this left everyone feeling shocked. Seeing Nian Chen flee, Yan Zhaoge did not seem to be in a rush. The white bone spear in the Northern Ocean clone's hands repelled the sword light of the floating sinking sword, his gaze sweeping the surrounding area. Looking at the surrounding crowd, the smile at the corners of his mouth grew more evident. Seeing Yan Zhaoge like this, Yan Gang felt doubtful. Now, a commotion suddenly arose amongst the spectators in the distance as everyone was in an uproar. A Myriad Sword Pool martial practitioner was unable to hold himself back as he neared the terrifying battlefield, yelling, "Chief, the forces of evil have gathered. Our forces of good are in danger." Yan Gang was shocked. What's going on? The Myriad Sword Pool martial practitioner composed himself, saying, "The chief of the Dragon Slayer sect, slaying the 7 seas Zhao Zhong, the evil Saint Lin Qiancheng as well as Soul Shocking Island's sacred artifact, the Soul Shocking Box, first broke through the headquarters of the Blood Dragon sect before attacking the Water Crystal Palace in the East Sea. Palace Lord Lin of the Water Crystal Palace had originally already set off for the Star-Shifting Sea, but returned after receiving the news. Although his Myriad Sword Pool had not suffered a calamity, Yan Gang could not help but feel his heart tighten. With Lin Shi holding the fort in the Water Crystal Palace, he might be able to barely take on the two of them at the same time. However, facing the Dragon Slayer sect, the Sacred Evil sect, and the Soul Shocking Island at the same time was beyond their abilities. The Blood Dragon sect had already suffered a great blow to its vitality. If Water Crystal Palace were to fall as well, his Myriad Sword Pool would not be able to do much on its own. Yan Gang furiously swiveled his head to look at Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone. The Northern Ocean clone muttered to himself, the Dragon Slayer sect and Soul Shocking Island making a move was within expectations. Lin Qiancheng really is courageous. Today is the 8th of the month, and the day after tomorrow, he will be at his weakest period. Let alone the forces of good, even the Dragon Slayer sect and Soul Shocking Island might make a move on him at any time. Noticing Yan Gang's gaze, the Northern Ocean clone chuckled, "Lin Qiancheng and the others not coming here to look for me is a smart choice. Seeing that the situation is not right, I'll just leave. Still, the monks of your sects can run, but not the temples. It is normal for people like Nian Chen to come looking for trouble with me for the likes of the evil shifting sects Feng Jingsheng and Spirit Rhino Island's Guanli. However, to place his hopes on Lin Qiancheng and the others, does he think that Lin Qiancheng is as foolish as him?" Yan Gang sighed, keeping his sword light as he fled into the distance. Yan Zhaoge did not stop him. A great battle seemed to have finally come to an end. Some of the spectators were currently panic-stricken. Some hurriedly left, hurrying back to their sects while others looked at Yan Zhaoga's Northern Ocean clone with complex expressions on their faces. Most of the martial practitioners of Water Crystal Palace had returned to their East Sea, with only a few remaining behind. Looking at Yan Zhaoga's Northern Ocean clone along with those of the Spirit Returning sect, they found it rather hard to speak up. Still, they still said, "I hope that Mr. Yan can lend us a helping hand on account of us being of the same Tao." With the three heavyweights of the forces of evil pressuring them together, even with myriad sword pools Yan Gang lending a hand, the odds of victory in the Battle of Water Crystal Palace would still only be 50-50. The forces of good might even be at a slight disadvantage. With Nian Chen being heavily injured and the forces of good suffering a blow, Lin Qiancheng and the others would be able to freely switch battlefields and leave Water Crystal Palace. Lin Shi and Yan Gang would be at an even greater disadvantage. As those of the other sects looked at Yan Zhaoga, some resentment arose within their hearts as they felt that it was Yan Zhaoga who had caused internal strife on the side of good. Still, they dared not say anything at this moment. The Northern Ocean clone seemed like there was no one around as he pondered towards the heavens for a moment before he suddenly laughed. As long as Yan Gang can return in time, Water Crystal Palace will not be in danger. Lin Qiancheng is a character. Such a character will always seek to maximize his own benefits, always wanting to obtain more. Hearing his words, the others were instantly taken aback. As for Nian Chen, haha, what comes next is the most exciting part. The Northern Ocean clone laughed, his posture leisurely as he was not in a rush at all. In the distance, a streak of golden light suddenly arrived before vanishing. A figure fell from within, his entire body covered in blood as his silver hair was scattered about as he appeared to be in an extremely sorry state. It was precisely the number 3 of the vast ocean world's top 10 transcending mortality martial practitioners, the lofty number 1 expert of the Blood Dragon sect, Nian Chen. Currently, he resembled a wounded wild beast as he coughed unceasingly, fresh blood spurting out of his mouth unceasingly. While the light stream golden worm had saved his life, he was still only left with half a life. Nian Chen painstakingly looked at the 9 dragon fingers that he had managed to snatch back with great difficulty, wanting to cry but having no tears to shed. Having entered and exited, his sacred artifact, the 9 dragon fingers, was still only left with 8 fingers, while he himself only had 7. Losing a finger was not a big deal. It was not that he would no longer be able to use the 9 dragon fingers. However, wanting to refine that 9 dragon fingers that he had snatched back, he would not be able to do so within a short period of time. Yan Zhaoga. Shi Jun. Nian Chen felt as though his heart was dripping blood. Now, someone approached. Nian Chen's heart tightened, but he relaxed after seeing who it was. "Master, how are you?" Shen Shiqing came to Nian Chen's side. Nian Chen waved his hands. "This old man is formidable. This old man is powerless to continue battling. Let's first return to the mountain, then we can discuss this further." Before he had finished, Nian Chen's expression suddenly changed greatly. He spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at his chest in horror. There was a hand there, and the 5 fingers were like sharp blades, piercing into his abdomen. Shen Shiqing looked calmly at Nian Chen. "Take care, master. You evil disciple." Nian Chen was greatly enraged. While he was heavily injured, he still possessed the 9 dragon fingers at the end of the day as he wanted to go all out to kill Shen Shiqing. However, a bright red light suddenly surged from Shen Shiqing's body, enveloping the two as the 9 dragon fingers instantly grew sluggish, not listening to Nian Chen's commands. Blood dragon stones? Nian Chen was slightly taken aback before he then laughed furiously. "Good, you were indeed long since prepared." Shen Shiqing said calmly, "That's right. Otherwise, how would I have dared to make a move?" Nian Chen said coldly, "Do you think that you are very smart? There are powerful enemies outside, and you still want to cause internal strife. You want to destroy the 1,000-year foundation of my Blood Dragon sect. At that time, do you think that you will have a good ending? Without external enemies, how can I kill you?" Shen Shiqing said mildly, "You think too highly of yourself. To our sect, what we cannot do without is the 9 dragon fingers. As long as the 9 dragon fingers still exist, there is actually not much of a difference without you or me. Shen Shiqing's tone turned cold. Having lost a set of the 9 dragon fingers, you are the greatest sinner of our sect. Nian Chen coughed out a mouthful of blood. What, just because others joked about the title of chief? Shen Shiqing shook his head. More than 10 years ago, before I took over the position of chief, I had always been anticipating this day. I told myself that if you transcended mortality and entered sainthood before I found a chance, I would put down my hatred for the sake of the sect. Sadly, you were slower than me. Chapter 544. Hatred? Exactly, why? Nian Chen looked disbelievingly at Shen Shiqing. Shen Shiqing's expression did not change in the slightest, that Yan Zhaoge might catch up at any time, and others of our sect might arrive as well. Forgive this disciple for not being able to let you die in peace. This disciple has no need to tell you about my many years of hatred. As long as I can send you on your way, I am satisfied. Amidst his words, Shen Shiqing's fingers formed a claw, clawing deeply into the flesh of Nian Chen's chest, his powerful true essence unceasingly shattering Nian Chen's internal organs and life force. Nian Chen spat out another mouthful of fresh blood, his originally silvery white hair already dull and dim, losing its luster. The former number 1 expert of the Blood Dragon sect was currently enveloped by a layer of lethargy. Perhaps it was the final radiance of the setting sun. Even as his body grew weaker and weaker, Nian Chen felt that his thoughts were exceptionally sharp. In that instant before his death, inspiration flashed through his mind. Some problems that he had not paid attention to before all surfaced within his mind. Everything was a trap, from the very beginning. Nian Chen glared furiously at Shen Shiqing. Your daughter is still a virgin. That little bastard surnamed Shi did not touch her at all. Even those of our sect mostly thought that it was the usually profligate Wei, or who had intended to lay his hands on your daughter, only making a false accusation after his plans were foiled by that Shi Jun. It was just that everyone insisted that it was that Shi Jun who did it for the sake of this old man's and our sect's reputation, in order to win the support of the other sections. Nian Chen said with difficulty, still, as his grandfather, I know that Wei truly admires your daughter. Unless there is a special reason, he would not have used force. That little bastard surnamed Shi did not use force, and Wei would not as well. What is the problem then? Nian Chen's eyes looked like they were about to implode. Usually, this old man would still think that Wei's mind might have been temporarily muddled. Now, however, it is you and that lowly servant of yours. It is all you. Shen Shiqing looked rather surprisedly at Nian Chen, seemingly sighing emotionally. That is why I said that I did not approve of Ing's method at the start. It was too risky. If it had not succeeded, Master might have reacted afterwards. At the very least, your suspicions might have arisen. However, I have to admit that if I were here, I would only be waiting bitterly for an opportunity. Perhaps the result of waiting for my entire life would be that I would not have another opportunity after you became a martial sage. When the opportunity comes, I can grasp it, but Ing is a person who can create opportunities. I am not as good as my daughter. After a brief moment of clarity, Nian Chen's mind became more and more muddled, and his life completely left him. He struggled as he looked at Shen Shiqing. How did you know that Yan Zhaoge would stand up for Shi Jun and kowtow to our clan to the death? Before he could finish his question, Shen Shiqing increased the strength of his hand and completely extinguished his life force. Nian Chen widened his eyes, but there was no longer any luster of life in his eyes. Shen Shiqing looked at Nian Chen. He had personally killed his master, and his long-cherished wish of many years had been fulfilled. All sorts of emotions intertwined, causing him to be momentarily absent-minded. However, he quickly regained his senses and pulled his hand out from Nian Chen's chest. Then, he waved at the 9 dragon fingers. While Shen Shiqing was preparing to completely destroy the evidence, his mind was naturally focused on the sect's treasure, the 9 dragon fingers. Looking at the 9 dragon fingers which only had 8 finger sheaths remaining, Shen Shiqing, who had still been calm earlier, now revealed a vexed expression. As he had said, the Blood Dragon sect could do without Nian Chen and could do without him, Shen Shiqing. Still, they could not afford to lose the 9 dragon fingers. Is quick-witted. Now that Nian Chen is already dead, some of the preparations just now might still be of use. It is just that should we use them or not? It would be too damaging to our clan's prestige. Still, that 9-dragon finger sheath must definitely be returned. Shen Shiqing sighed, directly looking for that Yan Zhaoge will most likely not work. We will still have to rely on that kid surnamed Shi. Shen Shiqing waved his hands, only 7 of the 9-dragon finger sheaths drifting over towards him, with one remaining unmoving within the air. Ha! Shen Shiqing's heart thumped. A voice resounded from that 9-dragon finger sheath, I am rather curious as well. How did you communicate with your daughter in the star-shifting sea? Was it all based on mutual understanding? Shen Shiqing was greatly shocked as he saw a streak of light fly out from that 9-dragon finger sheath. Amidst the flowing light, there was a huge stone pillar propping up a lonely beam. The combination of the two looked somewhat strange. Beneath the stone pillar stood a group of people. At their head was, shockingly, Yan Zhaoge himself. Beside Yan Zhaoge were Su Fei, Shi Jun and the other Changli mountain martial practitioners. What caused Shen Shiqing's heart to feel like it was going to explode was the fact that there were clearly also people from Water Crystal Palace, Myriad Sword Pool and the Spirit Returning sect amongst them. There were not many people from the other sects, each just having 1 or 2. However, looking at the shocked and disdainful expressions on their faces, Shen Shiqing's heart instantly plummeted to the very bottom. He reacted quickly, hurriedly wanting to sweep away those 7 9-dragon finger sheaths. Unable to refine them within a short period of time, unable to use them to deal with Yan Zhaoge and the others, they would at least be able to protect him as he fled. However, Yan Zhaoge lightly struck out with his palm, the pillar and beam of the divine palace combining as streams of 7-colored radiance descended, directly locking down all 8 9-dragon finger sheaths here. Shen Shiqing's face turned green. Having seen the scene of Yan Zhaoge clashing with the chief of the evil shifting sect, the transcending mortality martial grandmaster Feng Jingsheng, he knew that even without the Northern Ocean clone present, having lost the 9-dragon finger sheaths, he would still be powerless to flee. Swiveling his head to look at Shi Jun, Yan Zhaoge saw that the youth's gaze was rather blank. Jun, do you still remember when I first found you? Your reaction upon seeing me was mainly one of joy, more joy than shock. When you introduced that Miss Shining to me, you also mentioned that she should have heard of my name before. At that time, I thought that you should have already heard news of me. Still, Shining aside, when I caused a disturbance in the vast ocean world, you should have been in the star-shifting sea. It should have been very difficult for you to receive news from Changli Mountain. Shi Jun said, I indeed did not receive any news from Changli Mountain. It was just that I coincidentally met some people in the star-shifting sea. They entered the star-shifting sea later than me. It was only from their discussion that I knew that senior apprentice uncle, you had entered the world. At this point, Shi Jun's expression turned gloomy as he said in a bitter tone, at that time, Miss Shen and a few people of the Blood Dragon sect were also by the side. Those of Myriad Sword Pool and Spirit Rhino Island were present at the time. I was busy searching for medicine for my mother, not wanting to get into a conflict with them. Therefore, I did not make it public, not exposing my relationship with you, senior apprentice uncle. It was not even appropriate for me to ask about it. Still, I think that my expression must have changed at the time, with Miss Shen noticing some traces of it. Back then, having heard that Yan Zhaoge had appeared in the vast ocean world, refining a martial saint clone and displaying his might, killing Fong Can and thwarting Lin Qianqing, Shi Jun had naturally been shocked whilst also overjoyed, his heart filled with anticipation. Yan Zhaoge nodded slightly, that's it then. Not knowing that you are my junior apprentice nephew, I can tell that we know each other, even having a close relationship. He patted Shi Jun's shoulder, smiling, it's not your fault. The other party's acting skills are very good. Yan Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at Shen Shiqing, your daughter is indeed capable at such a young age. Strictly speaking, she did not reveal anything in front of me, possibly knowing about my relationship with Jun. This does not mean that she definitely has to do anything. It only confirms my earlier suspicions. I discovered the problem before meeting with Jun and the others. Speaking of it, it is you father and daughter who are unlucky. As Yan Zhaoge said this, a streak of light shot out from his left eye, forming a silhouette in midair. Raising their heads, they saw that it was precisely the scene of Shi Jun and Shining in the underwater stone palace after he had killed Nian Wei. When they saw Shi Jun turn and examine the spirit patterns on the great beam of the divine palace, a smile appearing on the face of Shining behind him, they could not help but feel a slight chill in their hearts. That was not a smile of concern and gratitude, nor was it cold and sinister. It merely contained a feeling of complacency and confidence, as if everything was going according to her plans. Shen Shicheng looked at this scene and sighed. Since you already knew, why was I still willing to be used by you, battling to the death with Nian Chen? Yan Zhaoge smiled mildly, because I wanted to get rid of Nian Chen in the first place. Not only did I want to get rid of Nian Chen, I also wanted to clean up my previous enemies as well. For example, the evil shifting sect, for example, Spirit Rhino Island. Yan Zhaoge smiled radiantly like the sun. The difficulty of getting rid of them in the wilderness is much easier than me going to their headquarters. Shen Shicheng was dazed. Looking at Yan Zhaoge's smile, there was no warmth within it at all, as he only felt a bone-piercing chill throughout his entire body. It was not that they were borrowing Yan Zhaoge's blade to kill people. Instead, it was Yan Zhaoge who was using them as a spear. Everyone else instantly felt a chill shoot up from the soles of their feet straight to their heads. This person cannot be offended. Chapter 545. The development of the vast ocean world's martial civilization was similar to that of the Eight Extremities world in many aspects. In terms of formations, the vast ocean world was comparatively more developed in terms of formations that were set up with the aid of geography, rather than battle formations that relied primarily on manpower. The mountain gate of a great force would always be built and consolidated over the years. Any sect would have a huge geographical advantage in their own mountain. Taking Water Crystal Palace as an example, this time, news had indicated that the three heavyweights of the demonic Tao were moving together, which was why they were under such immense pressure. If there were only two of them, while Water Crystal Palace's Palace Lord Lin Shi might not necessarily be able to fight one against two, he would at least be able to hold on for a relatively long period of time. The 7 pillars of the righteous Tao and the 6 evil Tao did not have a holy weapon or a martial saint to oversee them. Naturally, they would be weaker when facing a force with a Saint Realm expert. However, they were not to be trifled with. With a peak transcending mortality martial grandmaster guarding the sect's formation, even if a martial sage attacked alone, it would be difficult for him to gain much of an advantage. For example, if Nian Chen possessed the sacred artifact, the 9 dragon fingers, and also possessed the geographical advantage of the blood dragon sect, there would be even less to say. Yan Zhaoge naturally understood this principle. Therefore, being able to draw them out and start a battle in a virtually neutral place like the star-shifting sea was something that Yan Zhaoge could not have wished for more. Few people realized that even without the drama of Shi Jun, Shining and Nian Wei, Yan Zhaoge had also been plotting against the Blood Dragon sect. After Yan Zhaoge had learned that due to the ocean's scorching spring, the two of them would be accompanying Ying Yuzhen in remaining in the vast ocean world, staying at Changli Mountain, many thoughts had flashed through Yan Zhaoge's mind. Changli Mountain's longtime enemies were the Blood Dragon sect and the Evil Shifting sect. There was also Yan Zhaoge's enemies in coming to the vast ocean world this time, Spirit Rhino Island and the Sacred Evil sect. These were all targets that Yan Zhaoge intended to attack. He wanted to leave a relatively safe environment for Shi Jun and Su Fei. As Yan Zhaoge saw it, the situation of the tripartite confrontation was too stable. Be it the demonic path or the righteous path, it was the same. If both the righteous and demonic paths were to lose a corner, it would turn into a situation of two tigers fighting against each other. Then it would be easy for many battles to occur. Without the Blood Dragon sect, the conflict between Water Crystal Palace and Myriad Sword Pool would be more beneficial to the development of Changli Mountain. Without the Holy Evil sect waiting on the sidelines to reap the benefits, the situation between the Dragon Slayer sect and Soul Shocking Island would become much more intense. When Yan Zhaoge had just arrived at Changli Mountain, he had been constantly considering how to deal with this. After all, if he did not play this game well, he might end up burning himself instead. Who knew that the news of Shi Jun kidnapping someone would be exposed? After finding Shi Jun and confirming that he was not in any danger, Yan Zhaoge's mind immediately began to race. He discovered that it was like someone had sent him a pillow just as he was about to doze off. Yan Zhaoge naturally accepted it with a smile. Gazing at that dragon finger sheath from which Yan Zhaoge and the others had appeared, Shen Shicheng could not help but feel a chill within his heart. You snatched away 2 of the dragon finger sheaths. Afterwards, when Yan Chen snatched this one back, you intentionally left it behind. Yan Zhaoge laughed. The Blood Dragon Sect's supreme treasure, the light stream golden bug, is renowned throughout the world. This Yan has naturally heard of it as well. If you had not made a move, I would have personally sent Yan Chen on his way. Still, having given you such a good chance, I feel that you would have grasped it. As you said, you and Shening are able to create chances on their own, and you are very good at grasping them. Shen Shicheng smiled bitterly. While he had wanted to kill with a borrowed knife, he had not thought that Yan Zhaoge would actually be so ferocious, as he had nearly slain Yan Chen on the spot despite being surrounded by so many enemies. The borrowed knife was exceptionally sharp, allowing Shen Shicheng to fulfill his wish exceptionally easily. It was just that at the end of the day, he discovered that the identities of a knife and person had long since been reversed. Yan Zhaoge said, with Yan Chen having fled, my Northern Ocean clone scanned the surroundings. Discovering that you had long since disappeared from the spectators, I knew that there would be a good show to watch. There was no need for me to personally send Yan Chen on his way. A powerful aura appeared in the distance. As everyone turned and gazed over, they saw Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone walking over neither hurriedly nor slowly. Beside him were some martial practitioners of the various sections. As they neared, they all said that Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone had captured Shening and the other Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners. Concealed within the 9 dragon fingers along with Yan Zhaoge, those who had witnessed this all sighed, explaining the situation to their fellow disciples. All of them were rendered dazed like wooden chickens. Looking first at Shening and then at Shi Jun now, their expressions all instantly changed. Shening pursed her lips tightly, her gaze sweeping across her father, Shi Jun, then Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge said mildly, as your father said, Miss Shen is indeed quick-witted, turning the tables on my junior apprentice nephew. Yet, you look hesitant, as if you are under immense pressure, suffering greatly within your heart. With this, you can go back on your word at any time if the need arises. Of course, the precondition is that Yan Chen has been killed off by me or your father. That way, all the dirty water can be poured onto the Nian family. While it will still affect the overall reputation of the Blood Dragon sect, if there is really no other way to get back the complete 9 dragon fingers, even if this method has negative effects, it can only be used. Yan Zhaoge laughed lightly. I don't know if you are really conflicted within your heart. Still, I have no interest in building my hopes on the moral character of a stranger. Therefore, I chose to show off that 9 dragon fingers that I had obtained in front of you and Jun. And you indeed did not disappoint me. Shening pursed her lips tightly, not speaking. Yan Zhaoge said mildly, I have to praise you. You actually didn't make any mistakes. Even I was nearly fooled by you. You being exposed was mostly due to bad luck. Still, there is no need for you to continue pretending. Thank your father and Yan Chen. Everyone here knows what kind of person you are. Yan Zhaoge looked at Shen Shicheng. Speaking of this, it is not just me. Many people are also grateful to you father and daughter, such as the chief of the Dragon Slayer sect Zhao Zhong, the evil Saint Lin Qiancheng and the chief of Seoul Shocking Island Lu Shua. Everyone regained their wits amidst their shock, their expressions turning incomparably solemn once more. Having received the news, those of Changli Mountain who had acted alongside Yan Zhaoge all had solemn expressions on their faces as well. This great battle centered around the Blood Dragon sect and Yan Zhaoge, or perhaps it could be said that the internal strife between the sects of good had mobilized Myriad Sword Pool and Water Crystal Palace as well, giving the forces of evil a chance. The evil Saint Lin Qiancheng, who had some conflict with Yan Zhaoge, did not persist in his personal enmity, instead choosing a method that was more beneficial to him, joining hands with the Dragon Slayer sect and soul-shocking island to sweep through the martial world of good together. Those of Water Crystal Palace had complex expressions on their faces, but they also looked rather eagerly at Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge smiled, "Rest easy. As long as Chief Yen of Myriad Sword Pool is not ambushed by the forces of evil on his way to reinforce them, successfully meeting up with Palace Lord Lin of your sect, the overall situation will be stabilized." While they were still unable to set their minds at ease, it was not good for them to say anything more. Now, their fury towards Shen Shicheng and Shening was hard to suppress. A Blood Dragon sect martial practitioner roared furiously, "Senior apprentice brother Shen, why exactly did you do such a thing?" Shen Shicheng snorted, smiling tragically, now that things have come to this. Before he had finished speaking, the world before his eyes suddenly darkened as he saw Yan Zhaoge's palm mightily descending. Now that things have come to this, with the truth having been revealed, there is no longer a need to keep you alive. Yan Zhaoge sneered, "I can't be bothered to care why you father and daughter wanted to kill Nian Chen. However, not only did you scheme against my junior apprentice nephew, you even intended to scheme against me. Did you think that things would be settled with just a few casual words?" As his palm descended, Shen Shicheng perished on the spot. Chapter 546. Everyone, please subscribe to the original version. Thank you all. As Yan Zhaoge's palm descended, it was as though the heavens were collapsing and the earth was collapsing. Shen Shicheng could be considered a peak figure amongst the late Essence Talisman martial grandmasters of the vast ocean world. However, faced with this palm of Yan Zhaoge's, he was still powerless. That terrifying power of the cyclic heavenly seal enveloped the surrounding area, causing him to feel like he could only close his eyes and accept his death. The surrounding vast ocean world martial practitioners all watched this scene in shock, seeing the chief of the Blood Dragon sect, Shen Shicheng, having his head splattered apart by Yan Zhaoge's palm as he breathed his last. The Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners exclaimed in shock. Yan Zhaoge nonchalantly turned to look at them. "What?" A sorrowful look surfaced in Shen Ying's eyes as she closed them, not speaking. The lips of the Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners trembled as they looked at Yan Zhaoge, unable to speak. "You're thinking that he is your chief at the end of the day. Even if there is a problem, it should be an internal trial of your sect before a decision is made." Yan Zhaoge said mildly, "I feel that you should be considering what your sect should do from here on out. Don't forget that your sect was destroyed by Lin Qiancheng and the others." The faces of the Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners instantly turned snow-white. They had naturally not forgotten this matter. It was just that the matter of Shen Shicheng and his daughter plotting everything, even assassinating Nian Chen, had been too sensational, causing them who knew the truth to be rather confused. Reminded by Yan Zhaoge at this moment, everyone recalled that their Blood Dragon sect was truly at a critical juncture of life and death. Nian Chen had died, Shen Shicheng had died, and the elders and disciples of the Blood Dragon sect who had stayed behind had most likely been decimated by the evil experts. Of the entire Blood Dragon sect, there were probably only those over at the star-shifting sea left. Yet, they were already a group of dragons without a leader, having lost their foundation as they were like duckweed. Unstable was insufficient to describe the current tragic state of the Blood Dragon sect. With a foundation of 1,000 years, one of the exalted 7 pillars of good, one of the peak sacred grounds of the vast ocean world, it was already on the verge of collapse as it faced the threat of being exterminated at any moment. Yan Zhaoge ignored the people of the Blood Dragon sect, instead swiveling his head to look at those of the other sects, smiling. As compared to abducting someone, something like killing one's master seems to be a bigger problem, right? Everyone nodded silently, as Yan Zhaoge continued, "Let's first not talk about the matter of him slaying his master first. Shen Shicheng and his daughter, for their own selfishness, stirred up such a huge storm, not only playing us like fools, they even gave the forces of evil a chance, implicating countless lives. I killed such a person with a single palm strike. What do you all think?" The group exchanged glances, with the person of Changli Mountain being the first to say, "It is naturally to everyone's satisfaction." Among the people from the other sects, it was the people from Myriad Sword Pool who spoke up, "Such treacherous people deserve to die." The others all voiced their agreement, while those of the Blood Dragon sect looked as if they had lost their parents, unable to raise their heads. But they did not forget the most important thing. They all looked up at the 9 dragon fingers floating in the air. After all, the 9 dragon fingers is, at the end of the day, it is my spoils of war. I will reluctantly accept it. As for how to deal with it afterwards, this Yen will naturally slowly think about it. You all need not worry too much about it. His hands behind his back, Yen Zhaoge scanned the entire area. Those who met his gaze all felt a chill within their hearts. Even though they were filled with infinite unwillingness, looking at Yen Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone by the side now, they were also unable to speak. The preciousness of sacred artifacts did not need to be said. It was not just those of the Blood Dragon sect. How could those of the other sects not think about it as well? If they could not obtain it, they also did not wish for others to obtain it. However, having been swept by Yen Zhaoge's icy cold gaze at this moment, their courage involuntarily dissipated completely. In today's battle, Yen Zhaoge had single-handedly beaten them into submission, even having grasped the heavens and earth as he had exposed the truth of what had happened earlier. All the spectators were greatly shocked as they found it hard to arouse any will to resist. Yen Zhaoge would not be able to wield the sacred artifact, the 9 dragon fingers, within a short period of time. He had suppressed it together with the strange combination of the pillar and beam of the divine palace, barely keeping it. Seeing the 9 dragon fingers vanish, those by the side could not help but swallow their saliva, feeling incomparably despondent. Yen Zhaoge now swiveled his head to look at Shining. No need to think too much about it. I even slapped your father to death with a single palm, much less you who started the fire. Shining opened her mouth, wanting to say something. However, Yen Zhaoge completely ignored her as he looked at Jun, saying calmly, Jun, you deal with it. Where it began, where it ended. You, Shining and Nian Wei started it. Nian Wei is already dead, and there are only the 2 of you left. End it. The Northern Ocean clone extended his palm, light flickering as it directly swept Jun and Shining along with it, the 2 vanishing into the palm of the Northern Ocean clone. The lips of the others twitched, but none of them objected. The expressions of those of the Blood Dragon sect were complex, but more of them felt like their hatred had been vented within. They had all been veterans of the world for many years. Yet, having been schemed against by a little girl, they all felt ashamed to see anyone as they felt the urge to just bang their heads against the wall and die. Yen Zhaoge's expression was tranquil as he sent a sound transmission to Su Fei, senior apprentice brother Su. What do you think Jun will do? Su Fei asked instead of answering, if Jun chooses to let her go, what will you do, Zhaoge? Yen Zhaoge smiled. When my Northern Ocean clone captured her, a hidden force was already buried within her body, ready to erupt at any time. Su Fei looked at Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge said mildly, speaking from the bottom of my heart, not considering our standpoints, I rather cherish this girl's talent. Facing me, facing a bunch of martial grandmasters, she still did not reveal any flaws on the surface at all, even her emotions were as calm as water, not having any fluctuations at all as we were unable to sense any pretense at all. Her performance was virtually perfect. Her martial talent and character aside, such mental fortitude is truly hard to come by. Frankly speaking, if I were placed in the same environment and conditions as her, I would not be confident of doing better than her. Yen Zhaoge smiled, the problem is that I never speak of cherishing talent to my enemies. Su Fei sighed, Jun, I won't blame you. He glanced at the others as well. The people of the Blood Dragon sect will not let her off first, and the martial world of good will not tolerate her as well. Yen Zhaoge said, I know what Jun will do. I have an 80% certainty of it. I am just a little worried about how this matter will affect him afterwards. Swiveling his head to glance at Su Fei, Yen Zhaoge considered his words for a moment, saying this might be a little disrespectful to eldest apprentice uncle and senior apprentice brother Shi. Still, they really are 3 generations after all. Deep within the bloodline of the Shi family lies some stubbornness and viciousness that surpasses that of ordinary people. In eldest apprentice uncle, it is strict and upright, firm and unyielding. In senior apprentice brother Shi, it is extreme and stubborn, not regretting it even in death. Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips. Jun is still young now, only able to see some embryonic forms. I wonder how he will develop into in the end. Hearing his words, Su Fei did not speak, but did not object either. Yan Zhaoge's gaze suddenly flickered. The Northern Ocean clone opened his palm. Chapter 547. Virtually everyone unconsciously gazed at the Northern Ocean clone. The Northern Ocean clone opened his palm, light surging as a figure surfaced. There was only the figure of a single person. Shi Jun seeing this scene, many thoughts flashed through everyone's minds. Calm your heart, Yan Zhaoge said calmly. Shi Jun was uncharacteristically silent as he nodded soundlessly. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge exchanged glances with Xue Fei, both knowing that Shi Jun had invested his feelings toward Shining over the past few days. Shi Jun hated evil as his foe, crying out against injustice as he felt pity towards the weak. These were all true. However, he had a strong personality. If someone had tricked and schemed against him, after he had learnt of the truth, it would only result in an intense backlash. Like Yan Zhaoge and Xue Fei, Shi Jun was also someone who did not make a move, but when he did, his fists did not care whether his opponent was male or female. Therefore, Shi Jun did not feel conflicted at all when dealing with someone who had tricked and schemed against him. Whether or not the other party was a woman, whether or not she was acting pitiful, he would not show any mercy. His rather silent appearance now was because Xinying's current position in his heart was not ordinary. She was not just someone whom he had lent a helping hand to in the face of injustice. In such a situation, discovering the truth of the matter in the end would be even more hurtful, at the same time making him feel even more resentful. No one knew how Xinying had behaved in front of Shi Jun. She had looked calm and resigned to her death, as if she had finally no longer had to suffer the torment of her heart, even feeling somewhat like she was atoning for her sins. She had indeed schemed against Shi Jun in the past. However, as the two of them had interacted privately over the past few days, she had also fallen in love with him, gradually unable to bear it. Looking like she was about to cry, her heart like it had died, not saying a word as she closed her eyes and awaited death. There were also various other methods. Yan Zhaoge instantly thought of quite a few. As for those methods of crying bitterly to the heavens and the earth, swearing in defense of herself, Yan Zhaoge did not consider them at all, also not feeling that Xinying would do such a thing given her mental state. However, whether it was Yan Zhaoge or Xue Fei, neither of them asked Shi Jun about the specifics. Xue Fei only patted his disciple's shoulder lightly. The surrounding martial practitioners of the other great sects had yet to disperse, all looking at Yan Zhaoge somewhat expectantly, yet also not having too much hope. The martial practitioners of Water Crystal Palace and the Spirit Returning sect were all secretly sending sound transmissions to the Changli Mountain martial practitioners, clearly hoping to plead on their behalf. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, the leading Changli Mountain elder saw that Yan Zhaoge's gaze was gentle as he calmly met his gaze. This Changli Mountain elder's heart jolted slightly as he came to some understanding. He is giving our sect a favor by having Water Crystal Palace and the other sects owe our Changli Mountain a favor. Although this person is domineering and arrogant, and his methods are ruthless and cruel, he is not an arrogant and unreasonable person. As he pondered, this Changli Mountain elder bowed solemnly towards Yan Zhaoge. The forces of evil are rampant. Now that the Tao is waning and the devils are on the rise, I hope that Mr. Yan can lend a helping hand and help the common people. Yan Zhaoge nodded slowly. For the sake of the common people, this Yan will naturally act. Having finally received Yan Zhaoge's declaration, the group of people finally let out a breath of relief. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Rest easy, everyone. The forces of evil will not be able to overturn the heavens. Now that he was still saying this, the group of people gradually realized this as well, feeling that Yan Zhaoge had a card up his sleeve. Yan Zhaoge said, "Let's go." Saying thus, he led them on their way. Actually, to Yan Zhaoge, while he seemed to have many enmities with the forces of good in the vast ocean world, he was indeed more inclined towards good. This had nothing to do with the difference between good and evil in name. Cultivating in certain martial arts was also not directly related to one's moral character. The forces of good similarly had despicable people, the forces of evil similarly had heroes. However, on the other hand, it was not that those of the forces of good were all hypocrites. There were also many people of the forces of evil who were extremely vicious and evil, committing crimes. The reason why Yan Zhaoge was more inclined towards the forces of good in general was that in terms of cultivation methods at least, the martial arts of the forces of evil were more bloody and brutal. Many martial arts of the forces of evil required blood as a sacrifice, sacrificing the lives of a great number of ordinary people. Taking the vast ocean world as an example, for the martial arts of soul-shocking island to be accomplished, they would have to slaughter a great number of living people, merging their souls into their Orochi and true essence on the spot. The illusory shadow demonic art of the sacred evil sect plundered the life essence of others to cultivate in. Green Snake Island reared tens of thousands of snakes, feeding on human flesh. The evil shifting sect cultivated in the profound dark saber chi aside, cultivating in the blood sea saber chi, as its name suggested, was to obtain the blood of others to refine the saber. The dim shifting white-boned saber similarly had to refine the yin chi of human bones. The Dragon Slayer sect and the Brilliant Thunder sect, who were more open and aboveboard in their ways, had all slaughtered their way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Of all the martial arts of the forces of evil that Yan Zhaoge knew of, not many of them were easy to deal with. The Six Spirits demonic fist, despite being called a demonic fist, was actually already rather grand and gentle. However, the true best method of cultivating in it was to obtain the essence blood of those 6 types of spirit beasts to temper one's body. Yan Zhaoge felt that his benevolence and moral integrity were rather limited. Still, he still felt repulsed by most supreme martial arts of the forces of evil. Brought along by Yan Zhaoge, the others didn't know where to go for the time being, as they could only wait patiently. Sitting side by side with his disciple, Xue Fei swiveled his head to look at Shi Jun. He saw that Shi Jun's expression was already gradually beginning to return to normal. It was just that Shi Jun's gaze was somewhat vacant. Feeling his master's gaze, Shi Jun swiveled his head to look at Xue Fei, asking softly, "Master, did I do wrong this time? Being made use of by someone, I nearly caused a great disaster." Xue Fei shook his head, first saying, "Acting bravely when seeing injustice on the road is always the right thing to do. Sometimes, when the situation is urgent, there is no time for us to consider too much, requiring us to act decisively." Looking at his disciple, he said evenly, "However, it is precisely at times like this that you have to be more careful. Your opponent may have set up a trap, possibly distorting the truth. Sometimes, we may even encounter situations where right and wrong are not so clear. The other party's target this time was actually Zhaoge. You have no need to blame yourself for scheming against you. Your way of doing things is not wrong. However, you still have to be more careful in the process of doing things." Shi Jun nodded. "Disciple will remember." He swiveled his head to look at Yan Zhaoge, saying softly, "This time, it was all thanks to little senior apprentice Uncle Yan. I know that it was because he didn't want me to bear the burden of having my reputation tarnished, fearing that I wouldn't be able to get over this, that little senior apprentice Uncle Yan used such a troublesome method to help me clear my name." Shi Jun smiled. "Otherwise, if it was Uncle Master himself, I'm afraid he would have just started killing. What's there to argue about?" Hearing this, Xue Fei could not help but smile. Now, Yan Zhaoge's group suddenly received a message. The chief of Myriad Sword Pool, Yan Gang, reinforced Water Crystal Palace with the sacred artifact, the floating sinking sword. The evil Saint Lin Qianqing suddenly retreated, his whereabouts unknown. The chief of Water Crystal Palace, Lin Shi, and the chief of Myriad Sword Pool, Yan Gang, engaged in a great battle against the chief of the Dragon Slayer sect, Zhao Zhong, and the chief of Soul Shocking Island, Lu Shua. The crisis of the Crystal Palace could basically be said to have been resolved. Hearing his words, everyone was taken aback before they simultaneously looked towards Yan Zhaoge. Lin Qianqing chose the most advantageous path for himself, Yan Zhaoge said. The Changli Mountain Elder asked hesitantly, "But where will Lin Qianqing go?" Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly, "Right now, we are precisely going to stop him." Chapter 548. Thank you, everyone. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, everyone was taken aback. Trying to determine the direction in which they were currently traveling, their hearts all jolted slightly. If we head in this direction from the star-shifting sea, Yan Zhaoge said mildly, the evil Saint Lin Qiancheng is a rather rational person. As compared to his personal likes and dislikes, he would consider the size of his benefits more. At the very least, before his strength is sufficient to sweep through the vast ocean world as he pleases, he would consider what is most beneficial to him in his actions. Enmity arose between me and him. With the blood dragon sects Nian Chen and the 9 dragon fingers leading the way, he did not choose to act because he did not have sufficient confidence in keeping me here, Yan Zhaoge said as he gazed into the distance. Therefore, he did not come over to the star-shifting sea. With Lin Qiancheng's personality, there would definitely be something that would attract him in his collaboration with the Dragon Slayer sect and soul-shocking island. Still, while the forces of good appeared hollow due to their conflict with Yan Zhaoge, they were also not so easily destroyed. Even if those of the forces of evil could successfully sweep through the forces of good, what would Lin Qiancheng gain from this? Being able to obtain the sacred artifact, the floating sinking sword or the 9 dragon fingers, would be the best outcome. However, Lin Qiancheng would similarly have to face competition from the Dragon Slayer sect and soul-shocking island. How could he ensure that he would be able to defeat the #1 expert of the vast ocean world, the slaying 7 seas Zhao Zhong, as well as Lu Shua who possessed the sacred artifact, the soul-shocking box? The first problem that Lin Qiancheng had to face was that his period of weakness was about to arrive. At that time, it would already be very good if he was not taken advantage of by others. With the forces of good having been swept through, the major sects of evil would definitely be fighting it out. How would Lin Qiancheng be able to suppress them all and ascend to the peak? At the end of the day, there was a very high possibility that this chief of the sacred evil sect would end up benefiting others. Since that is so, while this offensive of sweeping through the forces of good this time is beneficial to the forces of evil, it would not be much for Lin Qiancheng. He might as well have come to the vicinity of the star-shifting sea and joined forces with Nian Chen to attack me. Yan Zhaoge said, since he has given up on this chance, joining forces with the other experts of evil would only be a pretense to conceal his true objective. At any time, improving yourself is the most direct and most important thing. If this is a great fortuitous opportunity that Lin Qiancheng has grasped and others have less understanding of, then he will definitely try to obtain this fortuitous opportunity to strengthen himself. Hearing this, the others gradually understood. The bewildering maze sea. Yan Zhaoge nodded, that's right, it is precisely the bewildering maze sea. The previous time, Chief Yan of Myriad Sword Pool and I messed things up. This time, with Nian Chen finding trouble with me, with Water Crystal Palace joining hands with Myriad Sword Pool to fight the Dragon Slayer sect and soul-shocking island, there just happened to be no one to interfere with him. Now is the best time for him to go to the bewildering maze sea to obtain treasures. It's easy, and there's a high chance of success. With treasures in his bag, he'll be able to increase his strength and accumulate an advantage when facing others in the future. While Yan Zhaoge's expression was very calm, the hearts of the others were in turmoil. Evil Saint Lin Qiancheng had probably miscalculated this time. It was not just Yan Zhaoge who had directly determined Lin Qiancheng's movements, hurrying over to the bewildering maze sea after having taken care of Nian Chen and the others. At the same time, it was also because the earlier battle between Nian Chen and Yan Zhaoge had not taken up too much of his time. This was related to Yan Zhaoge's personal style. His attacks were sharp and domineering. Even against opponents of similar cultivation bases, victory would often be decided within a very short period of time, life and death being decided. In the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint, victory would often be decided. As soon as victory was established, it would be as easy as breaking dry twigs as there would rarely be a prolonged battle. While it seemed nonchalant, the dangers involved were only clear to those involved. Therefore, when Yan Zhaoge clashed with others, most of the time, his opponents would either die or be injured. Such a martial style was not stable enough. However, against opponents who were inferior to him, it would be even more efficient as it would easily result in a crushing victory. Yan Zhaoge also had the ability to do meticulous and patient work. However, with his personality, he did not like that kind of slow and meticulous fighting style. Therefore, he would not use it lightly. As Yan Zhaoge's group neared the bewildering maze sea, there were already some martial practitioners who had entered and exited the bewildering maze sea who had detected abnormalities. At this, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Yan Zhaoge's judgment had been correct. This feeling, why does it feel like the qi of true dragons? Yan Zhaoge looked at the layers of bewildering mist of the bewildering maze sea before him that roiled unceasingly, the clouds within gradually turning ethereal as a majestic, authoritative feeling emanated from them. Within the acupoints of Yan Zhaoge's entire body, the essence of the ice dragon that had still yet to be completely refined felt restless at this moment, vaguely being drawn over by the existence before them. This Yan will enter within. You can flank him from the outside. Today's matter may be a decisive battle for Lin Chencheng. His sacred evil sect's few big and small cats that are usually nowhere to be seen may all be mobilized this time. Hearing his words, the other good martial practitioners who had come here along with Yan Zhaoge all agreed with this. Yan Zhaoge looked at Su Fei and Shi Jun, the two of them nodding towards him. Then, Yan Zhaoge brought along the Northern Ocean clone, directly stepping into the clouds of the bewildering maze sea. The bewildering fog before them was even denser than when Yan Zhaoge had first entered the bewildering maze sea after having first come to the vast ocean world. The deeper they went, the denser the clouds became, the roars of dragons actually vaguely emanating from within. As Yan Zhaoge walked within, he could only feel as though there were countless true dragons resting amidst the dense fog before him. Oh, could it be that the fortuitous encounter that this Lin Chencheng is looking for is also that legendary burial ground of numerous dragons entering the sea? Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge guessed. The black-clothed middle-aged man recorded in the light projection of the great beam of the divine palace had ultimately never returned, his whereabouts unknown. It was unknown whether he had returned to the world beyond worlds due to urgent matters or whether he had ultimately perished in the vast ocean world. However, when Yan Zhaoge had seemingly unintentionally asked the vast ocean world martial practitioners about this earlier, most of them had said that they had never heard of this black-clothed middle-aged man. It was to be expected that the black-clothed middle-aged man had concealed his tracks. If he had died in the vast ocean world, he should not have died somewhere outside. Instead, he should have died in some mysterious place that others would be hard-pressed to find and set foot in. This burial ground of numerous dragons entering the sea was the most likely. In this vast ocean world, from a material perspective, it was precisely this legendary place that Yan Zhaoge was most interested in. As they advanced, the Northern Ocean clone's gaze abruptly flickered before he directly shot out along with Yan Zhaoge. The fog was instantly ripped apart, yet there was still nothing amidst space. However, the Northern Ocean clone directly punched towards the air. The fog there abruptly distorted, seeming to be dyed by a layer of ink as it transformed into a black shadow. It was none other than the evil Saint Lin Chencheng. The Northern Ocean clone's fist had yet to come into contact with him when a gust of wind assaulted his face. Lin Chencheng's figure shook slightly. Yan Zhaoge said calmly, "Today is the 11th of this month. You are currently in a weakened state, and we are enemies rather than friends. I will not stand on ceremony and beat you when you are down. Thank you, thank you." Chapter 549. Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone extended his arms, a heavenly cloud of the Northern Ocean divine spear stabbing towards Lin Chencheng. After all, the spear forged from evil shifting sect master Feng Jingsheng's spine and white bone essence energy was not a real weapon, and could only be used temporarily. But at this moment, he was using his fists as a spear, fusing his spear technique into his fist technique. It was also very majestic. Lin Chencheng cultivated in the illusory shadow demonic art, and fighting head-on was not his forte to begin with. Now that he was in a weakened state, he was even less able to withstand the sharpness of the Northern Ocean divine spear. Where the tip of the spear surged, Lin Chencheng's body that resembled a black shadow instantly shook like water, as if about to be torn apart. He didn't dare to stay here any longer. He transformed into balls of black shadows and fled swiftly into the distance, fleeing towards the depths of the bewildering maze sea. Yan Zhaoge's eyes narrowed into slits, but he did not halt as he directed the Northern Ocean clone to continue his pursuit. Even at his peak, Lin Qianqing would still be inferior to Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone in terms of pure speed. Therefore, while he tried to escape, he was ultimately unable to escape Yan Zhaoge's pursuit. However, Lin Qianqing seemed to possess some sort of special treasure. Whenever Yan Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone were in close pursuit, light would flicker within Lin Qianqing's hands. Looking carefully, Yan Zhaoge saw that it resembled a round pearl. This pearl resembled the eyeballs of a dragon. Every time it flickered, the surrounding roiling cloud chi would become much more condensed, manifesting into the form of a true dragon, helping Lin Qianqing block Yan Zhaoge. It was like a finishing touch. The dragon eyes flickered, and the true dragon chi around it became denser and more condensed. Having been dispersed by Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone, it had reverted to bewildering fog. However, accompanied by a flicker of the dragon eye in Lin Qianqing's hand, the surrounding fog condensed once more. Just like that, with the help of the treasure, Lin Qianqing staggered into the deepest part of the bewildering maze sea. According to the general understanding of the vast ocean world, having arrived at this place, even martial saint experts would have to pay attention, rarely entering it. Yan Zhaoge did not hesitate as he followed closely behind Lin Qianqing along with the Northern Ocean clone, entering this dangerous ground where few people tread. At this place, one could feel that the true dragon chi was even denser. It made one feel like there was a true dragon hidden in the surrounding clouds. Yan Zhaoge seemed to be deep in thought before he saw the black shadow that enveloped Lin Qianqing descend towards the great sea down below, plunging headfirst into the seawater. As the Northern Ocean clone punched downwards, the seawater parted, revealing a seemingly bottomless abyss beneath. Lin Qianqing's figure merged into it, gradually vanishing without a trace. However, the Northern Ocean clone brought Yan Zhaoge along in hot pursuit, his gaze fixed firmly on Lin Qianqing. Glancing back at Yan Zhaoge, Lin Qianqing separated his palms and struck out, not towards his pursuers, instead shaking the surrounding deep sea. A great amount of black chi instantly arose from within the deep sea, actually resembling numerous vicious dragons as they assaulted towards Yan Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone. Glancing at this black chi, Yan Zhaoge recognized that it was the flourishing essence chi of life which had been converted into death chi. However exuberant the life force had been when it had been alive, how heavy the deathly stillness was now, virtually causing one to feel suffocated. The boundless death chi seemed to want to devour all the living beings that entered this place, forcing them to step into death and stay here forever. Yan Zhaoge thought to himself, no wonder this is a place of great danger, seldom visited by people. In the past, no one had been able to clearly explain the origins of the death chi here. However, Yan Zhaoge now knew that this extremely exuberant death chi probably originated from that burial ground of numerous dragons. Dragons were naturally born beings, their chi and blood powerful to the extreme. Even young dragons that had yet to mature possessed powerful physiques and life force. Even the death of a single dragon could produce majestic death chi, let alone the burial of numerous dragons. Having arrived here, Lin Qianqing felt like a fish in water. Originally in a state of weakness, his strength actually seemed to be gradually recovering. Yan Zhaoge knew that this was because the illusory shadow demonic art excelled in plundering the essence chi of living beings. While this place was filled with dense death chi, it was all converted from the essence chi of living beings. Lin Qianqing could temporarily absorb the death chi into his body, instead boosting his strength. Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change. The Northern Ocean clone shook his arms, hacking apart the numerous black chi that resembled vicious dragons before continuing to shoot towards Lin Qianqing. Lin Qianqing turned and struck out with a palm, forcibly clashing with the Northern Ocean clone's iron fist. As the two martial saints clashed, violent air currents instantly expanded into the surroundings, actually dispersing all the black chi within the deep abyss at the bottom of the sea, causing a vacuum to appear within the deep abyss. Both sides unleashed their power to the maximum, the illusory shadow demonic art forcibly clashing with the Northern Ocean divine spear. The Northern Ocean clone's right hand that seemed to have been sculpted out of white jade had now completely lost its luster and moisture, becoming bony and shriveled, resembling a dried corpse. Meanwhile, Lin Qianqing's right arm transformed into a blurry shadow, working hard to dispel the powerful force of the Northern Ocean divine spear. Still, it finally exploded, completely shattering. With just a single exchange, the battle had reached its climax. The Northern Ocean clone inhaled deeply, silently circulating his profound art and circulating his true essence. While his right hand was still shriveled, it now had a little more color to it, also slightly more plump. Seeing this, Lin Qianqing let out a low snort, turning and leaving once more, continuing to dive deeper into the deep abyss. Yan Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone pursued him relentlessly. As the two battled, the surrounding death qi grew denser and denser as even Lin Qianqing did not dare to easily absorb it into his body, lest he might die at any moment. After walking for a while, Lin Qianqing suddenly halted. Then, he suddenly raised a hand, a streak of light flickering amidst the all-encompassing black qi. It was precisely that dragon eye. Yan Zhaoge's heart jolted. Then, he saw the black qi converge madly with that dragon eye as its center, finally transforming into a massive black dragon. The black dragon only had a single eye, but at this moment, it was like a true dragon had been revived. A terrifying aura enveloped the heavens and covered the earth as it assaulted over, causing one's heart to palpitate. Nianchen wielding the sacred artifact, the 9 dragon fingers, was only this much. However, what was even worse was yet to come. Lin Qianqing raised his hands consecutively, another 8 dragon eyes flying out before drawing upon the majestic death qi of the deep abyss, transforming into 8 massive black dragons once more. A total of 9 one-eyed black dragons roared madly, intermingling together as they sealed off the entire deep abyss. Yan Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone as well as Lin Qianqing were all locked down by these 9 powerful black dragons. In just an instant, Yan Zhaoge felt as though his life essence was currently in the midst of disappearing. Gazing over, the lower halves of the 9 black dragons' bodies were buried at the bottom of the deep abyss, their tails seemingly connected to something. Within the dark deep abyss, light actually flickered, gradually forming a tightly shut great door. As these 9 black dragons coiled, their tails tugged at the great door, currently attempting to open it. The power of the door clearly originated from the life essence of Yan Zhaoge, the Northern Ocean clone and Lin Qianqing. Sacrifice. Looking at Lin Qianqing, Yan Zhaoge saw that the other party had circulated the illusory shadow demonic art to the maximum, his entire person resembling an illusory shadow, not existing in this world. As the 9 one-eyed black dragons devoured the life essence, they momentarily neglected Lin Qianqing like this, instead mainly targeting Yan Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone. Especially the Northern Ocean clone who possessed a martial saint body and exuberant life force to the extreme, becoming their primary target. Lin Qianqing's ethereal voice resounded from the illusory black shadow, opening this legendary dragon gate requires the sacrifice of a massive amount of life force. Only a martial saint can do it. I am unable to open the gate myself. I am specifically waiting for some smart aleck to come here. It can be Zhao Zhong, it can be Lin Shi, it can be you. Yan Zhaoge said, don't stand on ceremony. As you say, I am also unable to open the gate alone. Chapter 550. Within the deep abyss, the roars of dragons resounded unceasingly. However, they were no longer grand and majestic, mighty and vigorous as they were instead filled with a brutal killing intent. The 9 one-eyed black dragons locked down space together, unceasingly devouring all life force other than the death qi within the deep abyss. The massive bodies of the dragons whose length was measured in li were now taut, their tails tied to the massive door down below as they tugged forcefully. As the 9 dragons opened the door, it shook unceasingly. After the radiance was no longer dazzling, looking over carefully, that door was clearly formed of pure white bones, and from their shape, they were all dragon bones. Absorbing the essence of life force, the lifeless dragon gate seemed to glow with life once more as it gradually showed signs of opening. However, wanting to completely open this massive dragon gate, abundant life force was required. Yan Zhaoge could feel that his Northern Ocean clone's life force was shockingly currently being depleted in a great amount. Lin Qianqing's entire body transformed into a faint shadow, virtually undetectable amidst the deep abyss that was filled with dense black fog. His voice seemed to resound simultaneously from every corner, I believe that there will definitely be smart people who will be able to deduce that I have come to the bewildering maze sea, attempting to locate the dragon tomb. However, your intelligence will send you to the place I wish you to be. The one who arrives first will be able to help me open the dragon tomb." Amidst his words, Lin Qianqing circulated his illusory shadowed demonic art to the maximum, evading the attacks of the 9 black dragons. Yan Zhaoge was well aware that Lin Qianqing's words were actually not just for the sake of a moment of pride. Instead, he was intentionally angering him. If his and the Northern Ocean clones' minds were unstable, even attempting to attack him, it would be even easier for the black dragons within the deep abyss to devour their life force, hastening their deaths. Yan Zhaoge smiled coldly, not speaking as he got the Northern Ocean clone to guard himself, preventing his life force from leaking out with all his might. Meanwhile, he himself drifted towards that clump of black shadow that Lin Qianqing had transformed into. Lin Qianqing said mildly, "If you refine that clone of the Northern Ocean Marshal Saint Zhuang Kuan, you might still be able to threaten me. Even though my body is weak now, even though you yourself are brimming with talent, it is still too early for you to think of doing anything to me." Yan Zhaoge laughed lightly, "Save it. If my Northern Ocean clone were to attack you now, he would be unable to defend his life force first, being sucked dry by this 9 dragons devouring heaven's ritual." Lin Qianqing said, "You are indeed an extraordinary young man, but so what? If you do it yourself, your life will also be devoured by the sacrificial ritual. Moreover, I have completely transformed into a netherworld phantom. You can't hurt me. As time passes, your Martial Sacred's clone will eventually become the sacrifice to open the Dragon Gate. Without that Martial Saint doppelganger, you won't be affected by the 9 heavens devouring 9 dragons after the ritual ends. You won't be able to escape from me." Lin Qianqing's voice was calm and certain. "From the moment you chased me into this place, everything was already destined. A burial ground where dragons enter the sea. What a great opportunity this is. Do you know how many dragons are buried here? 10? 100? Let me tell you, far more than that. Believe me, to be able to attend this grand event and open the Dragon Gate is already something that you should be proud of for the rest of your life. Although, you don't have the rest of your life." Yan Zhaoge was not flustered or angered as the corners of his mouth arched slightly upwards, revealing a hint of a smile. "Everyone is the same. Let us work together. Don't you just want to provoke me into making a move, watching as I reap what I sow, dying beneath this 9 dragons devouring heavens?" Coming near the black shadow, Yan Zhaoge raised his palm. "As you wish, I'm here." As Yan Zhaoge advanced and raised his palm, his life force grew more and more unstable, being devoured at an accelerated rate by those 9 one-eyed black dragons. Yan Zhaoge's skin even began gradually losing its luster, turning ashen, showing signs of shriveling and aging. His originally shiny black hair also began to dry up. However, Yan Zhaoge's expression did not waver in the slightest. As he raised his right hand upwards, forming a fist seal, everything seemed to come to a halt for just that one moment. A feeling of danger suddenly arose within Lin Qianqing's heart. Yan Zhaoge's right fist descended from above, its target precisely towards the illusory figure formed of Lin Qianqing. The feeling of danger within Lin Qianqing's heart grew stronger and stronger. Logically speaking, even though Yan Zhaoge's cultivation base far surpassed martial practitioners of the same cultivation level, Lin Qianqing was currently executing the illusory shadowed demonic art with all his might as a martial saint, not seeking to injure his enemy, only seeking to transform and protect himself. Yan Zhaoge should not be able to do anything to him. However, Lin Qianqing currently felt as though a great calamity was about to befall him. That feeling was like the heavens and earth before him had arrived at the end of the world, all things perishing together as they were completely destroyed. The heavens and earth before Lin Qianqing's eyes seemed to be collapsing and overturning, everything falling into chaos. Everything seemed to be reversing in reverse. Above Yan Zhaoge's head, numerous essence talismans congregated, transforming into a massive spirit formation which manifested Yan Zhaoge's fist intent as it circulated. As Lin Qianqing gazed over, that fist intent formed an illusory world of light. However, everything within this world of light shockingly seemed to be reversing and reversing. Cyclic Heavenly Seal. This fist of Yan Zhaoge's focused on intent rather than force, not on the majestic power of the cyclic heavenly seal that could overturn the heavens and the earth. Instead, it was the profundities of its concept, the essence of reversing the two extremities of yin and yang. Lin Qianqing's illusory shadow demonic art currently posed no threat to the outside world as he was only fully focused on developing his own concept and variations in his divine abilities in order to resist the 9 dragons devouring heavens. Disturbed by Yan Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal at this moment, the illusory figure formed of Lin Qianqing instantly became bright at times whilst dim at others. Beneath the reversal of the two extremities, Lin Qianqing's figure actually began gradually becoming clearer, turning from illusory to solid once more. Amidst the black silhouette, Lin Qianqing's face gradually appeared. Even with his usual composure, he was greatly shocked at this moment, not having thought that Yan Zhaoge would actually be able to break through his illusory shadow demonic art. Looking at Lin Qianqing, Yan Zhaoge smiled, "You are a martial saint. If not for the inherent shortcoming of the illusory shadow demonic art, causing you to be extremely weak now, I would also not have been able to drag you out of that illusory scene so easily. Still, since you chose to come to this bewildering maze sea today, don't blame me for taking your life while you're down." Lin Qianqing discovered to his shock that, under the influence of Yan Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal, not only had his illusory form been broken through, he had gradually regained his physical form. The essence qi of life forms that he had plundered had transformed into dark devilish qi, originally being rather compatible with the death qi of the deep abyss. Now, however, it had actually regained its vitality. This was even more attractive to those 9 one-eyed black dragons than the Northern Ocean clone. The main target of the 9 dragons devouring heavens instantly shifted from Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone to Lin Qianqing. Greatly enraged, Lin Qianqing simply summoned his strength, striking out towards Yan Zhaoge with a palm, wanting to force back Yan Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal. However, Yan Zhaoge did not evade at all, the momentum of the cyclic heavenly seal not changing as he instead raised the earth-devouring burner with his other hand, dispelling Lin Qianqing's devilish palm. Lin Qianqing's heart sunk. With this proactive attack, his power became even more unstable as it was unceasingly absorbed by the 9 dragons devouring heavens. Yan Zhaoge smiled, "Come, evil saint. Let us witness this grand occasion together." Chapter 551. Under Yan Zhaoge's influence, Lin Qianqing felt his life force being unceasingly absorbed by the 9 dragons devouring heavens. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Lin Qianqing discovered that the signs of his life force flowing away had already been suppressed. He discovered that the situation was already completely out of his control. As the 9 dragons devouring heavens ritual continued, the dragon gate down below was also slowly opening as he had expected. However, the main body being sacrificed was already him, no longer Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone. The final result of the ritual would be that his life force's essence qi would be completely sacrificed to the ritual, with Yan Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone enjoying the fruits of it. A fierce light flickered within Lin Qianqing's eyes as he dispelled the illusory transformation of his own accord, beginning to accumulate power as he targeted Yan Zhaoge. Seeing that Lin Qianqing looked like he was prepared to go all out, Yan Zhaoge instead was no longer in a rush as he began to slowly drag things out with him. The enemy advanced and I retreated, the enemy retreated and I advanced, angering Lin Qianqing to the point of seething with anger. Yan Zhaoge had no intention of killing Lin Qianqing here along with the Northern Ocean clone. Since Lin Qianqing had prepared this 9 dragons devouring heavens ritual to open the dragon gate, Yan Zhaoge was naturally happy to do so. Wanting him to pave the way for Lin Qianqing as a stepping stone, Yan Zhaoge was naturally not interested. However, wanting Lin Qianqing to pave the way for him as a stepping stone, Yan Zhaoge would definitely smilingly agree, not being stingy in extending a helping hand to help Lin Qianqing complete his glorious mission. Seeing Yan Zhaoge, who had still been domineering a moment ago, suddenly become extremely slippery now, Lin Qianqing did not find it funny at all as a chill surged within his heart. As time passed unceasingly, the 9 dragons devouring heavens ritual unceasingly devoured Lin Qianqing's life force. Looking at Lin Qianqing, Yan Zhaoge said mildly, "There is indeed someone who thinks himself clever." Lin Qiancheng, you did not die by my hands. Instead, you died by your own scheming. Lin Qiancheng let out a final frenzied roar. Accompanied by this roar, the dragon gate down below, dragged along by the 9 black dragons, finally mightily opened. Meanwhile, one of the 3 peak martial saints of the vast ocean world, the evil Saint Lin Qiancheng's figure gradually aged and decayed, gradually sinking within this deep abyss of the bewildering maze sea. A martial saint had been slowly ground to death by Yan Zhaoge with the unique environment of the Dragon Gate. He had died in an extremely vexed and sullen manner. Yan Zhaoge joined up with the Northern Ocean clone. Then, he saw those 9 one-eyed black dragons emit a long, mighty roar together, no longer coiling within the deep abyss as they instead wanted to shoot upwards. The Dragon Gate below slowly opened, and endless light shot out from within. There's still such a change. Yan Zhaoge's heart tightened as the Northern Ocean clone hurriedly led him to the side. The 9 one-eyed black dragons broke through the sea and rose into the sky together. Their tails followed closely behind, dragging streams of light behind them. They rushed out of the abyss, passed through the seawater, broke through the surface of the sea, and rushed straight into the sky. Yan Zhaoge was also a little shocked at this scene. He saw the deep abyss still collapsing unceasingly. Then, amidst the rumbling of the Dragon Gate, it actually closed once more and left the ground as well. The 9 soaring black dragons seemed to have turned into dragon heads, and the Dragon Gate at the end was like a dragon's tail. The thick stream of light in the middle was like the body of a dragon. At this moment, it was as if a gigantic light dragon that surpassed one's imagination had flown out from the bewildering maze ocean. Its head was like a mountain range, and its body was like a river. The light dragon tore through the horizon aimlessly. After circling once in the air, it slid down into the distance. Yan Zhaoge chased it from the depths of the sea. He saw that while the tail of the massive dragon still remained in the bewildering maze ocean, its head was already smashing down towards another region of sea. To the northeast of the bewildering maze ocean was a continent. While the vast ocean world was dominated by the sea, there were continents as well. Some sects had established their sects on these continents. Adjacent to the bewildering maze ocean was the territory of the Brilliant Thunder sect of the 6 evil sects. On the Thunder Fire Peak of Mount Jiamao, a group of Brilliant Thunder sect martial practitioners had congregated, currently in the midst of discussion. Their chief, the Crimson Thunder King, Gung Hui, having failed to surround and kill Yan Zhaoge in the star-shifting sea, had returned injured. Having just returned to secluded cultivation, he had to stabilize his injuries first. Those of the Brilliant Thunder sect were shocked whilst also feeling uneasy. Having failed to surround and kill Yan Zhaoge, the Brilliant Thunder sect had also formed enmity with Yan Zhaoge. Even Gung Hui had been injured. If Yan Zhaoge were to pursue them, the Brilliant Thunder sect would have to have a way to deal with him. As long as we guard our sect, even if that brat surnamed Yan has a martial saint clone, he will still be unable to do anything to our sect. With him having failed in his attack, he may rampage in places other than Thunder Fire Peak. That would cause great destruction. Contact the other evil sects. If we all move together, we will be able to exterminate him. If he comes seeking revenge, we might just be able to set up a trap for him. After the Sacred Evil Sect, the Dragon Slayer Sect and Soul Shocking Island have broken through the Blood Dragon Sect, they are all rushing towards Water Crystal Palace now. They probably won't be able to make it back in time. Everyone expressed their opinions one after another. The leading elder waved his hands. We can make a final decision after Chief has recovered from his injuries. Now, we should first be on full alert and inform the disciples who have gone out to return, lest that Yan Zhaoge pursues us. As he was speaking, his expression suddenly changed greatly. A boom resounded from his secluded cultivation grounds as Gung Hui directly shot out from within. Some Brilliant Thunder sect martial practitioners with lower cultivation bases were still at a loss as to what to do when they saw the higher echelon experts of their sect fleeing towards the outside of the mountain. Virtually not giving them much time, a terrifying light dragon descended from the sky, directly slamming into Thunder Fire Peak. Instantly, the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart, Thunder Fire Peak directly leveled by a terrifying force, a massive basin left behind where it had been. The long mountain range collapsed and shattered in its entirety, deep ravines spanning tens of thousands of kilometers on the great Earth. The entire continent shook intensely, as though it was about to shatter into a few pieces just like that. The martial practitioners of Myriad Sword Pool and the other sects who had been on the same path all had dazed looks on their faces, not knowing what was happening at all. It was as though a world-ending calamity had descended upon the world without any prior warning whatsoever. The light dragon slammed into the great Earth, rushing within as the light quickly vanished. There was only that massive dragon gate at the tail of the dragon which was smashed into the ground along with it, landing at the bottom of the basin. Dust suffused the air, sand and pebbles filling the air. When it had gradually calmed, only a massive basin remained where it had been. At its center was a great door formed of white bones. Gung Hui looked dazedly at the scene before him, rigidly swiveling his neck and scanning his surroundings. He discovered that only the few peak martial grandmaster experts of his Brilliant Thunder sect had managed to escape. Everyone else had been destroyed along with their sect. The Brilliant Thunder sect of the six evil sects, one of the few sacred ground-level powers of the vast ocean world, had virtually been exterminated by this sudden calamity in an instant. Yen Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone rushed out of the deep abyss, chasing after the light dragon as they headed northeast. Seeing the scene of the light dragon smashing into the great Earth, Yen Zhaoge was also rather dazed. Lin Qianqing probably didn't know that such a thing would happen, right? This method of his is really too much of a scam. The direction in which the light dragon is traveling seems to be related to the circulation of the earth veins of the vast ocean world. I wonder whose sect has been unlucky. Having left the bewildering maze sea and ascertained the direction, Yen Zhaoge's expression involuntarily turned rather strange. It seems to be the territory of the Brilliant Thunder sect. Chapter 552. Please subscribe. In the battle outside the star-shifting sea, other than the Blood Dragon sect's Nian Chen, those who had participated in attacking Yen Zhaoge included the chief of the Evil Shifting sect, the Heavenly Evil, Feng Jingsheng, and the #1 expert of Spirit Rhino Island after Fang Can's death, Guanli, who was also a transcending mortality martial grandmaster. Next was the chief of the Brilliant Thunder sect, the Crimson Thunder King Gung Hui, who was acclaimed as the #1 expert of the vast ocean world beneath the martial saint realm, a bigwig of the forces of evil who was ranked first amongst the top 10 transcending mortality martial saints. The Blood Dragon sect's Nian Chen, Myriad Sword Pool's Yen Gang and Soul Shocking Island's Lu Shua could still suppress Gung Hui with their sacred artifacts. If they did not use sacred artifacts like the 9 dragon fingers, the floating sinking sword or the soul shocking box, they would have to avoid Gung Hui upon seeing him. This chief of the Brilliant Thunder sect was indisputably the person of the vast ocean world who was currently the closest to transcending mortality and entering sainthood. Feng Jingsheng of the Evil Shifting sect and Guanli of Spirit Rhino Island making a move was within Yen Zhaoge's predictions. After all, the enmity between him and the Evil Shifting sect and Spirit Rhino Island was not small. If there was a chance for revenge, he would naturally not let it go. While good and evil were irreconcilable, in the matter of dealing with Yen Zhaoge, the Blood Dragon sect, Spirit Rhino Island and the Evil Shifting sect had a tacit understanding of temporarily ignoring their previous factions, temporarily working together. However, Yen Zhaoge had never had any conflict with the Brilliant Thunder sect before. Gung Hui had actually appeared to encircle and kill him along with the others. This was something worth pondering. The possibility of him having been invited by someone to assist them was not high. Yen Zhaoge's battle accomplishments in slaying Fang Can and repelling Lin Qianqing in the bewildering maze sea had let everyone of the vast ocean world know that anyone below the martial saint realm challenging Yen Zhaoge alone was virtually courting death. How deep of a relationship or how great a price had to be paid for someone to dare take such a risk? If it was unrelated to anyone else and it was the idea of Gung Hui and the Brilliant Thunder sect, what was the reason? A thought immediately surfaced in Yen Zhaoge's mind. Within his right eye that concealed the eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment, the light of thunder vaguely flickered, causing Yen Zhaoge's right eye to feel a slight piercing pain. When he had slain Fang Can in the bewildering maze sea, Yen Zhaoge had been. There had been many eyewitnesses at the time, but most of their attention had been placed on Yen Zhaoge's martial saint Northern Ocean clone. However, after the Brilliant Thunder sect heard the details of the matter, perhaps they would pay attention to an instant's thunder. Was it because of the unique characteristics of his own martial arts that he yearned for this kind of power? Or was it because he knew the ins and outs of an instant's thunder that he coveted it? If he knew the ins and outs of an instant's thunder, then was it just limited to understanding, or, Gung Hui and the Brilliant Thunder sect also had a fragment of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor? Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes slightly into slits as he followed the Northern Ocean clone across the Great Sea and onto the mainland, flying towards the region where the Brilliant Thunder sect had originally been located. In the star-shifting sea, Gung Hui had fled the earliest and fastest. Wanting to take care of Nian Chen and the 9 dragon fingers before him, Yan Zhaoge had ignored him. However, at that time, Yan Zhaoge had already been secretly paying attention to Gung Hui's inexplicable appearance. Afterwards, in order to prevent Lin Qiancheng from pulling the wool over everyone's eyes, at the same time also to prevent Yan Zhaoge's judgment from being wrong and the 3 heavyweights of evil joining hands to sweep through the martial world of good, causing massive destruction, Yan Zhaoge had chosen to first head to the bewildering maze sea to block Lin Qiancheng. However, a petty person like him would definitely not forget about the matter of the Brilliant Thunder sect. It was just that he had truly not thought that Lin Qiancheng's opening of the Dragon Gate would actually cause such a change, with the Brilliant Thunder sect thus suffering the tragedy of being shot while lying down. As Yan Zhaoge looked at the great earth that had once been shattered into numerous pieces, the mountain ranges that had once been no more and the high peaks that had been reduced to basins, he shook his head repeatedly. They really are unlucky to a certain extent. That terrifying collision of the light dragon just now would have been able to insta-kill even a martial saint in a head-on clash. While Thunder Fire Peak had been the headquarters of the Brilliant Thunder sect for many years, the martial practitioners of the Brilliant Thunder sect probably wouldn't even dare to wield their grand formation to block it. They could only flee with all their might, as many as they could. If they hesitated in the slightest and tried to resist, the result would be that they would be instantly blasted into smithereens along with their headquarters. Yan Zhaoge surveyed the surrounding area. The surrounding heavens and earth were in complete chaos, with no martial practitioners of the Brilliant Thunder sect to be seen. Yan Zhaoge believed that there would still be survivors. It was just that only Gung Hui and a few other peak experts should have been able to escape this tribulation. Now that they were nowhere to be seen, they should have first retreated after having been temporarily unable to do anything about the Dragon Gate at the bottom of the basin. Without the geographical advantage of their headquarters, their sect had virtually been completely decimated. Under such a calamity, if an enemy like Yan Zhaoge came looking for them or some other major evil sect came to take advantage of them, the Brilliant Thunder sect would really be completely eradicated from the vast ocean world henceforth. However incomparably furious and despondent Gung Hui and the others were, they could only first find a place to hide, treating their wounds and observing the situation. Yan Zhaoge temporarily set aside the problem of the Brilliant Thunder sect, carefully observing that basin as well as the Dragon Gate at its bottom. Within the basin, streams of black qi could currently be seen surging from within. The Dragon Gate that had opened in the bewildering maze sea earlier was now closed once more. However, Yan Zhaoge could feel that the current Dragon Gate was already different from before. It was just that it had simply been closed. It was just that some shocking change seemed to be brewing within the Dragon Gate. With just a thought from Yan Zhaoge, the Northern Ocean clone descended, arriving before the Dragon Gate within the basin before making a grabbing motion within the air. As the Northern Ocean clone exerted force, a creaking sound resounded as the massive Dragon Gate vaguely opened. Gazing within, Yan Zhaoge saw a dense deathly qi that resembled thick ink coiling within. However, observing it carefully, he could see that the black qi was actually gradually dissipating. The spiritual qi network of the vast ocean world was currently unceasingly affecting the spiritual qi flow of the Dragon Gate. The deathly qi decreased unceasingly as a thriving life force instead surged from within. At the same time, Yan Zhaoge discovered that the majestic, vigorous, majestic aura that should have belonged to the dragon race within the Dragon Gate was gradually manifesting. It was as if numerous dead dragons were currently reviving. It was just that while this qi of true dragons was majestic and shocking, it was still quite a distance away from the true coiling phenomenon of numerous dragons. Yan Zhaoge knew that the numerous dragons had not revived. Instead, like the corpse of the ice dragon that he had obtained in the old residence of the glacial dragon Martial Saint, their spirituality had not dissipated after their death, thus being able to maintain their dragon might. However, this roiling dragon chi intermingled with that dense deathly chi, forming an extremely terrifying force field. The space within the Dragon Gate was independent of the vast ocean world, resembling another world altogether. With the dragon chi obstructing their path now, if they were to enter recklessly, they would probably end up like the Brilliant Thunder sect, where even martial saints might not be able to keep their lives. From the looks of it, I will have to wait patiently for a period of time until this burial ground of numerous dragons has gradually regained its calm before I can enter. Yan Zhaoge gradually came to a conclusion. I just wonder how long I will have to wait. As time slowly passed, the martial practitioners of the other sects also hurried over upon hearing the news. Seeing the scene before them, they exchanged looks, all unable to speak. Chapter 553. Looking at that dragon gate which had finally opened yet was still unable to enter, Yan Zhaoge did not know whether to laugh or to cry. If Lin Qianqing knew that the final situation would be like this, he probably wouldn't have come to open this dragon graveyard in high spirits, right? After spending so much effort to execute the 9 dragons devouring heaven art, he finally managed to open the dragon's gate. However, he was unable to seize the initiative. In the end, he could only wait for the world within the dragon's gate to stabilize before he could enter. When the time came, the others would have already received the news and would be ready for battle. Everyone would be on the same starting line. Why bother? If Lin Qianqing had known this earlier, he probably would not have so complacently treated that 9 dragons devouring heaven's technique of his as a treasure. Let's not talk about the Brilliant Thunder sect for now. Even if everything went according to plan, it would still be a trap for him in the end. Yan Zhaoge had a strange expression on his face as he looked at the basin down below, and, it really is a huge pit. The martial practitioners of the other sects also congregated in the vicinity of the basin. The martial practitioners who had accompanied Yan Zhaoge to the bewildering maze sea earlier gradually arrived as well. After hearing Yan Zhaoge's general introduction of the situation, everyone was rendered speechless for a time, unable to speak for a long time. Lin Qianqing had long since set up a trap, lying in ambush in the bewildering maze sea, specifically waiting for someone to take the bait. In the end, it was Yan Zhaoge who was more skilled than him, causing Lin Qianqing to be caught in his own trap. Lin Qianqing, one of the 3 martial saint experts of the vast ocean world, had finally silently perished within the deep abyss of the bewildering maze sea, becoming the key to opening the dragon gate. The secret of the group of dragons entering the sea and the burial grounds made everyone's hearts race. As they looked at the dragon's gate at the bottom of the basin, many thoughts appeared in their minds. There was no one who did not believe Yan Zhaoge's words, because the scene before them had already proven how powerful that legendary existence was. One of the 6 evil sects, the Brilliant Thunder sect, was annihilated in an instant. Such extravagance was something that no one in the current vast ocean world could achieve. Looking at the surrounding people, Yan Zhaoge smiled. This place cannot be stabilized in just a day or 2. This yen will first return to Changli Mountain. Su Fei and Shi Jun naturally trusted Yan Zhaoge's judgment. Exchanging glances, those of Changli Mountain left behind someone to stand guard while the others returned to the mountain as well. Seeing this, the people from the other sects hesitated. They could sense the dangerous aura coming from the dragon's gate below, but they were still a little unwilling. Some people refused to believe it and tried to enter the dragon gate. However, they were instantly killed by the terrifying and domineering dragon chi within the dragon gate, and not even their bones were left. Everyone was terrified, and only then did they temporarily give up on the idea. However, every family left someone to guard the basin, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Accompanied by Yan Zhaoge's return to the mountain, this tribulation caused by the Blood Dragon sect finally came to an end. After the matter of the Brilliant Thunder sect, the Dragon Slayer sect and Soul Shocking Island had completely stopped their battles against Water Crystal Palace and Myriad Sword Pool. Water Crystal Palace and Myriad Sword Pool did not get involved too much either. Both sides were paying close attention to the changes in the bewildering Maze Sea and the Brilliant Thunder sect. After understanding what was going on, both sides tacitly stopped fighting. After this, the vast ocean world which had been wreathed in the flames of war a moment ago rapidly regained its calm. But the oppressive atmosphere was still there, as if everyone was waiting for something. However, in this battle, both sides suffered heavy casualties. On the side of good, the Blood Dragon sect had been virtually exterminated, the two transcending mortality martial grandmasters of Spirit Rhino Island having both perished, and Water Crystal Palace having suffered great losses when it had initially been surrounded and attacked. On the side of evil, the evil Saint Lin Qianqing had perished, the chief of the evil shifting sect Feng Jingsheng had perished, and the Brilliant Thunder sect had been completely leveled to the ground. Whether it was good or evil, both sides had suffered great losses to their vitality. Meanwhile, Yan Zhaoge's fame had risen yet another level in this great battle, virtually reaching the point where he was like the midday sun. To the martial practitioners of the vast ocean world, whether or not Yan Zhaoge's strength surpassed that of the chief of the Dragon Slayer sect Zhao Zhong and the palace lord of Water Crystal Palace Lin Shi, it was indisputable that his fame and prestige were currently even greater than that of these two heavyweights of good and evil. Especially what caused both good and evil to look over was the fact that the sacred artifact of the Blood Dragon sect, the 9 Dragon Fingers, was currently in Yan Zhaoge's hands as well. If Yan Zhaoge refined the 9 Dragon Fingers, with the Northern Ocean clone and the 9 Dragon Fingers by his side, Yan Zhaoge would be the indisputable #1 expert of the vast ocean world. Even other martial saint experts or sacred artifacts would have to join forces in order to be able to stand against him. At this time, the people of the vast ocean world had already gradually stopped referring to this youth who was in his 20s directly by his name. At first, it had been something like Fu Kuanpeng. Because this title was somewhat unkind to Yan Zhaoge, mainly relying on the mortal shell of the Northern Ocean martial saint Zhuang Kun to show off his might, more and more people now referred to him as the Traceless Cloud Dragon King or Traceless Cloud Yen when they mentioned Yan Zhaoge. The meaning of a mysterious dragon's head but not its tail, traceless amidst the clouds. Towards this young expert of unknown origins who had suddenly appeared in the vast ocean world, shocking the heavens as soon as he had appeared, everyone felt both fear and reverence towards him. This was the case for the peak powers of good and evil. As for the smaller powers beneath them as well as solitary practitioners, when mentioning Yan Zhaoge, they were completely filled with praise and reverence. This youth had accomplished what many people would find hard to achieve in their lifetimes. The speed at which he had risen could be said to be unprecedented as he was already a living legend of the vast ocean world. Now, only a portion of those who had enmity with Yan Zhaoge would say a few words behind his back. Still, they only dared to do so in private. To Changli Mountain, where Yan Zhaoge was temporarily residing, he was currently undoubtedly the most esteemed guest. It will probably still take some time before we can enter the Dragon Gate. Let's all wait and worry together. At that time, it will definitely be another gathering of experts. I believe that the other sects will also be accumulating their strength in preparation, Yan Zhaoge said as he looked at the people of Changli Mountain before him. The chief of Changli Mountain, Gao Tianzhong, nodded slowly, that's right. I hope that you will not be stingy with your assistance then. Yan Zhaoge smiled, Chief Gao is polite. After leaving Changli Mountain, Yan Zhaoge, Su Fei and Shi Jun returned to the ocean scorching spring together. As they walked, Su Fei asked, will it affect you and senior apprentice Aunt Fu's return to the Eight Extremities world? Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips, it is still hard to say now. Still, with the opening of the Dragon Gate, the spiritual chi veins of the vast ocean world as well as the boundaries of space and time have been affected greatly. He took out the lofty prestige mirror. After this period of nourishment and recovery, light was already flickering on its surface once more, just that it was temporarily retracted and not emitted. Accompanied by Yan Zhaoge's will, a faint mirror light shot out from within the lofty prestige mirror, illuminating into the distance. After identifying the direction, Su Fei and Shi Jun were both taken aback. That's, Yan Zhaoge shrugged, right, that's right. It's in the direction of the Jiamao mountain range where the Brilliant Thunder sect was originally located. It might be somewhere in the vicinity, but it might also be within the Dragon Gate. Therefore, our return to the Eight Extremities world and entering the Dragon Gate might be one and the same thing. The lofty prestige mirror has still yet to recover completely. When it has, we will be able to ascertain its exact location. If the dimensional crevice opens within the Dragon Gate, this passageway will also be our path home. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Actually, I have long since had a premonition. Both the Eight Extremities world and the vast ocean world had the legend of the burial ground of numerous dragons. The dimensional passageway between the two worlds might most likely appear there. When Yan Zhaoge and Fu Enchu had come over earlier, the dragon tomb had still yet to open. Now that the Dragon Gate had opened, the spacetime of the vast ocean world had been disturbed. If they wanted to form a passageway to the Eight Extremities world, it might have to be opened within the dragon tomb. Yan Zhaoge muttered to himself, I wonder how things are over at the Eight Extremities world now. Chapter 554. In the Eight Extremities world, the experts of the human race congregated in the East Sea, battling the Flame Devils. In the end, this battle ended with Broad Creed Mountain's chief Yen Di, the painting Saint Old Man Imo, the Sacred Sun Clan's Grand Elder Huang Guanglia and the Lord of Jade Sea City Song Wuliang joining hands to execute the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation, sealing the Flame Devils as well as the dimensional passageway leading to the Flame Devil world. The human martial practitioners rejoiced. Not only had they slain a great number of Flame Devil experts in this battle, they had even had the chance to seal the dimensional passageway. For a considerably long period of time, the Flame Devils would no longer be able to pose a threat to the Eight Extremities world. The calamity of the Flame Devils that had lasted for many years had been largely resolved this time. The Tai Imperial Breaking Formation which suppressed and sealed the Flame Devils originated from Broad Creed Mountain. Still, in this great battle, the human martial practitioners had similarly paid a considerable price. The one who drew the most attention was the current #1 heaven's favored son of the Eight Extremities world's younger generation, the great riding of dragons Yan Zhaoge. While the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation could suppress and seal the Flame Devils, when the seal was formed, it would also form a massive destructive force inside and outside the formation. Those below the martial saint realm would not be spared. Yan Zhaoge had also been within the formation at the time. For some reason, he had not been able to retreat in time. After the seal of the East Sea had been completed, he had not appeared again. Searching carefully, not being able to find Yan Zhaoge's traces, everyone's hearts all grew heavy. Logically speaking, things did not bode well for Yan Zhaoge as he was likely to have been affected by the seal and perished in this incomparable battle. Those of Broad Creed Mountain were naturally greatly despondent. Those of the clan had never given up on their efforts to find Yan Zhaoge, but as time slowly passed, they had never found anything at all. The hope in their eyes also grew dimmer and dimmer. And other than Yan Zhaoge, the higher echelon experts of Broad Creed Mountain as well as Fu Enchu had also been swept within the range of the seal. As a result, right after the great battle had ended, conflict erupted between Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan, the two sides nearly having a great battle in the East Sea. Fu Enchu's disciples, Feng Yunsheng and Yin Luhua, reported to the clan together that in the midst of the seal of the East Sea, peak experts of the Sacred Sun clan had suddenly launched a sneak attack on them, causing Fu Enchu to be swept into the seal. Both sides were at loggerheads, and it was during this time that something big happened. In the great battle with the Flame Devils earlier, Infinite Boundless Mountain's chief Chu Yen had been heavily injured and had returned to the mountain to recuperate, temporarily entrusting their clan's sacred artifact, the Heaven Cleaving Axe, to their clan's Grand Elder Li Jingtu. While the Heaven Cleaving Axe had also suffered heavy injuries, in order to deal with the Flame Devils' attacks, Li Jingtu had still brought the Heaven Cleaving Axe with him in the East Sea. In the end, after the seal had been formed, chaos ensued. By the time the situation had gradually settled down, the other Infinite Boundless Mountain martial practitioners shockingly discovered that their elderly had been killed. Meanwhile, the sacred artifact, the Heaven Cleaving Axe, had actually fallen into the hands of the Sacred Sun clan. For a time, the Eight Extremities world was in an uproar. While the Heaven Cleaving Axe had been damaged, with the Extreme Yin Crown and the Heaven Cleaving Axe in their hands, the Sacred Sun clan's momentum surged. Yen Di, Old Man Imo, Song Wuliang and the others were all temporarily trapped within the seal of the East Sea. What caused the hearts of Broad Creed Mountain, Jade Sea City and Infinite Boundless Mountain. To be even heavier was the fact that the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Shinli, had appeared, still allied with the Sacred Sun clan. Even Turbid Wave Pavilion's Pavilion Master, and Qinglin, was wary of the two clans joining hands. Broad Creed Mountain was especially stifled, because news from the Earth domain said that while the threat of the invasion of the 9 underworlds had already been resolved, their Grand Elder, the heaven-equaling Saint Yuan Jingfeng, had similarly been lost amidst the chaotic flows of space, his whereabouts unknown. And this was largely because the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Shinli, had fled in the face of danger. Even as Broad Creed Mountain denounced Shinli for fleeing in the face of danger, Shinli also made a countercharge, claiming that in the process of preventing the descent of the 9 underworlds, Broad Creed Mountain's Yen Zhaoge had been greedy and touched a rare treasure within the Earth domain, causing the seal to collapse and nearly allowing the devils to succeed. In the end, it had been him, Shinli, who had been able to successfully seal the crevice to the 9 underworlds, preventing the descent of the true devils. Broad Creed Mountain was naturally unconvinced, but the 8 Extremities World martial practitioners who had been in the Earth domain at the time had virtually all died in battle. Of those who had returned from the Earth domain, Feng Zhuan was heavily injured and unconscious, while Yen Zhaoge's fate was also unknown, having vanished without a trace. The only one who could speak openly was actually Shinli alone. As a result, even if Broad Creed Mountain retaliated, it would also appear rather weak and powerless. The mutual accusations between the two sides gradually became a quagmire where right and wrong could not be distinguished. The attacks of the Flame Devils and the 9 underworlds were simultaneously suppressed, the entire universe of the 8 Extremities World cleared up as the external threat was resolved. However, the overall situation of the world did not relax as the smell of gunpowder filled the air between the sacred grounds. Due to the great battle with the Flame Devils and the 9 underworlds, the strength of all the sacred grounds had been severely damaged. Even the Sacred Sun clan's newly obtained heaven-cleaving axe had been damaged, and Mengwan, who wielded the Extreme Yin crown, had similarly been injured in battle with the Flame Devils. Even as the various sacred grounds unceasingly attacked each other, they were also making use of this time to heal their wounds, accumulating their strength once more. Junior Apprentice Niece Feng, your injuries are already fine, and there will not be any negative side effects. Within Broad Creed Mountain, Elder Feng Qi said as he looked at Feng Yunsheng, it will also not affect your cultivation from now on. Feng Yunsheng nodded, then asked, what about Junior Apprentice Sister Yin? Feng Qi said, she is also fine. The two of you only have superficial wounds. Feng Yunsheng bowed towards Feng Qi, thank you, Senior Apprentice Uncle Feng. The son of Feng Qi beside her, Feng Moyang, handed over a small white jade bottle, take 1 pill a day for 3 days. Thank you, Senior Apprentice Brother Feng. Feng Yunsheng received it, as Feng Moyang said, I believe that Zhaoge and Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu will be blessed by the heavens. There is no need to worry too much. If they knew that you and Junior Apprentice Sister Yin are safe and sound, they would also be happy. Feng Yunsheng nodded, not speaking. Feng Moyang looked at Feng Yunsheng, in the 7th Extreme Yin bout, I will first congratulate Junior Apprentice Sister Feng for dominating all others and returning with the moon. Hearing his words, Feng Yunsheng's gaze lit up. She did not say anything like I will try my best or do my best, as she just nodded solemnly, I will win. There was no arrogance or complacency, also no fear and trepidation, as she was stable as the great earth, firm as a mountain rock. Feng Qi also said, this child, not afraid of burdens, this old man is also not afraid of adding to your pressure. It's all up to you this time. I will borrow Senior Apprentice Uncle's auspicious words. Feng Yunsheng took her leave of Feng Qi and Feng Moyang. After exiting, she saw Sikong Qing and Ing Longtu both waiting there. Feng Yunsheng first nodded towards them, indicating that her injuries were already no longer a problem. As the three traveled together, Sikong Qing was the first to speak. Will the Sacred Sun clan detain the Extreme Yin crown and abolish the Extreme Yin bout just like this? Feng Yunsheng said, they won't. That would completely push Turbid Wave Pavilion towards our clan, and the Heavenly Thunder Hall might not be willing as well. While the Sacred Sun clan has obtained the Heaven Cleaving Axe, they are still far from being able to reign supreme over us. Sikong Ching nodded, a cold light flickering within her clear eyes. That's good then. Feng Yunqing sucked in a deep breath. Right, very good. Before her eyes, one face after another surfaced. There was that of her master Fu Enchu, that of her Grand Master Yuan Jingfeng. Finally, it stopped on Yan Zhaoga's smiling face that appeared to be composed and orderly on the surface, yet was actually ostentatiously cocky. Chapter 555. The Extreme Yin Crown and the Extreme Yin Bout. When Feng Yunqing was still a child, having entered the Sacred Sun clan, her life had taken on a different meaning as a result. It was also from then onwards that obtaining the Extreme Yin Crown became Feng Yunqing's life goal, the peak she had to ascend. If that was all, then perhaps it wouldn't be so unforgettable. However, it was possible that those who had experienced loss would feel even more deeply when faced with regaining what they had lost. This was the case for Feng Yunqing. In the past, she had been a maiden of extreme yin who had surpassed Meng Wan. The Sacred Sun clan's hopes of obtaining the Extreme Yin Crown had originally rested on her. However, an accident had caused the Extreme Yin energy in her body to be depleted. It was only afterwards that the Sacred Sun clan had been forced to let Meng Wan take her place. In the first Extreme Yin bout, the still young Meng Wan had fought a bitter battle against Jade Sea City's Chen Sutting, barely winning by a hair's breadth. That year, Feng Yunqing had already fled the Sacred Sun clan. However, when those in the clan who were in the know mentioned this matter, they all still felt that it was a great pity, feeling that if Feng Yunqing had been fine, the Extreme Yin Crown would have stably fallen into the hands of the Sacred Sun clan in this first Extreme Yin bout. The process would not have been so dangerous. As for Feng Yunqing herself, her power of Extreme Yin had been depleted, and she had been forced to leave because she had injured Xiaoshen. Her originally bright life had instantly fallen from the pinnacle to the bottom. In recent years, Feng Yunqing would sometimes wonder what her life would be like if she hadn't had that accident that year. Perhaps there would be a disciple of the Sacred Sun clan, Feng Muge, who had long since achieved her goal and stood atop that high peak, wearing a crown on her head as she overlooked all others. But that way, there wouldn't be the current Broad Creed Mountain disciple Feng Yunqing. What kind of relationship did he have with Yan Zhaoga? His temper was even more straightforward than Meng Wan's. Presumably, the conflict between them would be even more intense, right? Thinking about it, Feng Yunqing could not help but laugh, as if she could see Yan Zhaoga winking at her. You little girl, be careful. I'm a very petty person. None of my enemies have a good ending. Yeah, I know. Feng Yunqing muttered to herself, I also know that you are very capable. You always give others a fright. You can do what others can't. So, this time, you will also return safely, right? Did you come back a long time ago? Did you hide somewhere and plan something? Are you going to come out suddenly and surprise everyone again? Yan Zhaoga's figure surfaced within Feng Yunqing's mind. It was this person who seemed a little out of tune who had helped her stand up from the bottom of the valley once more, giving her a chance to once more charge towards the peak. Indeed, even if the power of Yin was exhausted, with Feng Yunqing's talent in martial arts, her achievements in the future would still be very high. However, the thing that he had once cherished and lost was now back. The feeling of being able to see the light of day again after the haze was gone was especially memorable. However, at this time, Yan Zhaoga's whereabouts were unknown, even his fate unknown. Feng Yunqing felt that these days were the most worrying days of her life. Unexpectedly, she suddenly remembered what her master Fu Enchu had said back then. When we are together, we are happy to spend time with each other and always think of each other. This is actually nothing. If you still think of him after you've separated, then you need to be vigilant. Feng Yunqing sighed softly. She was already no longer always thinking of that person. It was not that there had never been parting before. However, it had never been like now, with no news at all, his fate unknown, no hope at all, only able to console herself unceasingly within her heart. Senior apprentice Sister Feng. Han Long curiously waved his hands in front of Feng Yunqing. Feng Yunqing came to her senses, then shook her head and smiled lightly. Indeed, she was no longer always thinking of that person. She had never been lost in thought when thinking of someone like this before. The special circumstances, the parting of not knowing if they would ever meet again, caused some sort of throbbing within her heart to grow more and more intense, unceasingly fermenting until it was finally irreversible and could not be ignored. Feng Yunsheng did not resist, nor did she feel embarrassed. Whether this throbbing originated from Yan Zhaoge's gratitude towards her for helping her ascend to the peak once more, or her admiration towards Yan Zhaoge's various miracles, or perhaps that lonely desolation that Yan Zhaoge occasionally revealed that caused one to feel both curious and pained, Feng Yunsheng had no interest in distinguishing between them. She only knew that gratitude, longing, and pity might be sprouts, but at the end of the day, they were not true love. Feng Yunsheng did not have much experience in the relationship between a man and a woman. She was also unable to clearly describe her own feelings, only clearly confirming that gratitude, longing, and pity were all not those. Currently, walking within Broad Creed Mountain, she raised her head and looked up. The bright moon hung high in the night sky. In the past, whenever she raised her head and saw the moon, Feng Yunsheng would always think of the extreme Yin crown. Currently, that crown seemed to be getting closer and closer to her. However, having returned from the East Sea and looked at the moon again, what Feng Yunsheng thought of was, in that unknown place, if someone raised their head and gazed up, would they also see such a bright moonlight? Gazing at the moonlight, Feng Yunsheng's gaze gradually regained its calm. In the extreme Yin bout, as she grew stronger and stronger, as she got closer and closer to success, even Feng Yunsheng would instead feel a little anxious. This was human nature. However, having returned from the East Sea, these emotions had gradually been dispelled by Feng Yunsheng into formlessness. Extreme Yin crown, I want to win. This thought grew more and more intense to the point of suppressing all other negative thoughts. However, this unprecedentedly intense will of Feng Yunsheng's for the sake of her long-cherished wish grew weaker and weaker. The source of her motivation now was a silent vow with someone else. Junior apprentice sister Feng. Swiveling her head calmly, Feng Yunsheng saw a group of people currently walking over, just happening to meet her, Sikong Qing and Ing Longtu. The one who had greeted her was Jing Yunji. Beside her were Zhao Ming and the others, all of whom Feng Yunsheng had met when she had just entered Broad Creed Mountain. They were familiar with each other and on good terms. Everyone exchanged greetings, chatting as they came to the recent situation of the Eight Extremities world. Everyone here was a disciple of Broad Creed Mountain. They were naturally filled with deep hatred towards the Heavenly Thunder Hall for fleeing in the face of battle, distorting the truth and stabbing the Sacred Sun clan in the back while resisting external enemies. Zhao Ming snorted, so what if the Sacred Sun clan has obtained the heaven-cleaving axe? They will have to spit it out sooner or later. Junior apprentice sister Feng, having obtained the extreme Yin crown and returned, the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall will not be able to overturn the heavens. When the seal of the East Sea is completely completed and Chief returns, it will be time to settle this debt with them. Everyone nodded. Even if Huang Guanglie similarly returned from the East Sea, he would not be Yan Di's match. Meanwhile, Old Man Mo and Jade Sea City Lord Song Wuliang would also not be biased towards the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Jing Yunji looked at Feng Yunsheng, junior apprentice sister Feng, focus on cultivating during this period of time. Also take good care of yourself and do not go out tempering, lest you be ambushed by bandits. Feng Yunsheng nodded, rest easy, senior apprentice sister. I know. For Broad Creed Mountain, for Grand Master, for Master, for Senior Apprentice Brother Yen, I will win. Chapter 556. Zhao Ming, Jing Yunji, and the rest looked at Feng Yunsheng and Sikong Qing, comforting them. Elder Fu is definitely blessed by the heavens. Perhaps she and Senior Apprentice Brother Yen are the same as the old chief. The old chief Yuan Jingfeng had been lost amidst the chaotic flows of space, his whereabouts unknown. While they of Broad Creed Mountain were worried, it also provided them with some consolation on some other matters. For example, regarding Yan Zhaoge and Fu Enchu's disappearance, Broad Creed Mountain had declared internally that the two had met with the same fate as Yuan Jingfeng. Only those of the higher echelon as well as people like Feng Yunsheng and Yin Luhua who had previously traveled with Fu Enchu knew that Yan Zhaoge and Fu Enchu's situation was a complete mystery. Saying that he was missing was more to reassure himself. Logically speaking, any cultivator below the martial saint realm who was sucked into the seal would definitely die. However, Feng Yunsheng's gaze was firm. She nodded and said, "Yes, master, and the others will return safely." After chatting for a while, they suddenly saw a dignified middle-aged man walking over from the other end of the mountain path. Upon seeing this, Feng Yunsheng and the others saluted. "Greetings, Martial Uncle Chang." "Greetings, Elder Chang." This authoritative-looking middle-aged man was precisely Broad Creed Mountain's current first seat elder, Chang Zheng. Chang Zheng looked at everyone and said, "It's getting late. Go back and rest." His tone was very easygoing, without any intention of reprimand. Hearing this, everyone said, "Elder is right." Chang Zheng looked at Feng Yunsheng, saying, "There are only 100 days until the 7th Extreme Yin bout. During this period of time, you and junior apprentice niece Yin should remain in the mountains and not go out. Cultivate and prepare seriously." Feng Yunsheng replied, "Yes, Martial Uncle Chang. I understand." Chang Zheng continued, "Junior apprentice brother remains in the East Sea, while junior apprentice sister Fu's and Zhaoge's whereabouts are currently unknown. Regarding the cultivation of the power of extreme Yin, the two of you cannot relax. Martial nephew Yin, you entered the sect late and your cultivation level is low. Junior sister Fu and Zhaoge need you to summarize the rules. Are you done?" Feng Yunsheng answered, "I've already done it and given it to Martial Uncle Wang." Chang Zheng nodded, "Junior apprentice sister Wang will temporarily guide you in your cultivation. It is just a matter of daily martial arts cultivation. She has only just begun to nurture the power of extreme Yin, and it is still very close to the 7th round of extreme Yin dampness. This time, it will be up to you all to work hard." Feng Yunsheng bowed. "Don't worry, Martial Uncle. I understand." Chang Zheng said, "All right, go back and rest early." After Feng Yunsheng and the others bowed and bid their farewells to Chang Zheng, they returned to their respective residences. Chang Zheng fell into deep contemplation as he watched Feng Yunsheng's departing figure. Now, a Broad Creed Mountain disciple came to look for Chang Zheng. Seeing the other party's rather panicked expression, Chang Zheng knit his brows slightly. "Calm yourself in times of trouble, what is it?" While he had been admonished, the panic on this Broad Creed Mountain disciple's face did not lessen. Hearing the report, a look of surprise also appeared in Chang Zheng's eyes. There was such a matter? He composed himself and thought for a while before saying, "Don't make this public yet. Bring them to the punishment hall to see me." After that disciple had left, Chang Zheng stood unmoving where he was for a long time, an indistinct voice resounding in the air, "Could it be the will of heaven?" Feng Yunsheng returned to her residence, sitting down in the meditative position as she silently cultivated. Her heart jolted slightly as she took out her accompanying shadow shrinking pouch. Opening it, she instantly frowned. Pouring out a few fragments that resembled crystals from the shadow shrinking pouch, Feng Yunsheng felt puzzled. Why did they suddenly shatter? It seems to have been triggered by some external force. Those crystal fragments resembled weathered sand sculptures as they shattered unceasingly in Feng Yunsheng's palm, finally turning into fine powder that dissipated within the air. Feng Yunsheng tried to use her aura chi to protect it, but it was to no avail. This was something that resembled a spiritual orb that she had inadvertently obtained in the East Sea after the seal had been formed and the heavens and earth had fallen into chaos. After pondering for a while, Feng Yunsheng discovered that she was unable to grasp the gist of it. There was nothing stored within the orb, and it also did not contain any spiritual energy, much less any danger. After pondering, Feng Yunsheng could only feel that this thing seemed to be a supplementary item of some unique treasure. Seeing that there was nothing to gain from it, she had just kept it in her shadow shrinking pouch and kept it with her. There had never been any problems before. Who knew that something would suddenly happen today? This seems to be a supplementary item of some treasure. Now that something has happened, perhaps it has been triggered by that treasure? Feng Yunsheng pondered, where exactly did it come from? The orb shattered and turned into dust, leaving no traces behind. Feng Yunqing vaguely felt that it was rather strange, but could not understand why. A night passed. Feng Yunqing pushed open the door to her room, welcoming the morning sunlight as she walked out. She was about to call in Luhua when someone came looking for her outside. Seeing that it was an elder of the disciplinary hall who had come, Feng Yunqing could not help but be slightly taken aback. Asking what was the matter, the other party only said that it was the first-seat elder Changzheng who wanted her to make a trip to the disciplinary hall. After arriving at the disciplinary hall, Feng Yunqing saw that other than Changzheng, the Grand Elder Zhang Kun was shockingly present as well. Having consecutively experienced major events, Broad Creed Mountain had suffered great losses. Currently, the two Grand Elders Zhang Kun and He Ning held the highest positions in the mountain. Elder He had been injured in the Battle of the East Sea and was currently recuperating in secluded cultivation. Meanwhile, Elder Zhang was mostly helping the heavily injured and unconscious Fang Zhuan, not appearing easily. Now that he had actually appeared in the disciplinary hall, something extremely important must have happened. After Feng Yunqing greeted Changzheng and Zhang Kun, Changzheng said nothing, just indicating for her to wait by the side. A short while later, yet another elder arrived. It was the first-seat elder of the East Heaven region, Elder Qin, whom Feng Yunqing had met once before. Currently, a great many longtime elders of Broad Creed Mountain had died in battle. Elder Qin was already one of the few who remained. After Yan Di had become chief, the position of first-seat elder of the Martial Inheritance Hall had been taken over by another elder. However, this elder had perished in the Great Battle of the Earth Domain this time. Elder Qin had returned to the mountain this time to assume the position of first-seat elder of the Martial Inheritance Hall. After everyone had taken their seats, Changzheng looked at Feng Yunqing, asking slowly, "Junior apprentice niece Feng, I have asked you to come this time because I want you to tell me again about the matter of junior apprentice sister Fu having been ambushed alongside you in the East Sea previously." Feng Yunqing found it rather strange as she answered, "That day, Master, junior apprentice sister Yin and I were traveling together. The flame devils rampaged in the outer East Sea, the two sides engaged in a great battle. Chief and the others were about to establish the seal, the situation becoming even more chaotic. As we were battling with the flame devils, the Grand Elder of the Sacred Sun Clan, Meng Feng, appeared. From his words and actions, it did not seem like a coincidence. Instead, he had specifically attacked us after confirming our position. I was separated from Master and Junior Apprentice Sister Yin. As the frenzied tides caused by the seal swept outwards, I tried to retreat. Afterwards, I heard martial practitioners of the other clans mention that they saw Master and Meng Feng being swept along by the power of the seal from afar, vanishing without a trace. Afterwards, an elder of the clan found me and Junior Apprentice Sister Yin, bringing us back to the mountain." Hearing Feng Yunqing's words, Changzheng looked at her, only asking after a while, "You also feel that it was not a coincidence? Then, how do you think the Sacred Sun clan found your whereabouts?" Feng Yunqing felt that something was wrong as she saw Changzheng, Zhang Kun and Elder Qin all staring at her. "Senior apprentice Uncle Chang, you seem to be implying something." Feng Yunqing sucked in a deep breath. "I feel that it was not a coincidence. It was because the Sacred Sun clan's Meng Feng said, 'Indeed here, let's see where you can run to.' Therefore, I deduced that he knew our whereabouts. However, this disciple does not understand how he knew." Changzheng looked calmly at her, saying mildly, "Is that so? But now, there is a lone warrior who is familiar with our sect, and he has accused you of revealing junior sister Fu's whereabouts." Chapter 557. Feng Yunqing looked shockingly at Changzheng, only to see both Changzheng and Zhang Kun looking at her with solemn expressions on their faces. Feng Yunqing composed herself, saying in a heavy tone, "The debt of gratitude towards Master is as heavy as a mountain. How could I possibly divulge her whereabouts to those of the Sacred Sun clan?" Elder Qin had only hurried over in shock after having received Changzheng's notification earlier, not understanding the details of the matter. Seeing that Feng Yunqing did not seem to be faking it, he sent a sound transmission to Changzheng and Zhang Kun doubtfully, "Could it be an unintentional mistake?" Changzheng shook his head lightly, saying, "Not only did the other party accuse you of divulging junior apprentice sister Fu's whereabouts, he also gave you the reason for doing so." Feng Yunsheng raised her brows slightly. "What did he falsely accuse me of?" "Whether it is a false accusation or not is not something that can be determined with just a few words." Changzhen glanced at Feng Yunsheng, his tone turning cold. "According to the other party, you divulged junior apprentice sister Fu's whereabouts because she discovered that you were secretly interacting with the Sacred Sun clan, your relationship unclear. After discovering that junior apprentice sister Fu had discovered your secret, in order to keep it a secret, you sold her out to those of the Sacred Sun clan, their experts coming to silence you. Meng Feng's original target was not you and junior apprentice niece Yin, who are maidens of extreme Yin. Junior apprentice sister Fu also did not meet with danger in order to protect you. Instead, it was the Sacred Sun clan who had been targeting junior apprentice sister Fu from the start. Junior apprentice sister Fu was the one they wanted to get rid of." Feng Yunsheng was first greatly enraged, but she forced herself to calm down. "May I ask where the informant that senior apprentice uncle speaks of is? I am willing to confront him face to face. The other party is purely spouting nonsense, making things up out of nothing." Elder Qin looked somewhat doubtfully at Changzheng and Zhang Kuan. Feng Yunsheng was not an ordinary disciple of Broad Creed Mountain. Accurately speaking, she was not an ordinary direct disciple of Broad Creed Mountain. While she was inferior to Yan Zhaoge, she possessed a special significance that ordinary people did not possess. To the entire clan, she possessed a strategic value that far surpassed her current strength and cultivation base. It would be fine if she was useless, but from her performance in the 5th and 6th Extreme Yin bouts, Feng Yunsheng was already the strongest contender for the Extreme Yin crown. It was publicly acknowledged by the entire Eight Extremities world that the Sacred Sun clan's Meng Wan might not be able to come out on top in this 7th Extreme Yin bout. Although Feng Yunsheng had lost to Meng Wan by a single move in the 6th Extreme Yin bout, the momentum of her improvement was even fiercer than Meng Wan's. In the current Eight Extremities world, Feng Yunsheng's name had already spread far and wide. Because of Yan Zhaoge's existence, virtually all of Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation were enveloped by his radiance, Feng Yunsheng being a rare exception. Such a disciple was a treasure among treasures to any force, and could be treated as half a saint weapon. He had to protect his own family, and he had to think of ways to deal with his enemies. Generally speaking, the sect would naturally be biased towards their own disciples when it came to such accusations from the outside world. This was the case for Elder Qin. After meeting Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng in the Eastern Tang Kingdom of the East Heaven region that year, he had first made the decision to have Feng Yunsheng stay behind. All along, his impression of Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng had been pretty good. At this moment, the crime that Feng Yunsheng was accused of was actually not of leaking Fu Enshu's whereabouts, but of intentionally colluding with the enemy and murdering her master. Elder Qin's first reaction was disbelief. After all, betraying the clan, colluding with the enemy and deceiving one's master and killing one's master were all great crimes of the first order, no matter which sect it was. As soon as it was verified, there would be no other outcome other than death. The Sacred Sun clan had always wanted to get rid of Feng Yunsheng, and it was still like this even now. Feng Yunsheng's situation was rather special. Not just when she had entered the clan, she had been subjected to Broad Creed Mountain's investigations both overtly and covertly for a rather long period of time afterwards, finally passing all of them, thus achieving her current status. Elder Qin felt that under such circumstances, there shouldn't be any problems with Feng Yunsheng. If there had been, it should have been discovered long ago. Why would they have waited until now? Looking at Elder Qin, Changzhen slowly nodded. Seeing his solemn look, Elder Qin's heart sank. Changzhen swiveled his head to look at Feng Yunsheng, first not mentioning the matter of confronting her as he instead asked, "When you were separated from junior apprentice sister Fu, was junior apprentice niece Yin still together with her? Or were they separated as well?" At that time, master and junior apprentice sister Yin should have been together. "It was only I who was blown away by a hurricane-like flow of qi," Feng Yunsheng answered. "Afterwards, I heard junior apprentice sister Yin say that she was separated from master after that as well." Changzhen asked again, "After you were separated from junior apprentice sister Fu and the others, did you meet anyone else?" Feng Yunsheng shook her head, no. The next person I met was found by the clan's elders. Changzheng stared at Feng Yunsheng for a while before he slowly said, there is indeed a need to confront her, but not with you. He sent his voice out with his true essence, bring Hong Jiechi in. Hong Jiechi was the one who had come to testify against Feng Yunsheng. He was a solitary martial practitioner active in the region of the East Sea, possessing an essence spirit martial grandmaster cultivation base as he belonged to no clan or clan. Changzheng looked at Hong Jiechi, we are old acquaintances. This Chang is deeply moved by your specially rushing over to deliver this news. Still, this matter is of great importance. Junior apprentice niece Feng is our clan's direct disciple, her performance having always been outstanding. Hong Jiechi said calmly, Elder Chang, it is precisely because you and I are acquainted that I have made this trip. Let's not even mention the matters of the past. Just this time alone, your clan has suppressed the Earth domain on one hand and battled the Flame Devils on the other, sacrificing countless experts on the other. Your sacrifices are immense, your contributions lasting for many generations to come. In the Eight Extremities world, having been able to tide through the great tribulation of the Flame Devils and the 9 underworld's evil devils this time, your clan's greatest contribution is to stab us in the back. Instead, the Sacred Sun clan stabbed us in the back when the entire Eight Extremities world was resisting external enemies together. While I belong to no clan and my cultivation base is shallow, I too cannot stand the actions of such vile people. I am even more unwilling for your clan to still be schemed against by the schemes of the Ghost Domain after having already shed blood and sacrificed for this human realm. Therefore, I have made this trip. Hong Jiechi cupped his hands towards Changzheng and the others. I am also not very clear on the detailed situation of your clan's disciples, also not knowing if there are still secrets hidden within. I can only narrate what I have seen and heard. As for how to deal with this, I believe that Elder Chang and you all will naturally be able to decide. Feng Yunsheng frowned as she looked at Hong Jiechi, I am not acquainted with you. Could there be some misunderstanding here? Hong Jiechi swiveled his head to look at Feng Yunsheng, you are Feng Yunsheng. Feng Yunsheng said, that's right. Hong Jiechi glanced deeply at Feng Yunsheng, saying in a rather obscure tone, you and I have indeed never met before. It is fortunate that this is so. Otherwise, I might have long since ended up like your master. Feng Yunsheng raised her brows, Changzheng raising a hand to stop her from speaking, junior apprentice niece Feng, I have already said that the one who wants to confront him is not you. He then raised his voice, junior apprentice niece Yin, please come in. Feng Yunsheng was taken aback. Swiveling her head, she saw Yin Luhua enter the great hall. Looking at Hong Jiechi and Yin Luhua, Changzheng said, in order to return the truth, the blood-soul recollection ceremony will be carried out. Do the two of you have any objections? Chapter 558. Miss Yin, it is all thanks to you that our Sacred Sun clan was able to find the location of you master and disciple. No. It's not like that. I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't know that you were of the Sacred Sun clan at all. I didn't do it on purpose. That's right, you indeed didn't know that I was of the Sacred Sun clan. However, would your Broad Creed Mountain believe your words? Even if they did, even if it was an unintentional mistake, do you think that you won't have to bear responsibility for it? I didn't know that it would turn out like this. If it was Feng Yunsheng who had committed such an unintentional mistake, perhaps a few words of reprimand might have been enough. However, you are different. With such an outstanding person by your side as a comparison, it would already be wrong for you not to have made a mistake, let alone adding to your mistake now. You don't have to say any more, let me go, I won't reveal your identity, Miss Yin, the one you should be exposing is not me, but your senior apprentice sister. What did you say? Feng Yunsheng has actually always been of my Sacred Sun clan, lying in ambush in Broad Creed Mountain. In the end, your master Enshu saw through her in the East Sea this time. Before your master could be completely sure, she made the first move, contacting our Sacred Sun clan's elder Meng and killing Fu Enshu to silence her. What do you think of this truth? How? I understand, your Sacred Sun clan has no confidence in winning the extreme Een bout this time, thus resorting to such a method. This is not something you should be concerned about. What you need to consider is, if it wasn't her who leaked the secret, it would be you. Returning from the East Sea, these voices had been reverberating unceasingly within Een Liuhua's mind. But gradually, a new idea popped up. Like the Heavenly Thunder Hall and Infinite Boundless Mountain, if they only had a single maiden of extreme Een, no matter what her results were, the Heavenly Thunder Hall and Infinite Boundless Mountain would only be able to pinch their noses and accept it. Even if there was just the slightest possibility, they would still put in their greatest effort. The Heavenly Thunder Hall's Nianlei and Infinite Boundless Mountain's Linghui had practically always been at the bottom of the extreme Een bouts every year, but their positions in their respective clans had always been special. At least, even now, the patience of the Heavenly Thunder Hall and Infinite Boundless Mountain had still not run out yet. If it's just me. If it's just me, gradually, all the other voices vanished, with only this one remaining gradually filling Een Liuhua's mind. Martial Nephew Een, please come in. Hearing Chang Zheng's voice, Een Liuhua's entire body shivered as she regained her wits. She took a deep breath, knowing that the most crucial moment of her life had arrived. After entering the Great Hall, Een Liuhua bowed towards Zhang Kuan, Chang Zheng and the others. Chang Zheng pointed at Hong Jiechi. This Mr. Hong testifies that junior apprentice Niece Feng is a spy of the Sacred Sun clan who has infiltrated our clan, also claiming that it was because junior apprentice Sister Fu discovered this secret that she was betrayed by junior apprentice Niece Feng, drawing over experts of the Sacred Sun clan to silence her. He said that apart from him, you were also a witness. He said that he could perform the blood-soul recollection ritual with you to prove it. Is there such a thing? Why haven't I heard you mention this before? Chang Zheng stared intently at Een Liuhua. Not only was he the first seat elder in charge of the clan's disciplinary laws, he was also a late Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster. His gaze seemed to be able to crush Een Liuhua's body as no secrets could be hidden from her. Een Liuhua's body trembled, her soul nearly scattering. However, she then felt that while Chang Zheng's gaze still seemed the same, it was no longer as shocking to her as it had been at the start. Zhang Kun and Elder Qin clearly trusted Chang Zheng greatly, not intending to overstep their authority as they left the situation to the first seat elder of the disciplinary hall, Chang Zheng. Een Liuhua composed herself, saying timidly, "This disciple cannot be certain." At that time, Master was clashing with the enemy. This disciple did not dare to get close at all, even being blown all over by the aftershocks of their battle, unable to distinguish north from south. All that I saw and heard were also just words, fragmented and fragmented. She glanced at Feng Yunsheng. Senior apprentice Sister Feng has always performed well, also taking great care of this disciple. This disciple feels that she must have been mistaken, therefore not daring to speak nonsense. Chang Zheng asked, "Mr. Hong wants to perform the blood-soul recollection ritual with you. Are you willing?" Looking rather worriedly at Feng Yunsheng, Een Liuhua said hesitantly, This disciple. Feng Yunsheng looked fixedly at Een Liuhua, her gaze shifting between Een Liuhua and Hong Jiechi. Zhang Kun and Elder Qin both frowned. Seeing this, Chang Zheng flicked his finger, a streak of light flying into the air, transforming into a pillar of light within the Great Hall as it enveloped both Een Liuhua and Hong Jiechi. Hong Jiechi did not hesitate in the slightest as he pricked his finger, a bit of fresh blood seeping out, forming a thread of blood which coiled within the pillar of light. Under Chang Zheng's guidance, Een Liuhua did the same. The next moment, a mirror of light slowly descended within the Great Hall. An image appeared within the mirror of light. As everyone looked over, shocked looks could not help but appear on their faces. That was the scene of the seal having already been formed that day, the power of the seal causing frenzied tides to spread unceasingly in all directions. Then, they saw Fu Enshu currently in the midst of a great battle with Meng Feng. To really think. The disciple that I, Fu Enshu, am most proud of, was actually raised by the Sacred Sun clan. Fu Enshu's voice resounded amidst the tempest, filled with disappointment and hatred. What a good ruse your Sacred Sun clan played, sacrificing even Pan Butai's grandson. Meng Feng's voice was majestic as the heavens. If you had not discovered Mu Ji's secret, you could originally have been allowed to live for a little longer. After all, according to Mugu, you trusted and cared for her greatly. Sadly, however, you just had to be meddlesome, sending yourself to your death in the end. You cannot blame others for that. Fu Enshu said coldly, even if I die, I will also drag you, old fart of the Sacred Sun clan, down with me. As the two sides battled to their heart's content, Fu Enshu made a risky move, pushing herself and Meng Feng into the frenzied tides formed of the power of the seal, perishing together with them. The scene of light vanished at this point, the tragic aura within seeming to still circulate within the great hall. Zhang Kun and Elder Qin exchanged looks, their faces darkening. Yin Liuhua's body shook as she looked rather shockingly at Feng Yuncheng. Feng Yuncheng no longer looked at Hong Jieqi, instead staring straight at Yin Liuhua. Chang Zheng waved his hands, cutting off Feng Yuncheng's forceful gaze from Yin Liuhua as he said slowly, Junior Apprentice niece Feng, it is not that you are not being given a chance to defend yourself. What do you have to say? Feng Yuncheng said, it wasn't me. Chang Zheng asked, then who was it? Feng Yuncheng looked at Yin Liuhua once more. Yin Liuhua had initially been separated from them, only having been able to reunite with them with the help of others. As the situation had been too chaotic at that time, Fu Enshu had not mentioned it to Feng Yuncheng after receiving Yin Liuhua. However, Feng Yuncheng clearly knew that she was not a spy of the Sacred Sun clan. Therefore, there was definitely something wrong with this blood-soul recollection ceremony. Either the scene was fake, or her master Fu Enshu had been misled by someone back then, thus misunderstanding her. Feng Yuncheng felt that she had been schemed against by someone. It was not just a single person. Instead, it was as if a great net had enveloped over her. Fury blazed within Feng Yuncheng's eyes. She closed them before opening them again, her gaze much calmer than before. I was falsely accused by someone. Her gaze swept across Yin Liuhua and Hong Jieqi. The blood-soul recollection ceremony can similarly be faked. Hearing her words, Hong Jieqi smiled coldly. Yin Liuhua pursed her lips tightly. While her expression could still be considered calm, her heart tightened. Feng Yuncheng's words were equivalent to pointing the spearhead at her. There was no longer any leeway between them as fellow disciples. Chapter 559. Feng Yuncheng wasn't sure how the movements of her master and disciples had been discovered by the Sacred Sun clan. But when she carefully recalled the experience, she was sure that it wasn't her fault. Before today, she had not been willing to doubt Yin Liuhua. However, after seeing this blood-soul recollection ritual, Feng Yuncheng could not help but think about it. She did not understand exactly what had happened back then. Chang Zheng had asked her to provide evidence that someone had leaked the secret, but she did not have it on hand. Feng Yuncheng told herself to calm down. Her gaze swept across Yin Liuhua and Hong Jieqi as she said in a clear voice, the blood-soul recollection ceremony can similarly be faked. I request the clan to investigate junior apprentice Sister Yin and this Mr. Hong thoroughly. Chang Zheng's expression was as per usual as he said unhurriedly, of course. Feng Yuncheng said, taking 10,000 steps back, even if there is no problem with the blood-soul recollection ceremony, the scene back then could also be that Master was misled by those of the Sacred Sun clan, thus misunderstanding me. Chang Zheng said, that is indeed a possibility, but according to what you have said, there is the suspicion of sophistry. Because this is purely a one-sided statement. It cannot be used as evidence to prove your innocence. Junior apprentice niece Yin and Mr. Hong, the clan will be conducting a thorough investigation afterwards. Chang Zheng swiveled his head to appraise Hong Jieqi and Yin Liuhua, the two of them nodding in understanding. Hong Jieqi said emotionally, making a false accusation is the same as committing the same crime. It's the same wherever I go. Since I dared to come to Broad Creed Mountain, I naturally fear no crooked shadows. Chang Zheng nodded, turning his head to look at Feng Yuncheng once more. Then, junior apprentice niece Feng, can you bring up any other examples to prove your innocence? After all, according to what you said earlier, you weren't there when the video happened. Feng Yuncheng took a deep breath and said in a low voice, yes, I doubt the authenticity of the blood-soul recollection ceremony, but I'm unable to prove that it's fake. Because I wasn't there at that time, and I was separated from Master and junior sister Ian. Even what happened to Master was something that I only found out after hearing about it from someone else. However, my relationship with the Sacred Sun clan has long since been severed. It is even more impossible for me to kill my master. Feng Yuncheng said resolutely and decisively, I dare not say that I have made any contributions in these years, but I have never been disloyal. It is the school and master who have given me a new life. Raising her head, Feng Yuncheng looked straight at them, saying that I am a spy of the Sacred Sun clan. It is only this scene where it is hard to distinguish the truth from the falsehood, the cause and effect of which are unclear. Is there any other proof? If I secretly collude with the Sacred Sun clan and want to contact them, there should at least be a channel or a way to do so, right? Saying that I leaked the secret to the Sacred Sun clan, drawing people over to kill Master. How did I draw them over? Chang Zheng looked at Feng Yuncheng, saying calmly, in a while, I will also inspect your belongings and residence. Do you have any objections? Feng Yuncheng shook her head. Any time. Elder Qin sat there, not speaking a single word. After a long time, he sent a sound transmission to Changzheng and Zhang Kun, such an outstanding disciple, the Sacred Sun clan would be willing to send him out as a spy. Changzheng said, her extreme physique was originally crippled. While her talent in the martial Dao is outstanding, it is not impossible. Her being able to regain her extreme physique in our clan, I believe that even the Sacred Sun clan did not expect it. Elder Qin asked, what about the extreme bout? There are only 3 months left. You must know that Feng Yuncheng stands a great chance this time. Zhang Kuan's brows were knit tightly as Changzheng said, I'm afraid that junior apprentice niece Feng will not be able to participate in the extreme bout this time. Elder Qin said, currently, we still cannot prove that Feng Yuncheng is a traitor who is colluding with outsiders. While there is the blood-soul recollection ceremony, we cannot make a judgment based on this. This would not be fair to Feng Yuncheng. Zhang Kun and Changzheng both looked at Elder Qin. Elder Qin's expression was calm. Back then, it had been he who had first agreed to Yan Zhaoga taking Feng Yuncheng in, even having not hesitated to come into conflict with the Sacred Sun clan over it. If Feng Yuncheng really was a hidden pawn of the Sacred Sun clan, Yan Zhaoga would bear the heaviest responsibility as Elder Qin would be implicated as well. However, Elder Qin's temper was fiery and unyielding as he had no intention of avoiding suspicion or protecting his own safety in the least as he still spoke his mind. Changzheng said, if it had been confirmed that she was guilty, she would already have been publicly executed. Elder Qin glared at him, what do you mean? Everything is still unknown now. I myself am also not willing to believe that junior apprentice niece Feng is such a person. I hope that her innocence can be proven in the investigations that follow. However, it is indeed unsuitable for her to continue participating in the upcoming extreme bout. Looking at Zhang Kun and Elder Qin, Changzheng said slowly, it might be disrespectful to say this, but her problem is not merely that she caused junior apprentice sister Fu to meet with misfortune. Hearing his words, Zhang Kun and Elder Qin were both silent for a moment as they seemed to have thought of something. Changzheng continued, with the current situation, the results of this 7th extreme bout are extremely important. The extreme crown cannot continue to remain in the hands of the Sacred Sun clan. Otherwise, when the heaven-cleaving axe in their hands recovers, it will be extremely hard to deal with. If Feng Yuncheng really is a hidden pawn of the Sacred Sun clan, with her already knowing that she has been exposed now, if she wins the extreme bout, with the extreme crown in hand, who among us would be able to suppress her? She would definitely betray and flee on the spot before returning to the Sacred Sun clan. It would be equivalent to us gifting the extreme crown to the Sacred Sun clan. Elder Qin said, the Sacred Sun clan's Meng Wan was injured in the East Sea this time. It is precisely because they themselves do not have the confidence to win that they have dealt a blow to our clan's Maiden of Extreme, causing us to fall into disarray. That would be equivalent to gifting the Extreme crown to the Sacred Sun clan. Changzheng nodded, that's right, this is indeed a possibility. However, who can guarantee that Feng Yuncheng will definitely be fine? Elder Qin wanted to say something, but Changzheng said, therefore, I suggest that we compromise. Zhang Kuan's white brows twitched slightly. Compromise? How do we compromise? Changjing said, firstly, we have to guarantee that the extreme Yin crown definitely cannot continue to remain in the hands of the Sacred Sun clan. Elder Qin and Zhang Kun both nodded. That's right. The Sacred Sun clan's Meng Wan is injured, and her injuries are very severe as she definitely will not be able to recover within a short period of time. She will definitely repeat the same mistake she made in the second extreme Yin bout, Changjing said. Feng Yunsheng cannot be guaranteed, but there are still others who can defeat Meng Wan. Zhang Kun's expression changed slightly. You mean? Changjing nodded. Jade Sea City's Chen Sutting cannot be guaranteed, but Turbid Wave Pavilion's Fan Chou can stably defeat the Sacred Sun clan's Yin Shouqing, and also defeat the injured Meng Wan. It is fine if we cannot obtain the extreme Yin crown, but we definitely cannot let it continue to remain in the hands of the Sacred Sun clan. Having it fall into the hands of Turbid Wave Pavilion would be an acceptable outcome. Changjing's gaze swept past Zhang Kun as he said softly, Master, our clan actually only needs to seek stability now. Chief is invincible beneath the heavens. As long as we can make this transition smoothly, when Chief returns from the East Sea, even if Huang Guanglia returns together with him, they will also not be our clan's match. Because of Chief's shocking strength in transcending mortality and entering sainthood, Turbid Wave Pavilion might actually have some thoughts about it. It is instead not appropriate for our clan to stand out too much now. Hearing his words, Elder Qin frowned greatly. However, he knew that the Grand Elder Zhang Kuan's style had always been conservative. The other Grand Elder He Ning, who was not present and was currently recuperating from her injuries, was similarly gentle and conservative. That year, they had rather disliked the aggressive, tough style of Yan Di, Fang Zhuan, Shi Tai and the other experts of the senior generation. While Shi Tai had perished, as the strength and influence of Yan Di, Fang Zhuan and the others had increased day by day, as well as Yuan Jingfeng's support, the clan had grown stronger and stronger. The gentle style had gradually lost its appeal. However, following the great battle of the Earth Domain and the East Sea, the clan had been empty, the gentle and conservative style rising once more. Elder Qin looked at Changjing. In his memories, while Changjing was Zhang Kuan's disciple, his thoughts were rather neutral, not being purely of the gentle faction. Chapter 560. Elder Qin looked towards Changjing. Changjing's expression was as per usual, but there was some worry amidst his solemnity. Was it because the sect had suffered a series of major changes and had lost too many peak experts, causing Changjing to lean more towards moderation and conservatism, or was there some other reason? Elder Qin couldn't see through him. After a moment of silence, Zhang Kun finally said, Now that you are the first seat of the disciplinary hall, you have full authority over this matter. Changjing answered, Yes, Master. While Feng Yunsheng and Yin Luhua were not directly detained, both of them were restricted from going out, their movements being monitored as if they were under house arrest. What awaited them and Hong Jiechi was a complicated investigation. Feng Yunsheng warned herself to remain calm and accept all of this peacefully, not delaying her daily cultivation. There were still around 100 days before the extreme Yin bout. If she could prove her innocence, she could still make it in time to participate. While Zhang Kun and the others wanted to simply give up on this extreme Yin bout, the opportunity this time was extremely great, causing Broad Creed Mountain to hesitate somewhat. While Changjing was fully in charge of this matter, with the strong arguments of Elder Qin and the others as well as the tacit approval of the two Grand Elders, he did not withhold any benefits from Feng Yunsheng and Yin Luhua, allowing them to cultivate as per normal. The investigation continued, with Changjing personally presiding over it. Feng Yunsheng's things are all here? Changjing asked. Beside him, a female elder surnamed Wang, who was currently temporarily guiding Feng and Yin in their cultivation, replied, Everything is here, including her shadow shrinking pouch. However, I did not see her shadow shrinking pouch, so I sealed it properly and handed it over to you. However, I can be sure that she did not hide anything else on her. Changjing nodded soundlessly, his expression not changing. But his heart was full of doubts. No, where did they go? Did she not bring it back to the mountain? Some gloominess flashed through Changjing's gaze, Could it be that she already knows? No, she probably doesn't know. Otherwise, she wouldn't have such a reaction. Since she hasn't been able to open it after such a long time, it means that she obtained this treasure by accident and doesn't know how to use it. That's good. I still have a chance. But where is it? Looks like I can only slowly torture her. When the other party indicated that he had found a shadow spirit talisman in her shadow shrinking pouch, Feng Yinsheng's brows instantly raised. She was now even more certain that someone was plotting against her. But, who was it, or rather, who was it? Feng Yunsheng looked straight at Changzheng, who was in front of her. Changzheng's expression was similarly calm, not the slightest hint of anything amiss. The shadow spirit talisman has yet to be used, and there is no way to confirm who it can be used to contact. However, a one-time spirit talisman that can be used for training over a relatively long distance was discovered in your shadow shrinking pouch. You are becoming more and more suspicious. It also means that certain people are becoming more and more suspicious, Feng Yunsheng said quietly. Changzheng asked, can junior apprentice Niece Yin come into contact with your shadow shrinking pouch? Sure. Feng Yunsheng looked at him and said slowly, this shadow spirit talisman is not mine. Changzheng said, but there are traces of your stellar energy aura on it. Feng Yunsheng replied, it's possible to collect them at the places where I've been cultivating. Changzheng nodded, that's right, I will investigate this matter clearly. However, if there's anything you haven't reported, it's best to make it clear now. If it comes out again, it will only increase the suspicion on you. He glanced at Feng Yunsheng, make a list of all the places you've been in recently, especially since heading to the East Sea. The disciplinary hall will investigate them one by one. Remember not to leave anything out, that would only be detrimental to you. Feng Yunsheng answered, I didn't leave anything out. I've said all the places that I can be certain of. Changzheng nodded, leaving just like that. What caused Feng Yunsheng to feel anxious was that as time passed, the supervision on her instead grew increasingly strict. Her cultivation arrangements with Yin Luhua were gradually being disrupted, all the resources of the clan being supplied to her being affected as well. While she had not been imprisoned in the disciplinary hall, the checks on her grew increasingly strict, the interrogations becoming more and more frequent. Feng Yunsheng did not covet special treatment, but the problem reflected from these changes was that the clan, or rather the disciplinary hall, was increasingly distrustful of her. Seeing that the seventh extreme Yin bout was about to arrive, the influence on her cultivation had instead grown greater. This indicated that the clan would very likely forbid her from participating in this extreme Yin bout. This was what worried Feng Yunsheng the most. Currently, on the Sacred Sun clan's world illuminating peak, the chief Huang Su and his son Huang Jia were seated facing each other. Looking at his son, Huang Su said, no news has come after such a long time. It looks like everything is going smoothly. The only thing I don't understand is why you are so certain that Changzheng will act according to our plan. Huang Jia's expression did not change as he answered, it is not according to our plan, but his own. We are making use of him, and he is also making use of us. It is just that he doesn't know that his plan is precisely what I want him to do. If not for this person, it would not have been easy for Yin Luhua to pass the first trial, and it would have been very easy for her to reveal a flaw. Only this first seat of Broad Creed Mountain's disciplinary hall would have been able to help her along the way. Huang Su asked, what I find strange is precisely why Changzheng wants to do this. Huang Jia said, because he has his own selfish motives. He wants to obtain something from Feng Yunsheng, yet also wants to keep it a secret. Therefore, if Feng Yunsheng commits a crime, he can openly investigate it. What thing? Huang Su looked at Huang Jia, it looks like you are very clear about it. Huang Jia retrieved an orb, placing it before Huang Su, I am indeed clear about it, because the thing that Changzheng wants is actually in my hands. He tapped the orb lightly, images of light appearing within, the images recorded by this heaven-spying orb of mine cannot be faked. Therefore, it is irrefutable evidence. Looking through it, Huang Su's gaze instantly lit up, so that's how it is. Infinite boundless mountains Li Jingtu actually died at his hands. Huang Jie nodded. That day, Li Jingtu was heavily injured by you and the other elders, fleeing with the heaven-cleaving axe. Encountering this Changzheng, he was blinded by greed for the heaven-cleaving axe as he killed Li Jingtu and even destroyed the evidence. Who knew that while the heaven-cleaving axe was heavily injured, it did not lose its spirituality as it fled while he was battling with Li Jingtu, ultimately still ending up in your hands. Changzheng dirted his own hands, but at the end of the day, he still ended up benefiting our Sacred Sun clan. The Heaven Spying Orb is a mother-child orb. The child orb that recorded all of this was discovered and destroyed by Changzheng, but he recognized the Heaven Spying Orb. Therefore, he is searching for the core orb itself. Huang Su thought for a moment. You made him think that the Heaven Spying Orb is in Feng Yunqing's hands? Huang Jia answered, actually, it was an accident. Feng Yunqing inadvertently obtained a child orb. After discovering it, I felt that it might be a good opportunity. Therefore, I guided Changzheng to pay attention to Feng Yunqing. Generally speaking, the Heaven Spying Orb has always been a mother-child orb. Only mine is special, being the first in recorded history to have 3 children. Therefore, Changzheng does not know that the orb in Feng Yunqing's hands is also a child orb. If we directly divulge the matter, Changzheng's days will not be easy, and Broad Creed Mountain will not be able to account to Infinite Boundless Mountain. If we divulge it later, Changzheng will not be able to escape. Still, before that, he can help us. Where is that child orb now? Huang Su asked. Huang Jia held that orb in his palm. It was shattered by me. Therefore, no matter how Changzheng searches, he will not be able to find it. Also, Feng Yunqing's cultivation base is still insufficient to destroy the Heaven Spying Orb. Therefore, Changzheng will more likely think that the orb has been hidden by Feng Yunqing. However, he is also unable to reveal all of this, being very hard to verify. Therefore, he can only work even harder in his search. The harder he works, the better it will naturally be for us. He is Broad Creed Mountain's current first seat elder of the disciplinary hall. The only people of Broad Creed Mountain who can suppress him now are 2 old, overcautious people. As long as Changzheng does not give up, Feng Yunqing will not be able to escape. Chapter 561. Some scenes have no choice but to be written. Still, I choose to write with all my might, getting through this as soon as possible. I am still very sincere. Please support me, everyone. Thank you. Huang Jia kept the Heaven Spying Orb, sitting down in the meditative position, his hands on his knees, the decimating abyss causing trouble, the East Sea fighting twice, the Earth domain dying once. With Broad Creed Mountain's current talent dwindling, Changzheng can go all out, helping us as well as himself. Huang Su said, after these few battles, everyone has suffered a great blow to their vitality. This generation of the Sacred Sun clan's 7 reigning sons was virtually all dead, having been replaced over and over again. Even some of the new replacements had perished. Huang Jia continued, even if Yan Di, Yuan Jingfeng, Fang Zhuan and Yan Zhaoga are all no longer here, Feng Yunqing's position in Broad Creed Mountain is actually still stable. If it was someone suspected of colluding with our Sacred Sun clan and murdering their master, even if they are not slain or crippled of their martial arts, they would also be thrown into the heaven-sealing gorge to await trial. Unless there is irrefutable evidence, whoever is in charge of Broad Creed Mountain will not be able to bear Feng Yunqing. However, not killing her does not mean that she can still participate in this year's extreme Yin bout stably. Huang Jia said mildly, I have a general understanding of Broad Creed Mountain's so-called moderate faction. They do not dare to take a risk on Feng Yunqing, most likely placing their hopes on Turbid Wave Pavilion. They are waiting for Yan Di. Speaking of this, how are things over at the East Sea? Is there a way? Huang Jia asked. His father Huang Su shook his head slightly, I am not confident. Huang Jia fell into a rare silence as he sighed, we can only use our final method. Huang Su shook his head, changing the topic, it is fine as long as everything goes according to plan. It is just that will Hong Jieqi and that Yin Luhua reveal a flaw? If that flaw is too obvious, Changzheng will not be able to help them. Huang Jia answered, no one can guarantee that nothing will go wrong with the plan. Still, there shouldn't be any problems. Hong Jiechi and Yin Luhua were complete strangers before. As long as they stubbornly clung to that scene of the blood soul recollection ceremony, they would not have interacted at other times. The person who saved that Yin Luhua back then and sent her to Fu Enshu's side before informing us will not be allowed to appear within Broad Creed Mountain site. Huang Su shook his head slightly. My original intention was to kill Feng Yuncheng in the East Sea, but I didn't expect Marshal Uncle Meng to fail. Fortunately, it can still be remedied now. Huang Jia said lightly, if it wasn't for the fact that there was no one else, I wouldn't have hoped that it would be Marshal Granduncle Meng. He hasn't come out of seclusion for too long. Huang Su pointed at him and said, be careful with your words. Marshal Granduncle Meng has passed away. I was rash. Huang Jia did not refute and nodded his head. He bowed to Huang Su and retreated. He had only taken a few steps when he saw a figure appear on the side of the road, as if waiting for him. Junior apprentice Sister Meng, you should be focusing on preparing for the extreme Yin bout right now, Huang Jia said calmly. No longer smiling, Meng Wan looked expressionlessly at Huang Jia. While the news from Broad Creed Mountain is unclear, has something happened to senior apprentice Sister Feng? Huang Jia did not mind Meng Wan's form of address. Looking at Meng Wan, he nodded very calmly, that's right. It is very likely that she will not be able to participate in the extreme Yin bout this time. Meng Wan looked straight at Huang Jia, is it related to the Sacred Sun clan? Huang Jia answered, that's right. Meng Wan was silent. Huang Jia brushed past her, taking 2 steps before halting and saying mildly, if you can always guarantee that you can defeat her, I will naturally not have to act. What do you want to do? Go to Broad Creed Mountain to stand up for her? That would only solidify the evidence of her colluding with our clan. Meng Wan swiveled her head to look at Huang Jia, who had his back to her and did not turn. If I were you, I would continue cultivating diligently. The stronger you are, the more people will listen to you. For example, I need to explain a few things to you right now. If you become the #1 expert of the Sacred Sun clan and trample over Broad Creed Mountain in the future, it would only be a matter of a single word for you to protect Feng Yuncheng. If you want to take care of me and stand up for Feng Yuncheng, it would only be a matter of a single word. Meng Wan said slowly, I will remember. Huang Jia tilted his head slightly, looking at Meng Wan from the corner of his eye. Let me give you a word of advice. The more you show concern for Feng Yuncheng, the more it will expose your weakness. This is true for me, and it is also true for others who have their own intentions. Meng Wan's expression did not change in the slightest as she gazed at Huang Jia. Senior apprentice brother Huang, you are a smart person, I have always known this. But now, you are doing a very stupid thing. The more you show off your cleverness in front of me, the more guarded I will be against you, and the more I will hate you. This is not conducive to your usual style of attaching importance to practical results. Huang Jia swiveled his head to glance at Meng Wan, nodding slightly, that's right. I was a little too pleased with myself. Thank you for your reminder, junior apprentice Sister Meng. Saying thus, Huang Jia turned and left. Watching his figure vanish, Meng Wan swiveled her head to look into the distance. Senior apprentice Sister Feng, she still did not understand the details of what Feng Yuncheng was currently experiencing, but she could vaguely feel that bone-piercing chill that resembled winter. Having once experienced great ups and downs, having now been within reach of the peak, she had once again fallen to the bottom of the valley. Lost and regained, gained and lost again. Such a rise and fall was enough to cause any person who had experienced it to go mad. Feng Yuncheng did not go mad. Looking at Sikong Qing who had come to visit her, she smiled slightly, I really want to go see the scenery at the peak of that mountain. Sadly, it seems that I am not fated to do so, always rolling down the foot of the mountain when I am just a step away. Hearing these words, the usually cold Sikong Qing felt pain in her heart, reaching out to grab Feng Yuncheng's hand. Feng Yuncheng raised her brows, smiling, relax, I won't give up. Even if the sect has no intention of letting me participate in this extreme Yin bout, I will still persevere in my cultivation and improve myself. Making preparations and waiting for an opportunity, no matter how long it takes, is still better than not being prepared for an opportunity when it comes. Hearing her words, Sikong Qing nodded lightly. Feng Yunsheng raised her head to look at the moonlight in the night sky, muttering softly to herself, I wonder if the moonlight he sees is the same. Perhaps it was a coincidence, but while the flow of time was different, the bright moon was currently in the sky of the vast ocean world, and it was also a full moon. Yan Zhaoge looked at the scene of the bright moon over the vast ocean, not speaking for a long time. Standing behind him, Su Fei asked, What is it, Zhaoge? Yan Zhaoge shrugged, It's nothing. I just thought of a poem that I heard a long time ago. Bright moon above the sea, even the ends of the earth share this moment. Su Fei recalled for a moment, I've never heard it before. Yan Zhaoge smiled, I also can't remember where I heard it before. Pondering over the poetic words for a while, Su Fei could not help but fall into a trance for a time. The two brothers stood by the sea, gazing into the distant horizon. After who knew how long, someone approached. Swiveling their heads, Yan Zhaoge and Su Fei saw Bai Jingkong of Changli Mountain walking over. Seeing Bai Jingkong, Yan Zhaoge's eyes lit up slightly, Elder Bai has good news? Bai Jingkong nodded solemnly, that's right. Located at the Dragon Gate at the bottom of the original Jiamao mountain range, the current Jiamao Basin, the dragon qi within has gradually stabilized. We can now enter. Chapter 562. Hearing that the Dragon Gate had officially opened and could be entered, Yan Zhaoge nodded, Please inform your clan's chief Gao that I will be there very soon. After Bai Jingkong had left, Yan Zhaoge looked at Su Fei, Senior Apprentice Brother Su, Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu and I will be leaving now. Please take care of yourselves in the vast ocean world. Su Fei said, Take care of yourselves too. With the lofty prestige mirror already having recovered, Yan Zhaoge attempted to open a dimensional passageway with the mirror dimensional traversing technique, returning to the Eight Extremities world. As expected, the entrance to the passageway was within the Dragon Gate. Yan Zhaoge estimated that during this period of time, due to the distortions and folds of space, as long as a dimensional passageway opened in the vast ocean world, it would most likely lead to the Dragon Tomb. Now that he could enter the Dragon Tomb, Yan Zhaoge prepared to immediately set off. Leaving Directionless Island along with Fu Enshu and those of Changli Mountain, Yan Zhaoge's group headed northeast, heading straight for the distant continent. Over there, the original encampment of the Brilliant Thunder sect had already turned into a deep valley. The Dragon sect was located within. Along the way, many pieces of news came from all over the world that the Dragon's Gate could be entered, drawing the attention of the entire vast ocean world as winds and clouds surged for a time. Yan Zhaoge was also concerned about that legendary burial ground of numerous dragons. Still, he discovered that he was more concerned about being able to return to the Eight Extremities world from there. He was lost in thought, and Feng Yunsheng's bright smile appeared in front of him again. The brighter the smile in his memories was, the more overcast the dark clouds within Yan Zhaoge's heart were. Even when they parted before, perhaps it was because he knew that the other party was mostly safe, or perhaps it was because he could rush back at any time, he had never felt this way. This time, however, while Feng Yunsheng's fate was unknown, he himself had remained in the vast ocean world for a long time, causing Yan Zhaoge to feel unprecedentedly anxious. Under such special conditions, some things that were just sprouts in the past grew rapidly. Perhaps it had always been there, just that he had truly noticed it during this period of time in the vast ocean world. Yan Zhaoge closed his eyes. After learning that Feng Yunsheng was in danger, Yan Zhaoge found that the first thing that came to his mind was not how the Extreme Yin bout or the Extreme Yin crown would be. He also did not consider how such a change would affect the contest between his clan and the Sacred Sun clan. The first thing that came to his mind was to hope that nothing would happen to him. Then, he thought of the Sacred Sun clan's killing material, courting death. Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes into slits, a cold light flickering within them, only disappearing after a moment. He groped around his shadow-shrinking pouch, his consciousness landing on the things inside. The pillars of the Divine Palace were joined together with the beams of the Divine Palace. Other than that, there were also 9 dragon shadows circling around them, looking like 9 pillars. These 9 pillars, together with the pillars of the divine palace, supported the great beam. There were also lights and shadows flashing on the great beam, forming the shape of the roof. Although the whole thing still looked illusory, a delicate and grand palace was gradually taking shape. Yan Zhaoge calmed himself down and gazed in the direction of the continent and the Dragon Gate once more. It's rare to see your emotions fluctuate so obviously. Fu Enshu's sound transmission resounded by his ear. Yan Zhaoge was silent for a moment before he swiveled his head to look at her. Fu Enshu was also looking at him. Are you worried about Yunsheng? Yan Zhaoge smiled, answering candidly, that's right. Looking at Fu Enshu, he smiled, Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu, it can't be that you want to break up the affectionate couple, right? Fu Enshu seemed to be no exception to his straightforward words as she was not very agitated. I am not a very reasonable person, but this kind of thing still has to depend on Yunsheng herself. Thinking of her usual observations of Yunsheng, Fu Enshu sighed softly. Don't bully my disciple half-heartedly. I naturally won't interfere. Yan Zhaoge pulled back the corners of his li, it's still uncertain who will be the bully. Fu Enshu did not argue with him as she gazed into the distance, slightly lost in thought. Yan Zhaoge shrugged, wisely not continuing to say anything. This senior apprentice aunt was clearly thinking about the matter of that year. It was best for him not to get involved in it. These years, the relationship between Fu Enshu and his father had eased greatly. It was best not to poke the hornet's nest once more. Fortunately, Fu Enshu did not drift off for too long before she regained her wits. She said, the burial ground of numerous dragons. Just passing by a place like this, there would also be unimaginably huge gains. Yan Zhaoge said, whether or not there are any gains, after returning to the 8 Extremities world this time, I will properly settle the score with the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall. He swiveled his head to look at the Northern Ocean clone beside him. Yan Zhaoge's mind jolted as he communicated with another shadow shrinking pouch. Within this shadow shrinking pouch, a large scarlet gold seal quietly waited there. It was completely silent, and not the slightest bit of spiritual chi flowed out. However, Yan Zhaoge was not in a rush as he silently pondered on the secret technique of the extreme Yang scripture, analyzing it. They arrived at the entrance of the Dragon Gate. There were already martial practitioners of the other sects gathered there. Seeing Yan Zhaoge and the others appear, their hearts all simultaneously shivered. The chief of Changli Mountain, Gao Tianzhong, frowned. Myriad Sword Pool, Soul Shocking Island, Green Snake Island and the Blazing Wind lineage. It looks like some of the nearer sects have already entered. Yan Zhaoge said mildly, it's fine. There is no use in coming here early. Saying thus, not even looking at the people of the other sects in the vicinity of the basin, Yan Zhaoge directly descended towards the Dragon Gate. The people of the other sects guarding outside dared not obstruct Yan Zhaoge as they could only watch from the side as he, Fu Enshu, Gao Tianzhong and the others entered the Dragon Gate. Changli Mountain also had people standing guard outside. The people of the various sects were not there to obstruct them in the first place. Instead, they were there to prevent others from entering to fish in troubled waters. As Yan Zhaoge strode into the Dragon Gate, he saw the space before him distorting unceasingly as though he had entered a dimensional passageway. The dragon chi at the entrance was no longer as shocking as before as it had become much more orderly and stable. However, it still unintentionally exerted pressure on one's spirit, causing one to feel an involuntary desire to bow down and worship it. Yan Zhaoge's expression changed slightly as the light of thunder was indistinctly visible within his right pupil. Ah, while the Brilliant Thunder sect has been destroyed, not all of them have died. Gung Hui has indeed entered. The Brilliant Thunder sect had suffered an unexpected calamity as they had virtually been decimated, with only Gung Hui and the other higher echelon experts having survived. They could either cease all activities here and wait patiently for revenge or risk it all in a final battle. The value of the Dragon Tomb was too high. If the Brilliant Thunder sect were to give up on it now, the gap between them and the other powers would likely grow greater and greater. While they had not had much formal dealings with each other before, according to the descriptions of the other martial practitioners of the vast ocean world, the Crimson Thunder King Gung Hui would not be willing to lie dormant just like that. With the opening of the Dragon Gate, he was more likely to risk it all. Brushing past his right eye with his finger, Yan Zhaoge smiled coldly. The Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment has had a reaction. This bastard indeed also has a fragment of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor. Did he not bring it along with him last time, leaving it behind at the clan? Chapter 563. Regarding the fragments of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor, Yan Zhaoge had always kept them in his heart. If he could obtain more of them, he would be more than happy to do so. After all, the Eye of the Thunder Emperor at its peak had been a high-grade sacred artifact, far surpassing low-grade sacred artifacts like the Clear Chi Robe, the Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler, the 9 Dragon Fingers and the Floating Sinking Sword. Of course, Yan Zhaoge already knew that if it was the complete Eye of the Thunder Emperor, the environments of the 8 Extremities world, the vast ocean world and the floating life world would also be unable to contain it. Unless the Eye of the Thunder Emperor also entered a deep slumber like the Extreme Yin Crown or the Extreme Yang Seal, not unleashing its full power. Over the years, as Yan Zhaoge's cultivation base had risen higher and higher, his strength had also grown stronger and stronger. He had long since been able to wield the full power of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment that he possessed. On the other hand, the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment was no longer as helpful to him as before. However, after obtaining a new sacred artifact fragment in the floating life world, the power of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor had increased once again. Now, if he could gain more in this vast ocean world, he would probably be even stronger. Yan Zhaoge's right eye narrowed into slits, the light of thunder flickering unceasingly within as the fragment of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor hidden within seemed like it might leap out at any time. Let's go. His expression not changing, Yan Zhaoge strode forward as Fu Enshu, Gao Tianzhong and the others followed behind him. In front of everyone's eyes, torrential dragon chi gathered and manifested into the head of a giant dragon. It opened its mouth and let out a silent roar. Yan Zhaoge and the others seemed to have entered the belly of a dragon as they traversed within. The majestic and domineering dragon chi intertwined with the filthy and decaying death chi, forming a delicate balance that filled the surrounding void. Walking among them, the death chi was harmful, and everyone avoided it like the plague. However, with the dragon chi cleansing and refining their bodies, it made them feel relaxed and happy. As long as they could stabilize their minds and not be intimidated by the dragon chi, under the cleansing of the dragon chi, their bodies of flesh and blood could clearly feel refreshed, as if they were receiving a baptism. As Gao Tianzhong and the others walked, they all gazed shockingly at Yan Zhaoge up ahead. Around Yan Zhaoge's entire body, black chi could vaguely be seen rising, before being purified by the dragon chi. That was not because Yan Zhaoge cultivated in some kind of devilish art. Instead, it was because he had borrowed the power of dragon chi to temper his body, purging out the impurities hidden within his acupoints. The human body was too delicate. In the process of life, even a martial artist with a high cultivation base would unknowingly accumulate all kinds of small injuries. Some injuries were discovered in time and healed in time. However, some were not discovered in time and would gradually accumulate bit by bit. Usually, it was nothing, but when one's lifespan came to an end or one's body sustained a relatively large injury, one would discover that the small problems that had accumulated in the past had already accumulated to a point where it was difficult to get rid of. When a certain trigger appeared, a small problem would become a big problem, such as aging extremely quickly, or the recovery of injuries extremely slow, unable to be completely healed, leaving behind a lingering illness, and so on. At this moment, Yan Zhaoge was clearing up these small problems. Everyone wanted to do this, but none of them had been able to do it as thoroughly as Yan Zhaoge, achieving such remarkable results. Yan Zhaoge's expression was calm as he just quietly felt all the changes occurring within this dragon tomb. Because of the space-time distortion, time seems very chaotic. Some places are much faster than the outside world, and some places are slower than the outside world. It's hard to accurately judge. Yan Zhaoge gradually came to an understanding. Still, some are fast while others are slow. Making up for it, there shouldn't be any major problems. While he was concerned about the situation in the Eight Extremities world, Yan Zhaoge was still able to stabilize his mind, maintaining his calm as he was neither flustered nor impatient. The scene in front of him was constantly changing. There was the clear sky above the 9 heavens, and also the boundless sea of clouds. There was the trickling of a cold pool of water, and also the surging waves of a great river, lake, and sea. In just a few short steps, they seemed to have passed countless places, witnessing various kinds of scenes. Attempting to turn back, they discovered that the scenes they had experienced earlier were not the same. Fu Henshu murmured, "It's the dragons who died here." The scenes engraved within their memories when they were alive, the places where they once lived. The number of dragons who died here is probably uncountable. That is why there are so many colorful scenes. Yan Zhaoge nodded, "It should be like this." It was just that these chaotic scenes signified that the space here was chaotic, very easily causing one to get lost within. The entire dragon tomb was like a massive labyrinth. If one did not know how to navigate it, it would take twice the effort for half the results. As they walked, Yan Zhaoge's heart suddenly jolted. From his shadow-shrinking pouch, he took out a few shattered dragon scales. These dragon scales had come from the old residence of the glacial dragon martial saint of the Eight Extremities world. They did not originate from that ice dragon that had been sealed within the ice pillar, but from the scales of other dragons. With the dragon scales shattered, Yan Zhaoge had always been trying to piece them back together, but with the difficulty being too great, he had still not succeeded. The disappearance of the glacial dragon martial saint was likely related to the burial ground of numerous dragons. Taking out the dragon scales, they had not changed. Yan Zhaoge did not grow hasty as he continued walking patiently within the dragon tomb. After walking for who knew how long, Yan Zhaoge suddenly felt a change happen to the dragon scales that he held in his hands. Gazing over, they were currently situated by the banks of a long river. The river water suddenly rose abruptly, while the dragon scale in Yan Zhaoge's hands seemed to be drawn by a formless force, descending towards the river water. It was like a fallen leaf returning to its roots. Yan Zhaoge did not stop it, just quietly watching as the dragon scale entered the water. A moment later, an even more rampant river water surged, directly forming a suspended river on the ground. From within the river, a dark yellow true dragon rushed out. That dragon's silhouette was condensed of the river water and flowing light together. After appearing, it vaguely appeared a little sluggish, but it did not attack Yan Zhaoge and the others before it, instead nodding towards him. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge instantly laughed, Fu Henshu, Gao Tianzhong and the others all clicking their tongues in wonder. That yellow dragon shot out of the river water, sweeping Yan Zhaoge and the others along before rushing back into the river water. As it swam freely within the water, Yan Zhaoge and the others discovered that the scenes before their eyes were constantly changing. The yellow dragon carried them, traversing this dragon tomb. The dragon chi and death chi within the dragon tomb no longer had any negative effects on Yan Zhaoge and the others. Riding on the back of the yellow dragon, Yan Zhaoge suddenly felt the eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment within his right eye growing more and more restless. He attempted to guide the yellow dragon carrying them traversing the chaotic, shattered layers of space, finally coming to a halt amidst a world of ice and snow. Figures appeared amidst the wind and snow, one of them shockingly being the former chief of the Brilliant Thunder sect who had already been exterminated, the Crimson Thunder King, Gung Hui. Because of the yellow dragon, Gung Hui seemed to have not been able to immediately discover the existence of Yan Zhaoge and the others. He was currently focused on the person before him, residing at Changli Mountain, that Yan Zhaoge is of the side of good at the end of the day, even having obtained the 9 dragon fingers. However much we dislike Lin Xiansheng, after his death, the strength of the side of good has already surpassed ours. If we continue to delay, we will only be sitting ducks and waiting for death sooner or later. Lu Shua, what do you think? Chapter 564. The person standing opposite Gung Hui was precisely the chief of soul-shocking island of the 6 evil sects, Lu Shua. Looking at Gung Hui, Lu Shua said neither hurriedly nor slowly, "What do you want to say? You might as well say it clearly. If you want to join hands to obtain treasures in this dragon tomb, it is not impossible. It is just that we have to first discuss how to split the treasures we obtain. If you want to join hands to deal with others, who is your target? That traceless Cloud Yen. He glanced at Gung Hui. The few of you together with Nian Chen with the 9 dragon fingers were still unable to take him down, instead suffering a great defeat at his hands. This old man does not like to boost the morale of others while diminishing my own. However, if it is just the two of us, wanting to kill that traceless Cloud Yen would still be insufficient. Gung Hui said, Myriad Sword Pool's Yen Gang is the weakest. If we meet Yen Gang, joining hands to get rid of him would naturally be best. As for that Yen Zhaoga, while he is powerful, if we join hands with Dragon Slayer Zhao, we will have a chance. Lu Shua stroked his beard, looking at Gung Hui as though he was smiling whilst also not. You really have your wishful thinking. What, Lin Qianqing's death is still not enough to quell your fury at the destruction of your brilliant thunder sect, and you even hate traceless Cloud Yen. It's just that with your enmity with traceless Cloud Yen, you want this old man and Dragon Slayer Zhao to make a move. Isn't this a little too well calculated? What is there for us to fight against such a ferocious person? Lu Shua glanced at Gung Hui. If you want to take revenge, you settle it yourself. Hearing his words, Gung Hui was enraged as he glared at Lu Shua. Of the top 10 transcending mortality experts of the vast ocean world, Gung Hui was ranked first, publicly recognized as the person most likely to become a martial saint. Lu Shua, on the other hand, was ranked at the bottom of the top 10 transcendents. In terms of individual strength, he was the weakest amongst the leaders of the 7 pillars of the righteous path and the 6 evil paths. Gung Hui had never thought highly of Lu Shua. Lu Shua completely ignored Gung Hui's emotional changes. The saint weapon, the soul-shocking box, was his trump card. With the soul-shocking box in his hand, he could actually suppress Gung Hui. No matter how dissatisfied Gung Hui was, he could only hold it in. Gung Hui calmed himself, saying in a heavy tone, if we do not deal with him now, do you want to wait for him to join hands with Water Crystal Palace's Lin Shi and Myriad Sword Pool, Yen Gang? If you want to kill this surnamed Yen, I am willing to be the bait. I will bear the greatest risk. Lu Shua chuckled. Do you think that Changli Mountain, or Water Crystal Palace or Myriad Sword Pool, would be able to order around this person? Gung Hui frowned slightly. Lu Shuoyan said, I've roughly understood. This person, if you don't provoke him, he actually won't take the initiative to interfere in matters. His mind isn't really on helping Changli Mountain expand its territory, so Changli Mountain truly can't order him around. Someone has taken the initiative to attack Changli Mountain. Only then will he help Changli Mountain out of some kinship. My soul-shocking island has never offended him, and we do not have irreconcilable enmity with Changli Mountain like the evil shifting sect and the blood dragon sect. Does this person really care more about the battle between good and evil? I don't think so. At the very least, even if he wants to make a move, he'll look for the evil shifting sect or your brilliant thunder sect, who have clashed with him before. If Dragon Slayer Zhao doesn't provoke him, I'm afraid he won't be interested in the Dragon Slayer sect. Lu Shua looked at Gung Hui. Since that is so, why should I make things difficult for him? Of course, the treasures of this dragon tomb should still be fought over. Fortune descends from the heavens for those who are fated to possess it. Still, if you want me to join you in plotting to kill him, then forget it. He paused for a moment before continuing, you can try to contact Dragon Slayer Zhao. He might be able to be moved by you. Still, it wouldn't be because of the so-called without the lips, the teeth will be interdependent. Instead, it is because his position as the #1 expert of the vast sea realm has already been shaken by traceless Cloud Yen. Dragon Slayer Zhao has always been a proud person as well. I believe that he would definitely be unconvinced. Gung Hui shook his head, if you say so, we will indeed have no way of continuing this discussion. Don't regret it in the future. Before he had finished speaking, a voice seemed to resound from an incomparably distant place yet also seemed to be right by their ears. Why wait for the future? Let's end this matter now. The expressions of Lu Shua and Gung Hui both changed slightly. They had actually not sensed the other party being so close earlier. The scenes amidst space changed as a yellow dragon broke through space, appearing before Gung Hui and the others. On the back of the yellow dragon stood a group of people. Their leader was garbed in white clothes with a black border at the edges of his blue clothes as he smilingly looked at Gung Hui. It was precisely Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge first looked at Lu Shua, smiling before turning to look at Gung Hui. Gung Hui's face was livid. The chief of Changli Mountain, Gao Qianzhong, leapt off the back of the yellow dragon, meeting Gung Hui. Of the top 10 transcending mortality experts of the vast ocean world, Gung Hui was ranked first while the second was Gao Qianzhong. The two had never directly clashed before. Gao Qianzhong had his own thoughts about this ranking. Moreover, while he was traveling alongside Yan Zhaoge in entering the Dragon Tomb this time, he couldn't always rely on Yan Zhaoge for everything. Firstly, Yan Zhaoge wouldn't let others take advantage of him so easily. Secondly, it would seem like Changli Mountain was subordinate to Yan Zhaoge, which was not what Gao Qianzhong wanted. He had originally intended to deal with Gung Hui himself, with Yan Zhaoge dealing with Lu Shua who possessed a sacred artifact. Still, Yan Zhaoge waved his hands towards Gao Qianzhong. It seems that Island Chief Lu does not intend to make a move. Please, then. We shall meet again. Still, Crimson Thunder King, please stay. As Lu Shua hesitated slightly, Yan Zhaoge had already made a move. The Northern Ocean clone moved, transforming into a gust of wind as he instantly arrived before Gung Hui. Gung Hui roared furiously, his true martial avatar, the Nine Heavens Blazing Thunder avatar appearing, blocking before him as he faced the Northern Ocean clone. Meanwhile, he himself did not even look back as he speedily fled. While he was already sufficiently decisive, Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone was too fast as his figure resembled a great rock leaving the water, soaring into the Nine Heavens. He instantly passed by Gung Hui's Nine Heavens Blazing Thunder avatar, arriving beside him. Gung Hui grit his teeth, crossing his fists as crimson thunderbolts were emitted, blazing like flames as they were tough to the extreme, seeming even more violent than ordinary thunderbolts. The Northern Ocean clone punched outwards, scattering the crimson thunderbolts. His footsteps were obstructed as he halted slightly. Still, he immediately turned and advanced, closing the distance between him and Gung Hui before striking out with an elbow towards Gung Hui's chest. Gung Hui's Nine Heavens Blazing Thunder avatar now attacked towards the Northern Ocean clone from behind. Yet, a green dragon roared as it shot out from Yan Zhaoge's sleeve, sweeping along the Nine Heavens Blazing Thunder avatar. Boom! The Northern Ocean clone's elbow resembled the tip of a great spear as it pierced towards Gung Hui's heart. Gung Hui was truly extraordinary as he was still alive despite having suffered a blow from a martial saint, even possessing the strength to retaliate. His eyes looked on the brink of imploding as he punched towards the Northern Ocean clone's temples. Even if I die, I will heavily injure your martial saint clone. Without this clone, you will have to hide your tail and live like a coward henceforth. Gung Hui roared furiously, the purple light of thunder also lighting up above his head as one of the orbs flickered, emitting infinite thunderbolts. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge instead rejoiced, "Ha, there is indeed one." Yan Zhaoge was neither flustered nor flustered as he faced Gung Hui's dying counterattack. The light of thunder flickered within his right eye as a purple orb flew out as well, being many times larger in size than Gung Hui's orb. Gung Hui's orb of thunder shook for a moment before directly shooting towards Yan Zhaoge's orb like a tired bird returning to its nest, next merging with it. Chapter 565. Seeing the fragment of the eye of the Thunder Emperor flying out of Yan Zhaoge's eye, being much larger than his own, Gung Hui's heart abruptly sunk. This kind of power came from the same source. The stronger side could easily assimilate and devour the weaker side. Then, as expected, he saw his saint artifact fragment throw itself into the enemy's embrace like a child meeting its parent. The connection between himself and the saint artifact fragment was instantly severed. Gung Hui felt his heart bleeding. Having heard of Yan Zhaoge's battle with Fong Can, he suspected that Yan Zhaoge also possessed a fragment of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor, which was why he had coveted it. He did have the fragment, but in the end, he had contributed it to Yan Zhaoge. Geng Hui felt both depressed and resentful. If he couldn't escape, then he could only fight to the death. With the fragment of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor having been taken away, Geng Hui felt despondent to the extreme. He could only temporarily put it aside as he went all out, punching towards Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone with his fists. Not only was he not distracted, he became even more ferocious. The violent scarlet lightning blazed like fire. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge laughed lightly. The Northern Ocean clone's body was suddenly enveloped by a veil of darkness, devouring the crimson thunderbolts emanating from Geng Hui's fists. The red light dimmed, as though it had vanished amidst eternal night. In the next moment, a pale white lightning flashed and tore through the night. At the same time, it also blasted Geng Hui's crimson lightning into smithereens. Meanwhile, the Northern Ocean clone was completely unaffected as he viciously punched Geng Hui's chest once more. Geng Hui, who was already heavily injured, was directly penetrated by the powerful force. The Northern Ocean clone punched backwards, shattering Geng Hui's 9 heavens blazing thunder avatar before punching out again, mightily exploding Geng Hui's head. Amidst an all-encompassing rain of blood, this strongest martial grandmaster of the vast ocean world had perished within the dragon tomb, his bones buried in the same heavens and earth as numerous dragons. Yan Zhaoge watched this scene calmly, the purple orb formed of the fragment of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor returning to his pupils. Lu Shua, Gao Tianzhong, and the others also had complicated feelings. The battle between the two sides caused the meridians of the spirit qi and death qi in the dragon tomb to lose their balance, and time and space became even more chaotic. Under their feet, the ground seemed to be collapsing, forming a huge pit. A suction force came from the deep pit, trying to pull everyone down together. Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change as he looked at soul-shocking island's Lu Shua. At this time, Lu Shua could no longer even think of greeting Yan Zhaoge. He cupped his hands towards Yan Zhaoge, not resisting the suction force of the deep abyss down below. Protecting his disciples, he instead sped downwards, disappearing within the deep abyss. That brilliant Thunder Sect elder who had entered the Dragon Gate with Geng Hui was so frightened that he turned around and fled. However, Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone did not let them off as he pursued them unceasingly, directly capturing a late Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster. Having been brought to Yan Zhaoge's side, Yan Zhaoge stared at him for a while before asking, "That martial art that wields the Crimson Light of Thunder is the famed supreme martial art of your brilliant Thunder Sect, the Crimson Flame Thunder Light Fist?" King, Qi, World King Long Dragon, I, the Yen of Emperor, Izs Yen. Yen. He. Sun Flame Thunder Light Fist. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. This is an unexpected gain. I was thinking that when I clashed with this guy outside the star-shifting sea last time, his Crimson Thunder was rather interesting. Never would I have thought that it would be related to the 5 Elements Creation Thunder. The 5 Elements Creation Thunder was one of the 9 heavenly immortal thunders alongside an Instant's Thunder and Thunder of Eternal Night. It was ranked 3rd amongst them, being even higher than an Instant's Thunder and Thunder of Eternal Night. This thunder was derived from the coexistence of the 5 elements and the endless cycle of creation. The thunder light manifested all things in this world, possessing the great might of the Creator, existing alongside the creation of the heavens and the earth as it contained infinite profundities. Carefully analyzing that crimson thunder light, Yan Zhaoge discovered that it actually seemed to be a profound thunderbolt that had obtained the essence of fire from the 5 elements creation thunder after it had been split into 5. Was it the 5 elements creation thunder that was split into 5 following the Great Calamity? Yan Zhaoge pondered. The blazing flames thunder before him seemed even more explosive than ordinary thunderbolts as it resembled blazing flames. Not only did it possess terrifying destructive power, it also possessed the concept of warmth and light that the flames brought to all things, aiding their growth. Buy one get one free. I like this deal. Yan Zhaoge was in a great mood. Not only had he obtained another fragment, strengthening his Eye of the Thunder Emperor, he had also obtained the blazing flames thunder that had been derived from the 5 elements creation thunder. If he could reassemble the 5 elements creation thunder, that would be a wondrous sight indeed. Yan Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at Gao Tianzhong and the others before pointing at the deep abyss down below. Let's go down too. Observing the spiritual chi flow, there vaguely seems to be the head of a dragon. Gao Tianzhong regained his wits, nodding as the other Changli Mountain martial practitioners followed suit. Thinking back to the past, they had still been doubting whether Yan Zhaoge, Su Fei, and the others would be trouble. From the looks of it now, however, they were all incomparably glad that they had been able to get along well with Su Fei and Shi Jun all these years. When the conflict between Shi Jun and the Blood Dragon sect had erupted in the star-shifting sea, Changli Mountain had also immediately chosen to support them. If anything had happened during this period of time, things would probably be completely different now. Amidst their thoughts, they followed Yan Zhaoge down into the deep abyss. Riding on the back of the yellow dragon, Yan Zhaoge quietly felt the changes in spacetime within the deep abyss. The flow of time here was fast at times whilst slow at others. When it was slow, half a day might have passed here while a few months might have already passed in the outside world. When it was fast, a few days might have passed here while not even 2 hours had passed in the outside world. The chaos in spacetime was so obvious, the changes so intense that one would feel as though their bodies and minds were being ripped apart. Those with lower cultivation bases would instead be unable to sense the changes within. The higher one's cultivation base, the greater their grasp of time and space, the clearer their senses would be. Yan Zhaoge analyzed the lofty prestige mirror. The dimensional passageway opens in the deeper parts of the dragon tomb. Still, the deeper we go, the slower the flow of time becomes. Also, the deeper we go, the colder it feels. Yan Zhaoge thought of the information he had obtained from the glacial dragon martial saint of the Eight Extremities world that year. Numerous stars converge, dragons enter the sea, ancient, cold abyss, reverse scale shocks moon. Ancient, cold abyss. Yan Zhaoge pondered, this should be the true appearance of the dragon tomb, right? Why then did numerous dragons congregate here, finally dying here? It is as though they were sending themselves to their deaths. Having grasped even more of the secrets of this place, Yan Zhaoge did not dare to be careless. Feeling the temperature of the surroundings getting colder and colder, he knew that they were getting closer and closer to the core of the dragon tomb. Suddenly, Yan Zhaoge's gaze flickered as he halted his descent. Gazing over, he saw a dim light flickering amidst the darkness of the deep abyss. There seemed to be a barrier amidst the light, within which sat a person in the meditative position. Garbed in black, he was already a skeleton, having been here for who knew how long. Chapter 566. Space is chaotic here. Those who entered together might not have taken the same path. Looking around, Yan Zhaoge did not see the figures of soul-shocking islands Lu Shua and the others. However, it was precisely because space was chaotic that this barrier was actually able to remain stable amidst the chaotic space of the dragon tomb, not being swept along by the flow as it displayed a shocking miraculous power. While only a skeleton remained within the barrier, from his clothes, Yan Zhaoge recognized him with a single glance as that black-clothed middle-aged martial practitioner who had once come to the underwater cave of the star-shifting sea and come into contact with the beam of the divine palace before finally leaving. Thinking of how this black-clothed martial practitioner had once been full of ambition, wanting to open the dragon tomb before turning back to deal with the beam of the divine palace once more, yet dying here in the end, Yan Zhaoge could not help but feel a little emotional. With just a thought from Yan Zhaoge, the Northern Ocean clone extended a palm, grabbing that barrier. The barrier hovering amidst the chaotic space did not resist external forces as it was sucked into the Northern Ocean clone's palm. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge was even more certain, it is a treasure that specifically deals with time and space. Being able to resist such chaotic space, it should be able to resist the destruction of the power of dimensions as well. This person might really have descended from the world beyond worlds. The source of the barrier's power was a paper fan in the hands of the white bones. As Yan Zhaoge took the paper fan, a will emanated from within. As Yan Zhaoge intercepted it, a voice seemed to resound within his mind. I overestimated myself, underestimating this burial ground of numerous dragons. I deserve to die here today. I only have myself to blame, I only have myself to blame. What power does the sacrificial sacrifice of numerous dragons truly possess? It truly possesses the power to annihilate the world. Yet, this vast ocean world will have to suffer a tribulation along with it. I cannot return to the world beyond worlds at the end of the day. Born in the dim darkness, to return to the dim darkness, death is not frightening. It is just a pity that I cannot see the destruction of these traitors of the Radiant Light sect. Regretful, regretful. These must be the will of the black-clothed martial practitioner before his death. Pondering for a moment, Yan Zhaoge thought, it is indeed so. I still have to be extremely careful in this dragon tomb. Otherwise, I might be completely wiped out at any time, even leading to the destruction of the entire vast ocean world. Ever since Yan Zhaoge had come to the vast ocean world and understood the situation here, he had always had a question in his heart. The flow of time in the vast ocean world was around 5 times faster than in the Eight Extremities world. In other words, following the Great Calamity, the history of the vast ocean world had been much longer than that of the Eight Extremities world. Under such circumstances, the development of the martial civilization here was not as prosperous as that of the Eight Extremities world, even being slightly inferior. Afterwards, he had discovered that there were much fewer martial legacies and legacies of pre-Great Calamity times here than in the Eight Extremities world. Many of the martial arts inheritances here were studied by the martial artists themselves. Undoubtedly, they had to take many detours and wrong paths, so it was normal for them to be slower. However, according to the legends of the vast ocean world, other than that legendary Great Calamity, there had also been many great catastrophes that had occurred in the heavens and the earth, each time bringing about innumerable deaths and injuries, causing the human race of the vast ocean world to appear to have withered. However, the reason for this was unclear as it had been lost in the long river of history. At this moment, Yan Zhaoge somewhat understood that the vast ocean world that had been plagued with so many disasters might be because this world was the closest to the heavens and earth of the Dragon Tomb, having also suffered many tribulations as a result. Looking at that white skeleton, he sighed slightly. This black-clothed middle-aged martial practitioner was probably not the only one who had entered the Dragon Tomb in search of treasures yet failed. Meanwhile, every single failure could bring calamity to the vast ocean world. Perhaps the glacial dragon martial saint who had come over from the Eight Extremities world was one of them? Thinking like this, Yan Zhaoge's expression grew even more solemn. He lowered his head to look at the ancient, cold abyss down below, pondering in silence. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's explanation, Gao Tianzhong and the others all exchanged looks. Yan Zhaoge began appraising the folding fan in his hand, carefully feeling it for a moment before realizing, so the handle of the fan is forged from world wood. No wonder it can protect one from the power of dimensions as they pass through the wounds of the heavens. With this, even before reaching the 4th level of the martial saint realm, one would still be able to find a way to head to the world beyond worlds. Yan Zhaoge stroked the handle of the fan. Still, having established the barrier in this dragon tomb for such a long time, its spiritual energy has virtually been depleted completely. If we want to make use of it, some planning will still be required. Yan Zhaoge opened the paper fan, seeing a few simple strokes on its surface that seemed to contain a profound concept of the martial Tao. So it is the concept of the primordial darkness of the universe amidst the intermingling of light and dim. It is rather high class. Still, it should have developed after the Great Calamity as there are some traces of the Tao tradition of the dim radiant sect of before the Great Calamity. Oh, wait, he mentioned the Radiant Light sect just now. It is also a power of the world beyond worlds? His tone was rather resentful. From the looks of it, light and darkness are opposing each other. Could it be that the Tao tradition of the dim radiant sect has split into light and darkness? Seeing the dim darkness sect's Liang Jichao inscribed on the fan, many thoughts and guesses instantly arose within Yan Zhaoge's mind. The deep abyss of darkness down below seemed endless. As Yan Zhaoge's group traversed it, time quickly flowed by. It was just that amidst these multiple layers of space that were fast at times whilst slow at others, it was hard to tell exactly how many days, months or even years had passed. As they traversed here, Yan Zhaoge and the others even encountered martial practitioners of other sects, some of whom were allies, some of whom were enemies, some of whom brushed past. The further they went, the more they could feel that the martial practitioners of the vast ocean world, Gao Tianzhong and Changli Mountain included, were gradually feeling rather restless and uneasy. They had been in the depths of the dragon tomb for too long. Lingering within, they were also unable to determine how much time had passed in the outside world. If chaos arose in the vast ocean world, it would be hard for them to deal with it. While the various sects had all made arrangements before entering, having prepared sufficient forces at their headquarters, not fearing that others would turn around and launch a sneak attack on them. The most mysterious, inscrutable evil Saint Lin Qianqing had also already been slain by Yan Zhaoge. However, if things went on like this, it would be very hard to say if some unforeseen events might occur. Yan Zhaoge and the others had even already seen some people attempting to retrace their steps and leave the dragon tomb. After advancing for who knew how long, just feeling the temperature of the deep abyss gradually dropping to the point that even Essence Talisman martial grandmasters found it hard to bear, Yan Zhaoge's heart suddenly jolted slightly. He vaguely felt a somewhat familiar aura, originating from the old residence of the glacial dragon martial saint back in the Eight Extremities world. Yan Zhaoge's spirits rose as he controlled the yellow dragon to descend even more rapidly. The deep abyss of darkness before them finally gradually reached its end. Meanwhile, what appeared before them was a shocking scene. Dragons, they were all dragons. Not scaly dragons, not hornless dragons, not horned dragons, not any mixed blood dragons. They were all true dragons. Thousands of them, it was hard to tell just how many there were. The scales and claws of the numerous dragons flickered, vivid and lifelike as their majestic, blazing blood chi intermingled with the destructive death chi that caused one's heart to palpitate, resembling a vast, vast ocean. All the dragons seemed to still be alive, yet did not move in the slightest as they stood at the bottom of the ancient, cold abyss. Chapter 567. Back in the glacial dragon martial sage's old residence, Xiaochen had obtained a complete true dragon corpse. Its value was astonishing. The group of dragons that had appeared before Yan Zhaoge now possessed an even greater value that was hard to estimate. Just thinking about it caused one's scalp to go numb. However, at the thought that so many members of the dragon race had perished here, after the initial surprise, the fire in their hearts began to subside. Instead, they felt a chill down their spines. Even a fearless person like Fu Enchu's expression became incomparably solemn. Yan Zhaoge swept his gaze over. After the previous disturbances, more than half of the spiritual qi contained within has actually already been expended. However, if all of it were to erupt, the vast ocean world would probably immediately experience yet another apocalyptic tribulation. The Northern Ocean clone's gaze flickered as he looked towards the center of the numerous dragons, where a mighty-looking old man stood in midair. Having arrived at the ancient, cold abyss, the yellow dragon was already no longer able to conceal its tracks, and that old man had also discovered Yan Zhaoge and the others. Seeing the Northern Ocean clone, the old man's originally stern expression appeared even colder. The chief of the Dragon Slayer sect of the six evil sects, slaying 7 seas Zhao Zhong, had been the #1 expert of the vast ocean world before Yan Zhaoge had appeared in this world. Zhao Zhong looked very seriously at Yan Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone, slowly nodding. "Your reputation is well deserved." Yan Zhaoge's expression was calm. "You arrived really quickly. It is not without reason that our sect is called the Dragon Slayer sect." Zhao Chang's voice was like the sharp edge of a blade, cutting through the layers of icy mist at the bottom of the abyss. "You, on the other hand, is it because you were already prepared, or did you obtain something after killing Lin Qianqing?" Yan Zhaoge laughed. "These things are not important now." Zhao Chong nodded. "Indeed, it's not important." As he spoke, he straightened his palm like a saber and slashed down. There was no saber edge, no saber chi, no saber light and no sound. However, the crimson dragon below had already been beheaded. The red dragon that had been dead a moment ago seemed to have sensed danger. It came to life again and moved its body. However, as Zhao Chang's saber descended, the red dragon lost all signs of life. Yan Zhaoge raised his brows as Zhao Zhong said mildly, "This old man is different from you. This old man has come here to slay dragons. While they are dragon corpses, their bodies have been preserved extremely well. As more of them accumulate, they will still be of great use. Of course it would be of great use. With so many dragons, even if they were all dead dragons, it would be more than enough for him to immediately ascend to the world beyond worlds after slaying them all. If so many true dragons were still alive, they wouldn't even need to move their claws, just a mouthful of spit from a dragon would be enough to drown him. To Zhao Chong, this place was truly a blessed land among blessed lands. Others had to think about how to bring the treasures out, but he could do it on the spot. Ha, the Dragon Slayer's sect has entered the Dragon Tomb. This is really interesting, Yan Zhaoge laughed, the Northern Ocean clone already whistling as he shot out beside him. His fist was like the tip of a spear, instantly appearing in front of Zhao Chong. Zhao Chong's body didn't change as he slashed out with his saber. The clash between the Dark North Divine Spear and the Seven Seas Dragon Slaying Saber directly dispersed all the cold mist at the bottom of the abyss. The two Saint Realm experts exchanged over 10 moves in an instant, and each move was extremely dangerous. Fresh blood splattered through the air as a bloody saber wound appeared on the waist of Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone, fresh blood oozing unceasingly from within. Even with the strong physical body of a martial sage, Shao Qin wanted to control his muscles to stop the saber wound. However, he could not stop the bleeding immediately. A horrifying saber intent wreaked havoc in the wound. As for Zhao Chong's shoulder, it had been pierced through. There was a huge hole in his shoulder that was badly mangled. If he had not dodged in time, that spear would have pierced his heart. Both of them had extremely fierce martial arts and extremely violent and overbearing styles. Once they made a move, life and death would be decided. With just a few moves, both of them were injured. This was the first time since Yan Zhaoge had refined the Northern Ocean clone that this martial saint clone had been heavily injured. Zhao Zhong was even more shocked. Although he had never fought against the Northern Dark North martial saint Zhuang Kuan, he was confident that he had already surpassed the ancients and his strength was above Zhuang Kuan's. Who knew, however, that after being refined into a clone by Yan Zhaoge, the strength of this martial saint cadaver actually surpassed that of when it had been alive. Also, combined with the Northern Ocean clone's previous moves in the Deep Sea Corridor and the Star-Shifting Sea, his strength had risen after not seeing him for a period of time. Zhao Zhong gazed earnestly at the distant Yan Zhaoge. If anyone dared to say that Yan Zhaoge could only be arrogant because of his martial saint clone now, he, Zhao Zhong, would slap them a few times. What caused Zhao Zhong's heart to sink slightly was the fact that he knew that Yan Zhaoge's strength was not limited to just the Northern Ocean clone alone. While it would not normally be able to threaten him, when he clashed with the Northern Ocean clone, it could be a fatal blow. Moreover, who knew if Yan Zhaoge had successfully refined the sacred artifact, the 9 dragon fingers, for his own use? At this point, Zhao Zhong's gaze grew heavy. Black light flickered within his palm as a saber appeared, spiritual chi overflowing from it. It was clearly an extremely peak high-grade spirit artifact. While it was not a sacred artifact, in the hands of the martial saint, Zhao Zhong's strength instantly skyrocketed as the Northern Ocean clone had no choice but to temporarily avoid it. Yan Zhaoge curled his li while he did not have a high-grade spirit artifact spear, it was not that he had no other options. The Northern Ocean clone avoided Zhao Zhong's saber, his figure suddenly descending as he lunged towards the group of dragons at the bottom of the abyss. Zhao Zhong did not think that Yan Zhaoge was avoiding him. Indeed, the Northern Ocean clone reached out with both hands, capturing a long white dragon. That dragon's spirituality had yet to dissipate as it still retained its majesty. Just as it was about to move, it was caught by the Northern Ocean clone, his martial spear intent infused within as the dragon's body instantly straightened. The Northern Ocean clone roared, using this dragon's body as the tip of his spear as an earth-shattering, heaven-shocking spear pierced towards Zhao Zhong's chest. Zhao Zhong faced it head-on, not cowering in the slightest. Even a martial saint would not be able to instantly forge a high-grade spirit artifact. While the dragon's body was powerful and also possessed the Northern Ocean clone's martial will, it was still incomparable to a true high-grade spirit artifact at the end of the day. If his opponent was a martial grandmaster wielding a high-grade spirit artifact, then so be it. As a martial saint, Zhao Zhong naturally did not fear it. The two clashed once more. While Zhao Zhong held a slight advantage, he was still unable to quickly slay the Northern Ocean clone. After all, he was wary of the 9 dragon fingers that had yet to appear, not wanting to perish together with his opponent. This way, Zhao Zhong would be unable to approach the group of dragons at the bottom of the abyss. However, just as they were clashing, more people arrived from the ancient, cold abyss. They were the Palace Lord of Water Crystal Palace, Lin Shi, and the Chief of Soul Shocking Island, Lu Xue. Paying attention to the current situation, the two exchanged glances. After a moment of silence, they did not interfere, instead simultaneously shooting towards the group of dragons at the bottom of the abyss. Amidst their battle, they were also paying attention to Yan Zhaoge's movements. After all, they had not seen the 9 dragon fingers appear yet. Still, while Yan Zhaoge was able to wield the 9 dragon fingers, it would still be impossible for him to stop the two of them alone. Gao Tianzhong and the others descended towards the group of dragons at the bottom of the abyss. The current situation was clearly one of splitting the spoils. Now, it would depend on how much they could obtain with their own abilities. Seeing all this, Yan Zhaoge's gaze was distant as he ignored Zhao Zhong, who was locked in battle with the Northern Ocean clone, as well as Lin Shi and Lu Xue, who were lunging towards the swarm of dragons, instead descending alone in another direction. Chapter 568. Please subscribe. Yan Zhaoge descended in another direction. Everyone was taken aback for a moment. Such an abnormal action unconsciously felt that something was wrong. Zhao Zhong wanted to come over, but was entangled by the Northern Ocean clone. Water Crystal Palace's Palace Lord Lin Shi and Soul Shocking Island's Island Chief Lu Xue hesitated slightly before ultimately not making a move. Whoever made a move now would likely be matched against the sacred artifact, the 9 dragon fingers, benefiting others for nothing. They hesitated slightly before ignoring Yan Zhaoge, instead grabbing dragon corpses one after another from the depths of the deep abyss. Yan Zhaoge descended, moving unceasingly as he finally arrived at a corner of the deep abyss. After searching for a while, he actually rose up once more, as though he wanted to leave the deep abyss. The Northern Ocean clone was still entangled in battle with Zhao Zhong, but his body was gradually beginning to move upwards, causing everyone to be greatly astonished. Yan Zhaoge ignored their gazes as he continued upwards. "It's here." Yan Zhaoge's eyes lit up as he extended his left hand, extending it into space, seemingly pressing down on something. His right hand unceasingly drew numerous runes within the air, finally condensing into numerous strange spirit diagrams that were profound and graceful. These spirit diagrams had all been seen by Yan Zhaoge in the old residence of the glacial dragon Martial Saint back in the 8 Extremities world that year. While he had not carefully comprehended them, he had still remembered many of them. These true essences transformed into specks of frost, merging within space before shining brightly. The next moment, a powerful will appeared within the ancient, cold abyss, seemingly awakening from a deep slumber. The expressions of Zhao Zhong, Lin Shi, Lu Xue and the others all changed as they gazed upwards. They saw space break apart before Yan Zhaoge, as though a great door had opened from a boundless, unknown land. A figure surfaced from within. It was a desiccated corpse, wearing light armor that flickered with an ice-blue luster. That powerful aura was precisely emanating from that light armor. It was clearly a sacred artifact as well. Zhao Zhong and the others nearly vomited blood. Where did this sacred artifact come from? I couldn't sense it at all before. How did that Yan Zhaoge know where it was? Looking at that desiccated corpse, Yan Zhaoge sighed emotionally. After so many years, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Today, this Yan has enjoyed Senior's legacy. Please do not blame me. The vast ocean world martial practitioners did not recognize this desiccated corpse or his sacred artifact. However, Fu Enshu could tell something. Glacial Dragon Martial Saint. Imperious Cold Martial Armor. The desiccated corpse was shockingly the Glacial Dragon Martial Saint who had come from the 8 Extremities world for the sake of the Dragon Tomb, yet had perished here. While he had been an expert of the 2nd level of the Martial Saint realm in the past, his cultivation base surpassing that of the Northern Ocean Martial Saint Zhuang Kun, too much time had passed since he had died. Also, he did not have a unique physique or cultivated in martial arts like Zhuang Kuan. Therefore, his mortal shell had already decayed by now. No matter how strong the qi and blood of a martial saint's physical body was, after a long period of time, there would come a day when the ashes would return to the earth. However, it was precisely because the glacial dragon martial saint's qi and blood had dissipated that it had nourished his sacred weapon, the imperious cold martial armor. Even now, it was still shining brilliantly. Amidst Yan Zhaoge's laughter, he waved his hand. The Northern Ocean clone directly shattered the dragon corpse in his hand, shook off Zhao Zhong, and returned to his side. Zhao Zhong was anxious and was about to give chase. Even Lin Shi and Lu Shua below were frowning. They stopped collecting the dragon corpse and had the intention to come up. Yan Zhaoge laughed loudly, "Everyone, I won't stand on ceremony." Opening the shadow shrinking pouch, an illusory palace flew out from within. There was only a single pillar and a single beam at the core of the palace. However, the 9 light dragons seemed to have transformed into coiling dragon pillars, supporting this palace together. Seeing those 9 light dragons, Zhao Zhong's pupils dilated slightly, formed of the 9 dragon fingers. This palace blocked Zhao Zhong's path, while the Northern Ocean clone rushed to the corpse of the glacial dragon martial saint. After bowing, his fingers were like sharp blades as they cut through the skin of the corpse. As the Northern Ocean clone's true essence was stimulated, a few drops of ice blue water that resembled ice crystals actually slowly flowed out from the shriveled corpse. With a wave of his hand, Yan Zhaoge refined one of them. The Northern Ocean clone opened his palm as well, keeping the remaining water droplets within, refining them with his true essence. The next moment, countless ice blue runes flickered unceasingly within the pupils of Yan Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone. Imperious Ocean Cold Dragon Art, a very high-level martial art, Yan Zhaoge roared, the silhouette of an ice dragon flickering above his head. The Northern Ocean clone spread his arms, drawing that imperious cold martial armor over his body. His martial will was stimulated to the maximum, a silhouette flickering above his head. Within the vast sea, other than the bobbing of a great rock, an ice dragon could vaguely be seen soaring. It is only an initial refinement, and its power might not be able to be unleashed completely. Still, it is suitable for now. The Northern Ocean clone let out a long roar before turning, shooting towards the chief of the Dragon Slayer sect Zhao Zhong at lightning speed once more. Zhao Zhong blocked the Northern Ocean divine spear that was attacking him. Before he could exert force in a counterattack, the roar of a dragon suddenly resounded from the other side as a roaring ice dragon shot out. Faced with the saber intent of the Seven Seas dragon slaying saber, this ice dragon was exceptionally violent, as if its reverse scale had been touched. A majestic force attacked towards Zhao Zhong alongside the Northern Ocean divine spear, pressuring him into constant retreat. While the Northern Ocean clone and the imperious cold martial armor had yet to merge their powers, both were sufficiently powerful. Zhao Zhong's face was livid, his ferocity surging as he wanted to fight the Northern Ocean clone to the death. However, that illusory palace had already descended, enveloping Zhao Zhong as his movements instantly slowed. The Northern Ocean clone exerted force once more, this time directly shattering the saber in Zhao Zhong's hands. The roaring ice dragon lunged towards the old wound on Zhao Zhong's shoulder. Zhao Zhong emitted a muffled groan as his entire arm was forcibly twisted off. Zhao Zhong dared not remain any longer as he roared madly and shot upwards, wanting to flee the deep abyss. Having defeated Zhao Zhong, the Northern Ocean clone did not pursue him. Garbed in the imperious cold martial armor, he descended from the sky along with that palace, landing amidst the numerous dragons at the bottom of the deep abyss. Gao Tianzhong and the others stared wide-eyed, never having thought that things would actually develop in such a manner. In their eyes, Yan Zhaoge's figure was already no longer profound and indiscernible. Instead, it was indescribably terrifying. Lin Shi and Lu Shua felt bitter in their mouths. While not having discussed this beforehand, the two great experts of good and evil had unconsciously made a move at the same time, joining forces for the first and possibly only time in their lives. As Lin Shi's palms intersected, he had already executed the heaven-shattering transformation of the 6 dragon transformations. A dragon roared to the 9 heavens, even vaguely causing the numerous dragons there to raise their heads as well. A massive black box suddenly appeared behind Lu Shua's back. As the mechanism was activated, numerous black saber lights flew out from within. Executed by Soul-Shocking Island's supreme martial art, the Soul-Shocking Box, the power of the sacred artifact, was shocking to the very soul. The Northern Ocean clone was unafraid as garbed in the imperious cold martial armor, he brandished his arms, blocking both Lin Shi and Lu Shua. Meanwhile, that illusory palace did not halt as after having landed amidst the numerous dragons, the entire deep abyss of the ancient, cold abyss seemed to shake as well. Instantly, innumerable dragon corpses surged towards that palace of their own accord like 100 rivers flowing into the sea. This rate of absorption far surpassed that of Lin Shi, Lu Shua and the others added together. Everyone's eyeballs bulged as they watched this scene in disbelief. Chapter 569. Yan Zhaoge landed on that great hall amidst space, saying calmly, "This Yen has no intention of monopolizing it. Still, the two of you should not think of competing with me over it. The two of you should have vaguely sensed that as we collect the dragon corpses, the dragon tomb is becoming more and more unstable. It could close or even collapse at any time. Let's all display our abilities. We don't have much time left." Lin Shi and Lu Shua looked at the Northern Ocean clone who was garbed in the imperious cold martial armor and then at the palace beneath Yan Zhaoge's feet that resembled a crouching tiger devouring whale, both sighing. Everyone had good eyesight. There were also strong and weak dragons in the abyss bottom. If they wanted to collect dragon corpses, they had to find the best ones first. The position that Lin Shi and Lu Shua occupied was the center of the abyss. The true dragon remains here where the strongest. Now, however, it had been unceremoniously occupied by Yan Zhaoge. Seeing that they were unable to break through the obstruction of the Northern Ocean clone for the time being and that the current situation was indeed as Yan Zhaoge had said, time being limited, the two could only helplessly avoid Yan Zhaoge as they attempted to collect the weaker corpses of the dragons in the periphery. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Looking downwards, he saw that the great hall beneath his feet was filled with the essence chi of countless dragons, gradually becoming more and more tangible as its power grew stronger and stronger. With so many true dragon remains, it was impossible to refine them in a short period of time. Most of them had been collected and sealed. However, a portion of it was being refined by the palace. This palace shall temporarily be known as the Myriad Dragon Palace. Yan Zhaoge smiled, feeling a great amount of essence chi flowing unceasingly into his body through the Myriad Dragon Palace from the Yongquan acupoint at the bottom of his feet. The remaining blood essence of the ice dragon in his body was stimulated once again. Yan Zhaoge had been unceasingly cultivating in seclusion at Changli Mountain during the half-year period when he had been waiting for the Dragon Gate to open. Now that he had been stimulated, his martial will and vital energy, which had almost reached perfection, fused together. Numerous origin talismans appeared above his head, forming numerous profound talisman arrays. Then, the talisman arrays overlapped with each other, finally condensing into one. When the people around them saw this scene, they felt numb and shocked. Talisman Heavenly Altar. Fu Enshu muttered to herself, the 9th level of the Martial Grandmaster Realm, Late Essence Talisman Stage. While she had already been shocked by Yan Zhaoge to the point of almost becoming numb, looking at a youth who had still only been a martial scholar a few years ago, now having a cultivation comparable to hers, Fu Enshu still felt a little dazed. Meanwhile, witnessing that existence that resembled a pagoda whilst also an altar being formed, the people of the vast ocean world were all rendered speechless. After a while, Lin Shi and the others regained their wits, letting out a long sigh inwardly as they completely abandoned all thoughts of contending with Yan Zhaoge. In a year's time in the vast ocean world, Yan Zhaoge had risen from the 6th level of the Martial Grandmaster Realm, the Late Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster Realm to the 9th level of the Martial Grandmaster Realm, the Late Essence Talisman Stage. All the vast ocean world martial practitioners had witnessed this, the shock they felt going without saying. In the entire history of the vast ocean world, when had such a figure ever appeared? Even within the Dragon Tomb, due to the chaotic flow of time, Yan Zhaoge had actually spent more than a year in the vast ocean world. But even so, such a terrifying speed still made everyone speechless. Gao Tianzhong was virtually murmuring, the most outstanding descendants of major sects, geniuses amongst geniuses, monstrous geniuses amongst monstrous geniuses, being able to reach the 9th level of the martial scholar realm, the late Xiantian stage, at his age, is already sufficient for him to leave his name in the annals of history. Not to mention martial grandmasters like Gao Tianzhong and Lu Shua, even the exalted palace lord of Water Crystal Palace, Lin Shi, had no temper left at this moment. They were not on the same level. This was Lin Shi's only thought at this moment. The wills of martial saints were incomparably firm as they would not be easily shaken. However, even as such a thought arose within Lin Shi's mind at this moment, his emotions did not fluctuate in the least as he was exceptionally calm. It was as though he was only acknowledging that the sun had risen and the moon had set, that winter had gone and spring had come, that was something that could not be any more ordinary. He felt that it was actually an abnormal thing for him to face such a reality with such a normal attitude. However, looking at the current Yan Zhaoge, he was unable to think of anything else for the time being. Looking at the heavenly altar above his head, Yan Zhaoge murmured to himself, "Take a step forward." He looked calmly at the true dragon corpses within the ancient, cold abyss before him, pondering why there would be numerous dragon corpses buried here. Accompanied by the diminishing number of dragon corpses, starlight gradually lit up at the bottom of the deep abyss. Numerous stars congregating, numerous dragons entering the sea. Gazing at the specks of starlight, carefully analyzing it, Yan Zhaoge gradually came up with an idea. It is indeed a formation diagram, seeming to originate from the principles of the stars in the sky of pre-Great Calamity times. Numerous stars congregating referred to this formation diagram. Numerous dragons entering the sea referred to a group of experts of the dragon race sacrificing themselves, relying on this formation diagram to execute some sort of sealing Tao. The ancient, cold abyss was the location. Then, the reverse scale shocking the moon mentioned in the final sentence was the target that had to be sealed. Yan Zhaoge's gaze was deep and distant. Reverse scale shocking the moon. Reverse scales are something that only dragons possess. Yet, the seal here was also completed by numerous dragons. Could it be that there was internal strife within their race? What Yan Zhaoge paid even more attention to was the fact that the existence that had been sealed here actually seemed to have long since ceased to exist. The other party had long since broken free, leaving the seal where it was. If not for having paid attention to this, Yan Zhaoge would not have dared to collect the numerous dragon corpses so openly. Who exactly was it? Or rather, what was it? As Yan Zhaoge pondered, he also analyzed that grand formation established of starlight as he seemed to have comprehended something. Accompanied by the numerous true dragon corpses being collected, the seal gradually collapsed as heat vaguely emanated from within. As the icy mist within the ancient, cold abyss dissipated completely, everyone actually felt a wave of dry heat. Yan Zhaoge thought, it's the aura left behind. No wonder the ancient, cold abyss was chosen as the location of the seal. It was to make use of the geography here to assist in the sealing. A distant dragon roar resounded, seemingly traversing through infinite space and time as it was violent and manic, wild and unbridled like blazing fire. Within Yan Zhaoge's mind, red light vaguely flickered as it seemed like an extremely powerful existence was observing him. This should be the remnant aura left behind by the one who had been sealed. Still, just this aura alone seemed to possess a will of its own. Extreme. Yawn. Seal, is it? Long time no see. To think that we would actually meet again under such circumstances. That aura quickly vanished. Soon afterwards, Yan Zhaoge and the others could clearly feel the dry heat fading as the ancient, cold abyss began to become even colder than it had been before. Even martial saints were gradually finding it hard to bear the rapid changes in the harsh cold. Right, the one who was sealed has disappeared, the seal collapsing. This is the true nature of the ancient, cold abyss. Otherwise, how could it have assisted in sealing such a powerful existence? Yan Zhaoge called Fu and Shu over, entering the myriad dragon palace together. Meanwhile, after Lin Shi and the others had collected some of the dragon corpses as much as they could, unable to bear the increasingly intense coldness within the ancient, cold abyss as well as the increasingly unstable environment of the dragon tomb, they all began to think of ways to flee. Gao Tianzhong swiveled his head to look at the myriad dragon palace as Yan Zhaoga's sound transmission resounded by his ear. "Chief Gao, please take care of my senior apprentice brother and junior apprentice nephew. This Yan will be grateful for your kindness. We shall meet again in the future. No need to stand on ceremony, Mr. Yan. My Changli Mountain welcomes Mr. Yan's arrival once more." Knowing that Yan Zhaoga came from a world beyond the vast ocean world and was about to return from the dragon tomb this time, Gao Tianzhong and the other higher echelons of Changli Mountain solemnly bade him farewell before hurriedly leaving the ancient, cold abyss as well. Within the myriad dragon palace, looking at Fu Enshu, Yan Zhaoga said slowly, "The dimensional passageway is in the intersecting space up above. We should be on our way as well." Chapter 570. Eight Extremities World, the headquarters of the Sacred Sun Clan, World Illuminating Peak. The current chief of the Sacred Sun Clan, Huang Su, was seated within the clan's great hall. Below him, to his left and right sat a number of people, all of them the Sacred Sun Clan's current core, higher echelon experts. It was just that following the previous great battles, the Sacred Sun Clan's experts had also suffered disastrous losses, with the 7 reigning suns having been completely replaced. Pan Buatai and Meng Feng had both fallen out of the clan's 4 transcending mortality stage Grand Elders, and now there were only 2 left. At this moment, a group of people were sitting together with serious expressions on their faces. Currently, the overall situation of the Eight Extremities world was comparatively advantageous to the Sacred Sun Clan. At the very least, it was more advantageous to them than it had been prior to the simultaneous great battles of the East Sea and the Earth Domain this time. Their enemies, Broad Creed Mountain, Jade Sea City and Infinite Boundless Mountain, had suffered even greater losses. However, the Sacred Sun Clan did not have it easy either. No one would forget that within the seal of the East Sea, there was a terrifying person who, having just stepped into the Martial Saint realm, was able to suppress Huang Guanglia and Old Man Mo, who were both at the 2nd level of the Martial Saint realm, invincible in the current Eight Extremities world. Whether Broad Creed Mountain's Yuan Jingfeng was dead or missing, it would be very difficult for him to reappear within a short period of time. However, as long as that person known as Yen Wudi returned from the East Sea, the Sacred Sun Clan's situation would immediately turn for the worst. If he advanced a step further, stepping into the 2nd level of the Martial Saint realm, the Sacred Sun Clan would immediately be faced with the calamity of extermination. Even their number 1 expert, Huang Guanglia, who had advanced into the 3rd level of the Martial Saint realm, would not be able to withstand it. Moreover, other than Yen Di and Huang Guanglia, there were still others within the seal of the East Sea. Even if the painting saint, Old Man Mo, watched on without lifting a finger, Jade Sea City's Lord Song Wuliang and his sacred artifact, the Jade Sea Pill Heart Sword, would also not let the Sacred Sun Clan off just like that. If this problem was not resolved, the Sacred Sun Clan was destined to be unable to eat or sleep in peace. A Supreme Elder asked in a deep voice, "Is there still no way to break the seal in the East Sea?" Huang Su shook his head. That seal was established by the 4 strongest experts of the Eight Extremities world, its formation also profound and unfathomable. It would be hard for us to deal with it. Everyone present was silent. Huang Su's words were not particularly clear, but everyone present understood the situation. This so-called disposal was in hopes of completely burying Yen Di, Song Wuliang and the others within the East Sea. It would be best if he could get Huang Guanglia out alone, but if he couldn't, everyone lowered their heads and lowered their heads. Whether from an emotional point of view or from the Sacred Sun Clan's own strength, Huang Guanglia was extremely important. However, if Huang Guanglia alone could be exchanged for both Yen Di and Song Wuliang, purely from the perspective of the pros and cons, it would not be unacceptable. Otherwise, how could he resist Yen Di? This was a dead knot that could not be untied. Even if Huang Guanglia were alive, it would be useless. If Huang Guanglia returned alone, the Sacred Sun Clan would immediately be able to sweep through the current Eight Extremities world. It was just that he had to prepare for the worst. seizing the heaven-cleaving axe and vying for the extreme crown were all preparations for this. But now, they still couldn't find a way to solve the seal of the East Sea, causing the problem to reach an impasse. The Sacred Sun clan's current situation that seemed glorious was merely a castle in the air. Looks like we can only use our last resort. Huang Su turned to look at Huang Jia. Let's contact the Radiant Light sect's powerhouse. As these words left his mouth, the faces of those of the Sacred Sun clan all darkened somewhat. While they had benefited greatly from being able to establish a relationship with a major power of the world beyond worlds, the other side was also considering them. This was equivalent to admitting that they were incompetent. Would the other side make a move against them? Even if they did, their impression of them would probably be extremely poor. Huang Jia asked instead, is it certain that the treasure that was originally used to seal the crevice to the 9 underworlds in the Earth domain cannot be found? With that treasure, there will be a way. These past few months, the Earth domain has virtually already been completely searched. There are no traces of it at all. Huang Su shook his head. Shenli, Yan Zhaoge, and if Yuan Jingfeng is not dead, there should still be Yuan Jingfeng. It shouldn't be Shenli. If it was that Yan Zhaoge, he would most likely have been brought into the seal of the East Sea as well. With Yuan Jingfeng nowhere to be found, we similarly cannot find him. Hearing his words, Huang Jia was silent for a while before he said, then, we can only use our last resort. An elder beside him asked hesitantly, will the other side be willing to help us? According to what you said, Huang Jia, if someone from the world beyond worlds wishes to descend, those below the 4th level of the Martial Saint realm will not be able to ascend if they do not have a special treasure protecting them. They will have to cultivate to the 4th level of the Martial Saint realm in our 8 extremities world before ascending. Experts above the 3rd level of the Martial Saint realm will have their strength suppressed to the 3rd level of the Martial Saint realm after descending, their foundations might even be affected. Evil devils do not care, but normal people might not. Hearing this, Huang Jia shook his head, saying calmly, that supreme treasure that has vanished in the Earth domain will arouse their interest in descending. That way, they will descend of their own accord. Still, in seeking the treasure, they will naturally have to help us resolve our problems. Hearing his words, those of the Sacred Sun clan all seemed to be in deep thought. Huang Jia continued, it is just that this way, if that supreme treasure is found, it will definitely be theirs. It will be hard for our Sacred Sun clan to obtain it. As long as we can take care of our opponents and achieve our goal, I do not care what method we use or what power we borrow. Huang Jia's expression was calm. The reason this is our last resort is because the negative effects are too great. The treasure of the 8 extremities world that we did not report to the Radiant Light sect earlier would be very hard to keep. However, since there is no other way to resolve the threat of Yen Di and the others now, reporting this to the Radiant Light sect would be the best choice. After taking care of Yen Di and Song Wuliang and grandfather's safe return, our Sacred Sun clan will be able to dominate the 8 extremities world, slowly developing and planning everything from the beginning. Everyone nodded, Huang Su looking at Huang Jia, saying, go ahead and do it. Huang Jia sliced his wrist, fresh blood flowing as golden light appeared. A pillar of light enveloped Huang Jia's entire body, the crimson blood on his wrist turning a pure golden luster before condensing into a golden lamp. Huang Jia did not stop in the slightest as he raised the flame of the lamp. The light expanded, transforming into a spiritual light that connected to the heavens, penetrating the great hall and shooting straight into the 9 heavens, seemingly arriving at a higher, unknown land. Light is eternal, the universe is immeasurable. Huang Jia lit the golden lamp, different from that of Huang Guanglie and Huang Su that day. A will suddenly emanated from that unknown land, powerful as none of the Sacred Sun clan had ever seen before. Whether it was Huang Guanglie or the number 1 expert in the clan's past history, the Purple Sun Martial Saint Zhang Chao, they were both far inferior to it. Huang Jia said calmly, this disciple is afraid to disturb Master's peaceful cultivation. Similarly in the 8 extremities world, in the outer North Sea, adjacent to the vast, endless ocean, there existed a deep-sea trench. Within the deep-sea trench was a dark, deep abyss that was extremely cold and gloomy, no living beings active within. One day, However, the depths of the deep-sea trench suddenly shook intensely. A streak of light flickered from within the deep-sea trench, traversing through the layers of deep sea until it shot out of the sea's surface. The light dissipated, revealing the figures of Yan Zhaoge and Fu Wenxu. Feeling the spiritual qi flow between the heavens and the earth here, Yan Zhaoge exhaled slowly. I didn't go the wrong way, I've finally returned. Chapter 571. Above the Great Sea, Yan Zhaoge raised his head to look at the sky. According to the flow of time in the vast ocean world, over 2 months should have passed here in the Eight Extremities world. However, the flow of time in the Dragon Tomb is sometimes fast and sometimes slow, chaotic and hard to judge. It is hard to say what day it is here in the Eight Extremities world now. Feeling the familiar spiritual qi flow of the heavens and earth here, Fu Wenxu felt rather emotional. She said, "This should be the outer North Sea. Let's first hurry back to our clan. We can pass through the East Sea. There are people of Jade Sea City there, and our clan may also have people guarding the seal. We can first understand the current situation of the Eight Extremities world, ascertaining the safety of Chu Yunsheng and Lu Hua." Yan Zhaoge nodded. "That's right, it should be like this." As the two traveled, passing through the outer East Sea, gazing into the distance, they saw a mountain peak that flickered with white light descending into the Great Sea, its peak rising high above the sea's surface. In the air above the mountain peak was a vast, boundless sigil that flickered with a gentle radiance. The current outer East Sea was already no longer filled with blazing fire and rampaging flame devils as it had been in the past. It appeared calm and peaceful. Comparing the past and present, Yan Zhaoge and Fu Wenxu both felt happy, their efforts not having been in vain. Father and the others should still need some time before they can emerge from the seal. Yan Zhaoge appraised the area, having an idea of what was going on. In the vicinity of the seal, there were indeed Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners watching over it. At the same time, there were also martial practitioners of Jade Sea City, Turbid Wave Pavilion, the Heavenly Thunder Hall and the other sections. Seeing Yan Zhaoge and Fu Wenxu, two people who were said to have long since been dead, appear once more, they were all greatly shocked. After their initial shock, the Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners were overjoyed. Being able to see their fellow disciples, Yan Zhaoge and Fu Wenxu were also overjoyed. After exchanging greetings, they inquired about the current situation. Knowing that Feng Yunsheng and Yin Luhua had already returned safely to the clan that day, Yan Zhaoge and Fu Wenxu first heaved a sigh of relief. After learning that the heaven-cleaving axe had ultimately still fallen into the hands of the Sacred Sun clan, Yan Zhaoge shook his head slightly before smiling coldly. "No matter how they swallowed it back then, we'll make them spit it out later." He scanned the surroundings. "I don't see anyone of the Sacred Sun clan. What, aren't they concerned about the safety of their unreasonable old Huang?" The Broad Creed Mountain elder guarding this place said, "He was still here before, but just left 2 days ago." Yan Zhaoge knit his brows. When things are abnormal, there must be a reason behind it. After returning to the clan and settling things down, I will directly make a trip to the world illuminating peak. Let's just wait for Chief to emerge from the seal. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's tone, that Broad Creed Mountain elder was inwardly speechless. His expression suddenly turned dark as he gazed at the Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners who were currently in the midst of silently retreating. "Zhaoge, when you left the Earth domain previously and headed for the East Sea, you once said that the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Shenlei, deserted in the face of battle, causing the situation to go out of control as the old chief had no choice but to sacrifice himself in order to seal the 9 underworlds. After you disappeared in the East Sea, no one knew if you were dead or alive. But Chen Qinglei made a false accusation, accusing you of activating the treasure in the Earth domain, which almost caused the 9 underworlds to descend and caused the warriors who entered the Earth domain to suffer heavy losses." Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge was angered to the point of laughing. "Fine bald Shen." This Broad Creed Mountain elder said in a heavy tone, "Now that you have returned, you can confront him directly, letting the truth be revealed to the world." Yan Zhaoge bared his teeth in a smile. "Confront? Why go through so much trouble?" His smile caused the hearts of those who saw it to turn cold. Senior Apprentice Ant Fu, you should return to the mountain first. I will make a trip to the Thunder Domain. Yan Zhaoge swiveled his head and said to Fu Enshu. Hearing his words, the Broad Creed Mountain elder suddenly thought of something. Right, Elder Fu, you should hurry back to the mountain first. There seems to be much debate within the clan regarding the matter of you being attacked by the Sacred Sun clan back then. I heard that the disciplinary hall is even conducting an investigation, and the disciples who traveled with you back then, Feng Yunsheng and Yin Luhua, are also involved. Staying at the East Sea, this old man is also not clear on the specifics. Still, since you are fine now, everything should be fine. Yan Zhaoge and Fu Enshu exchanged glances, the latter nodding, saying, that's fine too. I will return to the mountain first then. Zhaoge, you go to the Thunder Domain and return quickly. Hearing Fu Enshu's words, the surrounding Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners were all simultaneously dazed. They had not thought that not only would Yan Zhaoge himself speak such big words, even Fu Enshu would be so confident in him. They all felt a chill within their hearts, only now knowing that Yan Zhaoge was not speaking big words. Carefully observing Yan Zhaoge, the more they looked, the more inscrutable he seemed. He was definitely already no longer the late Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster he had been during the great battle over the Seal of the East Sea. Then, what was his current cultivation base? Early Essence Talisman stage? But how could an early Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster have such big words, daring to charge into the world-illuminating peak, daring to enter the Thunder Domain? Even a transcending mortality Martial Grandmaster would not be able to do so. The Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners all felt that they were increasingly unable to see through this youth before them. Yan Zhaoge took his leave of Fu Enshu, heading towards the Thunder Domain alone. He ignored the disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Hall who had fled from the Outer East Sea earlier. The monk could run, but the temple could not. He also did not fear that the other party would report this to him. Brought along by the Northern Ocean clone, as the various powers on the East Sea were busy transmitting news, Yan Zhaoge had already traversed the vast ocean, ascending the mainland and arriving at the Thunder Domain. Nearing the U region where the Heavenly Thunder Hall was located, the Northern Ocean clone's figure flickered, vanishing without a trace. Yan Zhaoge himself had a calm expression on his face, his hands behind his back as he strode through the air towards the Heavenly Thunder Hall. His pace seemed slow, but very quickly, thunderclouds filled the distant sky densely. Amidst the mountain ridge below the thunderclouds was a massive palace constructed of purplish-green metal, resembling the palace of the Emperor of Thunder as it shook one's heart. Streaks of dazzling thunder descended from the sky, causing this place to resemble a world of thunder. Those who dared to tread within would immediately be blasted into charcoal. However, Yan Zhaoge ignored these thunderbolts as he just said mildly, "Shenli, are you coming out yourself, or do you want me to drag you out?" His tone was calm and indifferent, but his voice was like a great bell that shook the heavens and the earth, directly drowning out the sound of thunder as it resounded throughout the entire Heavenly Thunder Hall. A streak of lightning flew out from the Heavenly Thunder Hall, stopping before Yan Zhaoge. It was an old man with purple hair and beard, glaring furiously at Yan Zhaoge. "Good kid, you're not dead?" Yan Zhaoge said mildly, "That's right. I'm fine, but something is going to happen to Shenli and you too." The purple-haired old man laughed furiously, shameless boasting. "Do you think that you are Yan Di?" Before he finished speaking, a purple light appeared. One of the two supreme martial arts of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, the fastest sword of the Eight Extremities world, the Divine Sky Lightning Mother Sword. It was a sword art so fast that no one could react to it. However, just as his sword light lit up, Yan Zhaoge had already punched out, his fist already arriving before that purple-clothed old man at a speed even greater than his. Dark North Divine Spear, Rock ascends to the ninth heaven. The old man's heart trembled. His hair stood on end as if they were electrified. As his quintessential essence surged, it transformed into the image of the goddess of lightning behind him. The divine firmament lightning mother form appeared, and the purple-haired elder's sword beam became even faster. The acupoints of Yan Zhaoge's entire body pulsed, one true martial talisman after another flying out from within. The heavenly altar that resembled a pagoda whilst also an altar enveloped Yan Zhaoge's entire body. The purple-haired old man's vision blurred, unable to react in time as his sword light was extinguished. The chest of the tall, dignified divine sky lightning mother avatar shattered as it was pierced through by Yan Zhaoge's spear. Yan Zhaoge's voice reverberated between the heavens and the earth. In the current eight extremities world, with my heavenly altar rising, who amongst martial grandmasters is a match for me? Shen Li, come out yourself. Chapter 572. That purple-haired old man was a Grand Elder of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, having attained the transcending mortality martial grandmaster realm. However, facing Yan Zhaoge now, he could only feel dark clouds obscuring the sun, unable to see any light at all. Yan Zhaoge strode forward amidst space. The purple-haired old man activated his high-grade spirit weapon and wanted to fight to the death again. Yan Zhaoge ignored it as he directly raised his palm. The divine sky lightning sword that seemed even faster than lightning was enveloped by Yan Zhaoge's palm that could flip the heavens and overturn the earth, reversing the very heavens and earth, instantly slowed to the point of resembling a crawling tortoise. Yan Zhaoge's palm slowly descended, but in the eyes of the Heavenly Thunder Hall's Grand Elder, there was a sense of despair that could not be avoided. It was as if the world he was in had completely collapsed, and as long as he was in it, he would not be able to escape death. If heaven and earth did not exist, how could humans rely on them? As Yan Zhaoge's palm descended, the massive force that seemed to overturn the heavens and the earth directly shattered his opponent's divine sky lightning mother avatar. The majestic force descended, and it was unstoppable as it smashed onto the top of the purple-haired elder's head. Within the Heavenly Thunder Hall, another streak of light flew out. It was the sole remaining Grand Elder of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Originally intending to assist this purple-haired old man, he was instantly rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied as he saw this scene. He shuddered, his entire body shuddering. Not even turning his head back, he shot back into the Heavenly Thunder Hall at an even greater speed than when he had come. The next moment, numerous massive runes condensed in mid-air above the Heavenly Thunder Hall, manifesting as a massive formation which enveloped the entire cluster of metallic palaces. The Guardian Grand Formation of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, the Divine Sky Heavenly Thunder Formation, activated. Numerous lightning dragons flickered within the thunderclouds up above, extending into the distance as they enveloped the entire sky. The destructive aura of endless thunder seemed to want to turn the ground below into scorched earth. The divine firmament sky lightning array was extremely violent. Although it was a protective array, it didn't have much defensive power. Instead, it had terrifying offensive and destructive power. Even their own disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Hall were currently trembling in fear. Yan Zhaoge sat amidst a sea of thunder and lightning, his expression not changing as he quietly watched all of this. His gaze was deep and condensed, as if it had condensed into substance. It pierced through the metal palace and swept its gaze over everything. Met by Yan Zhaoge's gaze, the Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners all felt their hearts tremble. Yan Zhaoge's gaze came to rest on a youth of around 30 years of age. Meeting Yan Zhaoge's gaze, that youth's entire body felt cold. His right arm, which had been cut off and reattached with great difficulty, seemed to be in pain again. However, he still straightened his back. Yan Zhaoge. It was precisely the most outstanding disciple of the Thunder Domain's Zhao region's Yan family, at the same time also an elite of the Heavenly Thunder Hall's younger generation, Yan Shan. He was indeed a genius. His right arm had been severed by Yan Zhaoge that year. While it had been reattached, it could no longer be used in combat. Relying on his willpower, Yan Shan had also trained in the sword with his left hand, remaining a hero amongst his peers in the Heavenly Thunder Hall. However, it was also a tragedy for him. His former competitor, young Master Thunder Rumbling Lin Zhou, had left him far behind. Even if he didn't have an arm, he still wouldn't be his opponent. Even if Lin Zhou had died long ago, he was still inferior to Lin Zhou before he died. As for Yan Zhaoge of the Central Heaven region's Yan family who had severed his arm and caused him to hate him to the bone, he had already reached a height that he was unable to reach. Previously, when the Seal of the East Sea was completed and Yan Zhaoge was trapped within, I could logically deduce that he would definitely be dead. Yan Shan and the others were incomparably overjoyed as they all laughed loudly. This scourge is finally dead. But now, Yen Zhaoge stood before them once more, also becoming incomprehensibly powerful. 9th level of the Martial Grandmaster realm, late essence talisman Martial Grandmaster. Also, he had easily slain a Grand Elder of the Heavenly Thunder Hall who was at the 10th level of the Martial Grandmaster realm, the transcending mortality stage. Glancing at Yen Shan, Yen Zhaoge said calmly, "No need to be nervous. I have no interest in quibbling with you now. If I want to settle scores, it is also with your Zhao region's Yen family as a whole. My Central Heaven region's Yen family was ambushed on the way to the Heaven domain that year. My grandfather and grandmother included, countless members of our clan were killed or injured. Everyone is very clear on what exactly happened." Yen Shan choked. Yen Zhaoge's gaze flickered. "Oh, you're back." Without any prior warning, the Northern Ocean clone appeared by Yen Zhaoge's side, light suddenly shooting out from one of his pupils, forming an illusory scene of light in midair. Within the illusory scene of light, the Northern Ocean clone appeared above a large manor that resembled a city. Within the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Yen Shan stared wide-eyed, his face filled with shock. That was precisely the ancestral manor of his Zhao region's Yen family. The Northern Ocean clone's foot descended, the bottom of his foot seemingly becoming infinitely large as it stomped down on the entire Zhao region's Yen family manor. The radiance of spirit patterns lit up above the manor, but like insignificant little embers, it was instantly extinguished. The head of the Zhao region's Yen family as well as the clan elders and other experts who were in charge of the formation within the manor were all forcibly jolted to death. Yen Shan was stunned like a wooden chicken. The other Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners were all terrified as well. Yen Zhaoge's face was calm. "This time, I want to settle scores. Big or small, none of them will be able to escape." The Northern Ocean clone strode out from the side, stepping into the sea of thunderbolts. The all-encompassing thunderbolts descended together, but the Northern Ocean clone seemed not to have seen them at all. Instead, a great amount of frost suddenly surged on his body, vast as the sea, instantly transforming into a vast, boundless icy sea, hovering above his head. The sea of thunderbolts descended, clashing unceasingly with the icy sea, clashing against each other. Thunderbolts exploded, ice and snow melted, waves roiling unceasingly. Occasionally, some thunderbolts would break through the obstruction of the icy sea and descend, but they were already scattered, no longer possessing the terrifying momentum of destroying the heavens and extinguishing the earth from before. The Northern Ocean clone's figure flickered, quick as a mirage as the scattered thunderbolts were completely unable to strike him. Arriving above the Heavenly Thunder Hall, the Northern Ocean clone punched downwards, resembling a great rock descending from the heavens, the great rock transforming into a massive fish as it shot into the sea's surface. The main palace of the Heavenly Thunder Hall of the Eight Extremities world mightily collapsed. His hands behind his back, Yen Zhaoge raised his brows as he saw this. "Oh, Shenli isn't here?" A Heavenly Thunder Hall elder spat out a mouthful of blood. "If the Hall Lord was here, how would he allow you to be so insolent?" Yen Zhaoge smiled, his heart suddenly jolting slightly as he swiveled his head and gazed into the distance. "Oh, he's back." The rumbling of thunder resounded in the distance, deafening to the ears as the entire heavens and earth seemed to be shaking as a result. The next moment, a bald old man with a purplish-green goatee appeared above the Heavenly Thunder Hall. It was precisely the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Shenli. Looking at Yen Zhaoge, also looking at the Northern Ocean clone, Shenli's face was livid. Yen Zhaoge said mildly, "Fleeing in the face of battle in the Earth domain, scamming my Grand Master, scamming my second apprentice uncle, scamming everyone else. Shenli, aren't you very good at running? Why didn't you run this time, instead coming back?" Shenli's attention was placed more on the Northern Ocean clone as he glanced coldly at Yen Zhaoge upon hearing his words. "This old man doesn't know where you found this helper from, but my Heavenly Thunder Hall will not tolerate your impudence. What are you doing here? Wanting to confront this old man face to face, do you think you are worthy?" Looking at Shenli, Yen Zhaoge suddenly laughed. "The clan has its own system, being fair and just in terms of punishment, reward and punishment. I still have some patience in arguing with fellow disciples, but as for those outside of our clan, slandering me, framing me, I'll just beat you to death. Who would have the patience to confront you face to face? Amidst his words, the Northern Ocean clone transformed into a streak of light, instantly arriving before Shinli, punching outwards. You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.